Chat, what's up? How we doing? Hello, hello, hello. Got to stay awake this time.
Teams arrived in Seoul with the same goal, win it all and make history. But today, two teams will see their dreams of lifting a trophy slip away. It's time for our first elimination matches. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 7 of Valorant Champions, coming at you once again.
Yo, what's up,
live
everyone?
from the
Good morning, good morning. Did I read Desp's message? No, I did not.
We break everything down today. And hi guys, how was your
is
day
it here or
off?
is it in
Maybe
Discord?
Good. I did laundry.
Definitely
and
message me on
watched the game.
Discord, Lexi.
Yeah. You're such a responsible adult. I love it.
The games were insane, though.
Yeah,
the last one ended at almost midnight. I mean, both of them were ridiculous. Trace is a first seed in playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't see who could have seen that coming.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about that. Ren claims.
That's just not.
Okay, well,
you wanted them to win that match, but not for them to win, like, from the start of the tournament after watching their game. Yeah.
Lexor, thank you so much. Hey, Lexi got the gifted. That's awesome. Wait, can you, Lexor, can you choose who gets gifted in YouTube?
And it might be slightly intentional this time.
I'm gonna work out what technology we've got over there. Sliggy Alarm Clock, who is this?
Yeah,
that's outrageous, man. Thank you so much, though.
This one is insane, right?
Sliggy Alarm Clock.
Thank
you for the tier 1. Thank you for showing up today, actually, to be honest. Mulak 8 with the Prime. Thank you for the 22 months, also.
Towards the end of that series, I think getting pulled down a little on Haven, some of the fundamentals slipping, and then
it's random. That's crazy, Lexor. That's awesome. Thank you so much for doing the gifted.
They'll make it out of groups as well as a first seed. Such a cool story.
8 o'clock is rough. Wait, Lexor,
to make it in their first
if you don't mind saying, where do you live to be at 8 o'clock?
Oh, yeah. And now they're one of
England?
The top 8 teams with a top seed.
I mean, 100%.
Champions. That's crazy.
Those guys, the former guard.
Ready for another upset today? Wait, who's upsetting today?
Earned everything that they've clawed tooth and nail for this. Trace, another great example of that. Icy even mentioning that when they scrimmed Trace in Shanghai, he was like, I kind of knew that they would be demons, and that again, genuinely
winner?
We got to talk to some players about their scrim results more often with these Chinese teams to get the download.
Actually, getting the streets talking and finding out what's going on.
I'm Argentina, but a uni in London right now. Oh, nice.
With Trace as a team, they've always had the potential, I think, to do really well, but I think they've almost been hard nerfed by the chaos of their region.
Dane says, Dane always hits us with the China pilled predictions. We got an FPX 2-0, which I can.
They match up a lot better.
It is crazy.
And then we've got a Billy 2-1.
In my opinion, the most honesty, playing the most honest Valorant. G2.
I don't think that's the craziest out of your takes.
The
or maybe I'm just becoming a believer because of what's been going on.
Series were so impressive.
Yeah, it really was. Well,
Nomrod,
really fun fact about this too,
currently on a 170 stream streak. That is impressive, bro. 170.
Parity?
Yep.
Parity. There it is. We've got parity right here.
Bro, your sleep pattern must be messed up as well.
I said a lot.
Why is my camera?
That's not a bad thing. It's a good word.
No, it is a good word.
Well, let us know who you think is going to have the most teams in the playoffs. All right, which region is going to shine brightest when it's all said and done?
Wait, what does
Make sure you
Spruce say?
sound off and go ahead, scan that QR code. You can also use the hashtag VCT as well. VCT
Bruce, you have a
as well as
200?
We don't hear from you as always.
Let me scroll up.
Broadcast, so have fun with it. But
damn, bro.
Today is our first elimination.
We got a 200 as well. Guys, your sleep patterns must be mental. You just watch every game as well. I think you two might be part of the elite club, man.
2 Chinese teams, we could be sending home 2 American teams. It's, man, crazy stuff here. Crazy that, you know, Sentinel's the team that started this season off so amazingly.
I mean, winning kickoff,
got
winning
200, we got
Madrid,
170.
first round elimination game where I think there's a very, very
200
good
streams
chance
in a
that
row.
FPX win it. I think you could even consider them favored in some ways.
I 100% agree with that. I think right now Sentinels have a major issue, which is them trying to correct their own game plans, their own compositions, and they're also going to be
Psych
forced to adapt to
as well. Psych, hello man, good morning.
Like, listen, FPX pull out some
good morning.
that are going to force you to adapt on the fly to what you do. You can't solve that unless you've solved the first part of the equation, which is your own game plans, your own stuff actually being up to scratch. So I'm a little bit worried for Sen. I had all hope coming into this event for them, but yeah, I'm starting to get concerned.
FPX have got to be feeling so hyped too, seeing Trace succeed and make it into playoffs.
Join the calm
this
before
does
the storm
really feel
today.
like the breakout event for the Chinese region, and what a better way
Sonia,
to
how
prove
is it
that if
over in
FPX were to
Artist's stream? It
eliminate
must be
a Masters
crazy.
champion
I saw some of his clips from yesterday. That was pretty funny.
Valorant esports. Well, ahead of champs though, let's go ahead and tone shift a little bit here. We sat down with KRU, Shy, and Kesnet to test how well these two guys know each other on and off of the stage. It's time for duo.
The Chinese anthem was wild.
Hola a todos, soy Dre, estoy aquí con Shy y Kesnet de KRU Visa y hoy vamos a jugar un juego a ver qué tanto se conocen los dos. Las reglas son simples, les voy a dar una pregunta y lo que tienen que hacer es responder lo que respondería el otro. Entonces Shy responde como si fuera Kesnet y Kesnet responde como si fuera Shy. ¿Listos? La primera pregunta es,
get
¿cuál
subtitles
es
for
el
this
mejor
now?
jugador al que se han enfrentado? ¿Me piensa mucho?
Yo tengo que decir lo que él piensa.
Sí. Pensé que será fácil.
O sea, yo respondo como Kesnet.
Listos. 3,
Yo respondo como Shai.
2, 1. Aspas. Aspas. ¿Están de acuerdo los dos?
O sea, yo de ese sí, no sé si él...
¿Sí?
Es Aspas igual. Bueno, ahora nos vamos a la segunda pregunta.
Yo puse hasta las comillas,
Era en portugués y todo. Bueno,
para que entendieran.
nos vamos a la segunda pregunta. Si no fueran un jugador profesional, ¿qué serían?
Scripted.
Yes,
Pre-recorded, chat. Don't worry.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A ver la respuesta. Futbolista, deportista. O sea, en el mismo tema. Futbolista, Kesnet.
No sé. No sé. Igual puede ser, si igual me gustaba a mí jugar a la pelota.
Estaba en las
Y el-
cadetes.
El Shai deportista así hace bien todo, así que...
Sí, no, sí, yo hubiera
creo que
hecho algo
sí.
del deporte.
Deporte.
100%.
Algo de deporte. ¿Y fútbol?
Yo fui específico.
Yo antes era cadete.
Yo
pero
fui
ahora soy
específico,
malísimo.
porque me acuerdo que dijo que era cadete de... y que era futbolista, así que por eso puse eso.
Aprendí algo de Kesnet el día de hoy. Bueno, siguiente pregunta. Ahora, ¿cuál es su skin favorita?
Oh. ¿Pero de qué? ¿De Vandal o cómo?
Skin favorita en general.
Skin favorita. 5,
Espera, déjame pensar.
4,
Déjame pensar.
3,
No.
2. Pero ya fue.
No, ya sé.
Y este es Shai.
Espérate.
Cuchillo de dragón.
Spy Everton.
No.
¿Cómo se llama? O sea, ¿no?
¿Y Kesnet? A ver.
RGX, Araxi, no sé. Caramba. No.
¿Qué son estas respuestas?
Sí, o sea, a mí me gusta, pero yo al Shai siempre lo veo con ese cuchillo.
¿Es el cuchillo de dragón?
O sea, el Ender Flame.
Sí, pero creo que ahora
Dragon
mismo...
Judge, that's what I'm
Lo
saying, dude.
cambié.
That's the one.
¿No te
Justo
acordás?
ahora,
¿No te acordáis que todos los días te decía otro?
Sí.
Que era la...
Pero yo tampoco tengo... O sea, es que esto es difícil porque nadie tiene skin favorita, yo creo.
Pero dices que Shai sí le dio a la de al Prime.
No. Sí,
O sea,
yo-
ninguno. Bueno,
No.
eso es todo lo que tenemos de este juego. Muchas gracias y de vuelta con ustedes.
I love that. Fun fact, we just had to trim it down because Shy took way too long to answer that last question. Dan was having none of that. I absolutely love it. All right, well, we'll see KRU later on, but let's go ahead and get into our first
Ben, I don't
match
even
of
know
the
what that
day.
is, man.
Let's talk about Sentinels
I wouldn't
now.
even be able to tell you
Masters
anything
Madrid
of how that
champs,
looks.
right? And they're already in a situation where they're up for elimination, Bren.
The fall off needs
Who am
to
I
be
rooting
stemmed
for?
in
I don't really care
He's
who
got our
wins,
best
to be
scientists
honest.
on.
Yeah, because it's
I
kind of
kinda-
egregious, I think, as well.
I
mean,
kinda
can
hope-
understand the
Yeah, I want
limitations and the
Sentinels
trials
to have
that
a
this kind of
bounce
year
back,
provided. The
but I
fact that
also
the schedule was quite
feel like
condensed
FPX
as
have
well,
had
teams
such a
finding it
rough
a
year
bit of
for
a
how
struggle,
good they
I think, as well,
actually
to kind of
are.
bounce back
So
after
they
attending
probably
them at the
deserve a
beginning of the
win.
year. But now is the time to turn up. This is what the entire year
I'm
is
in for
in the
either.
back of your minds. Yes, you've lifted that trophy, but you have to turn up now. And we've the
Mike's,
trouble is with
yeah,
Sen,
I
still
saw
wanna
that
hold out
yesterday.
hope, but we've only seen such a
Mike's
small
gone
sample
from
size
100 piece.
still of them. Like they've only been,
Yeah.
getting absolutely obliterated in maps.
I
we
mean,
haven't seen too much
all
in
of
any
the-
capacity other than the
all of
fact
the
that
team
we
news
know
will
they
start
can't
coming in
play
pretty
this
soon.
specific deadlock cipher composition on a set.
It's
We
the
know they haven't really
off-season
put too
and
much thought
orgs
into
wanna
that,
save
or
money.
as much work, I suppose, and they don't want to throw it all away.
Orgs wanna
at the end of the day.
rebuild.
But I still want to hold out hope, but I am so damn worried for them because of all the reasons that we were saying earlier about FPX. They will force you to adapt to them, and you can't do that unless you are completely concrete with your own game plan.
And even if they win this FPX game, they have to play Gen G, who they lost to in that opening match, who they've played multiple times throughout this year in the Champs final previously. It is maybe the
one that's made of crystal. Wait, is that the same as the is there a Vandal in that?
I'm gonna pump out and put some copium into the bloodstream.
Let's see it.
All right, Sentinels lost to Gen G in the upper finals. They came
did.
back stronger, right? So they took a losing experience and turned it into a winning one.
Stuck in a Mortal 1 to 3, but you can't get Radiant.
Genuinely, I think that there's a you're on the right track with this.
I mean, just keep grinding, bro, is what I would say, really.
That are running and go back to the old stuff.
Try different roles as well if you're one-tricking.
Weeks of preparation at that point.
I also think just watching your own stuff back is like the one. If you haven't been watching your stuff back, then you're going to have the most improvement from watching your stuff back instead of playing ranked. It's so hard if I haven't seen your stuff. But I think that's like the easiest cop-out answer is just watch your own stuff. Why did you die here? Why did you die here? Is there anything you could have done?
About some of the woes specifically of that deadlock.
Just focus every single time on like death, even like small individual duels. Like, is there anything different you can do?
Dragging them for some of the rounds that I think the deadlock utility didn't really.
Even Liggy, you're unhinged, bro. What is this? Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the gifted.
Up for a basic A split. You see, there's going to be 2 players. Excuse me.
Coach Potato stuff. Yeah, it should also kick off a lot more once Mini's back.
They're going to be throwing in this net.
We just did
added piece into the puzzle, right?
We just did
in a grab net there on top of the default paranoia that's coming into the site. You're going to have a dart landing. You have all these tools.
This is the one. Is this the same one that TMB did?
This round is coordination. There goes that net, but look where the rest of the SEN players.
And they literally stole TMB's video for broadcast.
They'll swing into Munchkin. Munchkin absolutely cooks both of these guys. And as you look at the minimap, okay,
yeah, Coach Potato stuff. It should honestly like have a lot more once Mini's back. We need to work out what Mini's actually doing next year.
These players haven't made it through the smoke. These players haven't made it out, and the utility ends up being useless. Here's another round, just a little bit further on.
I know he has some ideas that he wants to try, but it's just every year you gotta look at offers or same team, etc.
What's the biggest goal of your default? Break utility, bait out where you're going to go at the end. And one of the biggest pieces of that is to get rid of this Killjoy alarm bot and set up for these splits. But as we see in just a second here, the Shock Dart is going to miss out on breaking that, which is fine. That happens from time to time. You see there, it's a little bit off the mark and doesn't actually break it. But now they should still be set up.
Relying on Mini like I relied on Bacon, yeah, that's
and
true.
They're using one of their big tools here. The barrier net is going to block off people.
Mini's got a skill set that I need, man. I'm not good with
back here to stop people from pushing
anything like artsy.
But look how early they're using this piece of utility. 105 on the clock, and as we just speed through the rest of this round, look where SEN is on this minimap. No one's scaling up through mid. Alarm bot still not broken. It's 20 seconds later at this point. 25 seconds, and at the very end of this round, finally, they're setting up to go for the split. But it's been 30 seconds, and that utility
we do an
has
FPX
timed
one? Yeah,
out,
we did.
and they're just going to go into the meat grinder of this round. Alarm bot is broken. They're walking into a crossfire. They all die, and the utility is just finding them absolutely nothing. But I think more than anything, it's the fundamentals that
FPX ban
This is now a look at their defensive
Sentinel's
side.
best map.
Gen G hit a sick knife to start all the utils offline, so SEN make the smart call. They fall back to try and play into a retake on this round, and they're up a man, great position. But then the way they chose to do this, I think, is a little bit troubling.
In the corners.
Every single one of the players from Sentinels is grouping through market. No one is using any other avenue to go back to spawns, even try and get a reflank idea going in. And
ban of Icebox. Sure, we'll keep this in red. Ban of Icebox. Ban of Sunset, because obviously best map.
That's fine. It's a 4v4
and like
still.
One of their best
still in a winning position. Now comes the retake, and Meteor, look at the sneaky guy. Gets into a nasty spot here.
What an after you pick of your Sentinels. And Sentinels have one of the worst map pools right now. It's also a bit of question mark because I don't know if they're playing like their...
And Gen G swings forward, Cloudburst, all these players teeing off and on them. And really quickly, this last
one, comp, or if they're playing like their normal comp. Same with Lotus as well.
We have 2 anchors on A. The hits coming in.
If I was FPX, I would probably pick Abyss
when you're in these positions, the name of the game is coordination between the anchors and finding one fight to isolate and take when you're getting split on.
And then what do you even pick if you're Sentinels here?
From these positions, the best thing to do is fight towards main. You're both swinging out together. You're taking that duel. Part of it's innate, part of it is micro comms. But as we watch this go, you see Tens, watch him on the map. He's jiggling left. He looks like he's setting up for this fight. You have Cypher there as well.
Yeah, I hate the Haven though. I don't think the Haven's
that
good.
Tucks in. Now
the Haven's okay, but it's not great.
Dies alone, and then Tens is
I don't know, but see, I think if they're leaning into their own picks, they'll pick Haven. If they're leaning into the enemy's picks, they should probably pick a SEN and then go back to their old comp. That would be like what I would do if I was Sentinels right now. It wasn't even like a bad map for them before. I know they didn't get like many wins, but they started like getting wins.
That was the thing that we were praising them for in the beginning of the season. The coordinated pushes, the retakes.
FPX is winning this, bro. FPX's map was really good against Sentinels as well.
They've kind of lost a little bit of that magic that they had at the beginning of the year. Hopefully they can find it on this stage here today, because if they don't, well, you're cooked pretty much. So ahead of today's elimination matchup, we had Yinsu caught some words with Sassy to get his thoughts ahead of this match.
I'm now joined by Sassy from Sentinels. Welcome back, Sassy. Now, in times past, a lot of people kind of consider Brazil as the wildcard region, the underdogs, and I think players like you were the reason that people started to kind of really take them as serious contenders and respect the talent pool. And I think that might be a similar theme going on with the SEN region right now. So is there anything that you can maybe relate to the experience they're going through? And how important is it, you think, to not to underestimate these players?
I think they're kind of the same spot that we were before in Brazil, you know, like they are the underdogs and they need to prove themselves. And I know now they're feeling like really motivated because Tracy Sports won, you know, G2 almost got beat by EDG. So I know they're going to come with all the force that they have against us. And, you know, all I can say is I respect them. It's going to be a hard match. And yeah, that's it.
It's going to be a great match. I can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nice.
Well, of course, one bright spot in that series was
Anzi should be casting today also. Oh, that'll be fun.
Incredibly for the squad.
Hey, he's talking about China's
Dankish420. Thank you for the 10 months, man. Appreciate the prime.
Champions with Loud. One of the 4 players who could go back to back.
Second game confirmed. Lovely.
However, this game, I mean, he was rolling back the years. This is the best form we've seen him in ages.
And I think if Sassy stays into this form and still has that veteran presence as well, we got.
Their Sunset is good. Is in Sentinels? Yeah, it's by far their best map.
They've done this before. They've thought
unless you're talking about FPX.
To victory. They've done it in the past. They've literally done it for Madrid. They've done it multiple times, playing the most amount of matches to even make it through some scenarios. At kickoff, for example. So they've done the hard path. They have that experience. They know that it's not over just yet. They're not, I don't think, gonna like flounder and just fall apart at the final hour.
Gotta remember too, there are a lot of veterans on that stage, guys who've been in the game for a super long time. If there's a squad that can dig themselves from, you know, the mental prison that they might find themselves in, surely it would be
actually in for a double
of these 5
China.
guys. Well, look,
China
let's
day
go
today.
ahead, though, and move on to the
Dude,
other
Artists will be
side
happy.
of the stage, to their
Anthem will get played again.
FPX and Brennan.
I just switched up so fast. So
because you said if FPX win bind,
oh yeah, what about this?
Wrestle in the streets of Seoul.
In my defense, FPX, I thought their best map was Abyss. They lost it. They were heading into bind with an untested composition. It looked all over the place. And so I'm seeing their comp. It was wild at the time when they unleashed it.
I think it's still wild.
It's still wild. I still don't really see the vision in it as much. I can kind of see it. I can maybe defend it, make an argument for it. But I thought it was just cooked. And then they won on bind.
That's cool, but are you oiling up?
Am I oiling up?
How about this? Let's go ahead and send it over to Yinsu.
What did he do?
By with Autumn.
Don't tell me he wrestled
to hear what
someone.
he had to say. It's gonna get oily.
I'm now standing by with Autumn here from FPX. Now, you guys are playing really, really well, but for some reason there's still some doubters out there. Do you feel like maybe if you could eliminate Sentinels today, that would silence everybody that don't believe in you?
Of course, 100%. And as artist Shen would say, VCT 是最厉害的赛区。
Damn, dude.
He said
out
that
here
VCT
quoting
is the
artists.
best region, am I right? Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much.
That's incredible.
So, Bren, how
dude,
did
what a stacked interview, man. 20 seconds long. He's saying China's the #1 region.
A lot of the people did comment how cheap it was. And
we
listen,
got.
what I say? I'm a cheap guy. Listen,
we got Bren over there.
I'm planning out the way ahead once esports eventually fails and crumbles at some point in the distant future. Dystopian, the water wars start kicking off.
That's right.
The oil fighting is gonna go crazy. I'm gonna be like getting into the ring, carving out a little space, a little niche for myself.
I have this visual of my head and you like in a Thunderdome and you just oiling yourself up.
You're on it.
And you and Sideshow just going at one another.
Listen, nobody wrestled me, but I hope that at least pays off the take there. And I need to apologize to FPX as well. I wasn't familiar with your game, and I think that this team lives and breathes by their craziness in terms of the compositions that they play, particularly on Bind as well. And there's multiple examples of
And I'm going to be honest, if there was a team to cook slumping Sentinels, it would be FPX and their crazy comps and crazy ideas.
Taking
I
a
think
full
when
team
we were looking at those rounds that I was illustrating, it was all about fundamental issues with Sentinels
time-wise it's fine.
And I think FPX is the ultimate test of fundamentals, and this Bind comp proved it. They weren't winning because the comp had the good things you need on Bind. Plant denial, strong post plants, good stall utility. No, because they had 2 contact agents
I think
who
it's
were fighting
the
constantly on off angles and absolutely cooking
I think it's break into the full
I think
team.
you're completely correct to that take as well, where they force you to really shore up the fundamentals in terms of how you
Yeah, I think time
out,
zone everything works out well.
But also the adaptability that I was talking about and have been talking about this whole time with this team is that when you throw an unorthodox comp, if it's not the usual mirror matchup that teams are used to, they're going to struggle. And if their own game plans aren't even shored up, if you're not even confident in the way that you're playing the comp yourselves, that is not even a focus for you.
And I'm going to be honest,
to adapt.
We got to let
That's first out players to get,
I've had enough of this structured tens.
Yeah.
He's got to be a maniac.
Jet again?
Fire with fire. I don't actually want that. Please don't do that. Just play some good
I do have a question
Valorant.
because you guys are talking about like the unorthodox.
So what do you
comp, but,
reckon?
like, when you explain
Abyss,
it like that, like you're
Abyss
fighting
Haven.
forward,
Are they really going to pick Haven? See, I think if Sentinels want to win this, I think they got to Ascent Curveball, Old Comp.
It's such a high tolerance for risk.
But is it
compared to other
even?
teams. And I think that's something that we see in Sen's game, that they're lacking that risk. They're lacking that kind of individual play, those moments that we talked about. That a guy like Ayang, I think, exemplifies.
The maps are so hard for Sentinels right here.
They're trying super
The more you
hard
look at this matchup, the more you're just like, damn.
They're structured percentage Valorant.
Sentinels really went into the
extra percentage that FPX exemplifies.
into all their games, and they played against 2 teams that banned their best map, their main way of winning games. Del Monaco, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you for the prime.
End up punishing you in the end.
Played against a team that played 7 maps, and then the next team, they pretty much permaban
I
it.
wasn't going to go with that one, but I think that these kind of tests that FPX throw teams.
Yeah, the map changes actually probably wreck Sentinels. One of the hardest out of all the teams. I would say also, like, honestly, it should have wrecked Genji. Because I was like,
because a lot of teams are not used
they were
to
in a similar situation. So.
The unexpected and adaptation over the course of a map, it's very difficult in the moment to really just take a look at the agent select. You see the composition, you're like, okay, well, we don't have a timeout for a while. We're going to figure out immediately what the strengths, the pros, the cons of this composition are, dissect it, and fight around it. And they might not even play into those strengths as well. So,
And honestly, I always said if it's stupid and it works, like, I don't think FPX is stupid. I think that they go off and they make individual plays to make them look silly when they don't
Billy
work.
KRU.
But I really think that these comps, while they are off kilter and they definitely aren't optimal, have thought behind them, have clear reasons to work that really takes, especially these Western teams, off guard.
Yeah, and hey, you know what? If it works for you, it works for you. And clearly FPX have found some kind of mojo that they are working with here. But earlier on, though, we spoke with Ion about the loss to Heretics as well as his admiration for Tens in this Omen player moment.
Hello， 大家好，我是 FunPlus 的阿阳。其实说到比赛，我挺遗憾的，因为今天又是差一口气赢下这场比赛，所以其实挺伤感的。经过这一次的交手之后，我觉得他们的每个人信心就涨了很多嘛。然后我们的指挥博尔林他很能够应对到对面的一些想做什么，想前压或者说想回防之类的，所以我们都很能够得心应手的，就是知道他们这些。我觉得其实也不是 TH 比上一次变弱了吧，我觉得其实就是我们FunPlus变强了。
Pushes them back there, and the plant should now come in safely in the corner. A foothold for Team Heretics, but Life trying to take advantage of the chaos. He's gone straight in with the blast back and got 2-3!
FPX are 3-9 since Shanghai.
非常荣幸能够在
In 13, but all of the games they've lost have been 13-11 or overtime. What are you saying?
我觉得 Sentinels 队里面最强
They don't play any.
他在很早之前，我
They don't play any
准心以及灵敏度
games that aren't
还是
bangers.
我那个时候学习的对象。但是我觉得这一次我们对他做出针对的点，就是尽量不要 1对1去跟他打吧。我觉得我们做好补枪协同性。
Oh, 12 maps they've gone 13-11 or overtime, and they lost 9 of them.
自身100%的实力。
Yeah, that's pretty savage. Still bangers though.
Smart man.
I too have also learned and realized you don't take 10s one-on-one in a gunfight.
No,
you know, I tried it.
I did. I beat him in a game of darts once, though.
Oh, really?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Was he good?
Right.
Now I can't go into details as to how I beat him.
Okay.
But let's just say he wasn't on his best form.
Would you say you were a little fraudulent?
It was 100% fraudulent and 100% a lot of luck.
Freaking
But
bind.
it was not fraudulent. A lot of these takes that we're about to be seeing soon with this next game.
Sentinels?
That's right, because it's time. Segue for fan or fraud. Bren, you do this game in Americas. If you tune into America's show, you'll see us do fan or fraud, where Bren goes and scours the internet. His favorite thing to do in the whole wide world. He likes to look through fan tweets.
I hated every minute of prepping for this segment.
Find all the best tweets.
I mean, the SEN fans, the walls are
Now,
so
I'll tell you, I
Those bind used to be really good.
a lot of
The
SEN
Yoru one?
real-life fan
Yeah,
takes. And here's the
they
game
went through
for the
that
play along at
popular
home as
thing
well.
of
I'll explain the
everyone
rules.
stealing
There's
it,
gonna be a
and then they
fake
worked
take,
out how to play
which
against
I have
it.
cooked up, and there's going to be a real fan comment online, and these guys on the desk and you at home have to decide which one's the real one, which one's the fake one. Yeah, you're not very good at it. Now, I will say right now, there is an aura of just dismay and doom around the SEN camp, and 90% of the comments I pulled could not be used on broadcast. So I'll throw that out there. We managed to pull the ones that we could use.
Hey, Sentinels fans, chill out, dog. I don't know,
listen,
like relax.
Chill out a little bit. It's a video game, you know. Maybe your team wins, maybe they lose. I don't know. But hey, we can run it up anyway. Let's pull up the first slide. Let's get through this one ASAP, and we'll start with this one here.
Oh, Lord.
A, we've got Sen City Rise Up on more copium than my AP bio exam. And B is, I'm telling you, Zeltis is as cracked as he is jacked. I saw him at 7-Eleven the other day buying Red Bull and adult diapers. I asked him what the diapers were for, and he said they contain my full power so I don't completely poo on these kids. then he buddy hopped out the door while inspecting the Sen Classic. I had to change a few words out because they were curse words.
And you had to change them all out because it was a fraudulent tweet.
Which one do you think is fraud? You think B is fraud?
I think B is fraud. But
what if I did my research into the American education system?
No,
the AP is stuff that you take in high school ahead of time.
What does AP stand for?
I don't know, but it's the stuff you take in high school so that you don't have to take it in college.
Yeah.
That's actually, he's not wrong.
So I've done my research for this. Are you still sticking with B?
I'm still sticking with B.
You're sticking with B?
I'm sticking with B.
Okay, well, let's reveal it. And it turns out you guys were correct. I made it up. I made it. How did you know I made that up?
Also, the other thing that got me was the capitalized R and B in Red Bull.
Yes. I'm too responsible.
Yeah, people don't capitalize brands.
I'm way too responsible. Let's sponsor brand.
We love capital R, capital B Red Bull.
I love Red Bull. You keep paying the bills, just keep it up. I'll drink 20 of them. Probably not. But
don't do that.
So second slide.
He meant to.
Do not underestimate our bold King Sassy, the comptroller of Sen City. He is pulling all of the strings and nothing gets past him.
Comptroller, I think, is a real word.
Writes the checks and he cashes to M. And then B is, please, Sentinels, my favorite team, please win. I bought your team capsule.
Well,
people say bundle, not capsule. B is a fraud.
B is the fraud?
Yes.
I'm going to say B is a fraud because Sassy, I am also a part of the Bald Kingdom, so Sassy's my king.
All right, let's get into it. You want to reveal it, production?
Yeah, let's
please.
see.
And the fraudulent is, it's A. You both wrong.
We've been cooked.
I can't
believe you used the word comptroller.
That was comptroller. So production actually had
I just tried to Google the definition, and I'm
is it
still
a word?
trying to figure it out.
Next one.
I think so.
Next one. Okay, A is, we're so cooked, 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 we're so cooked. And B is, you must consume more hopium. Clearly you are not a good enough fan. Parenthesis, it's over.
They're both real.
They're both real? You think they're both real?
No, I think A is fraud.
You think A is fraud? Okay, let's reveal the answer. And the answer is... Boom, A was the fraudulent one. I mean,
do I win?
Do you win? Yeah, I think you got more results.
Yeah.
Now, what do you win? I don't know.
You know what we win?
You get the position of comptroller of the desk.
Yeah.
And I will control our way to the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which region, will have the most teams in playoffs, and y'all said Pacific. Wow.
Dude, with how it's looking, I feel like...
Genji.
Genji. Yeah, that's actually yes. Correct. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
It's like it's looking more like China than anyone else.
Don't sleep on Talon.
Yeah, don't sleep on Talon. They're a crazy team.
Yeah. Making it out.
Hey, I'm just
it's
saying
not impossible, though.
I'm just saying don't sleep on him. You know
I'm not sleeping on anyone anymore.
Who you got for winning today for this first match?
For the first one, Sen.
Sen?
FPX. I think they're charged up after Trace's upset win. This is the event of China, and I just can't see Sen recovering from this slump in time.
But Sen have been in this spot before. They can do it again.
All right, well, let's go ahead and start the show. Shall we bring out our teams? Day 7 of Champion Soul starts right now.
Man, the poor Chinese fans, dude. The event after they went to Shanghai is the event of China. Mudari, maybe Mudari with the prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for that. Appreciate you.
I think my journey here has definitely been a roller coaster. Just a lot of turbulence up and down.
Revenge for the grand finals of Masters Madrid. I think they outclassed Sentinels today.
But we're here now, and that's all that matters.
J like the letter, I'm making several waves. I know the mission is same. Never gonna fumble it. I get the bag and I run with it. Gunning it.
Take one, 10's close up.
Bounce with the 10 months. Thank you for the prime also, bro.
It's been a while for me.
Thank you for doing that, dude.
Play the first one, right?
Yeah, that's it.
How did it feel to win champs? But like the feeling like winning champs is like, oh, like I did everything possible and I achieved it. You know, that feeling like, oh my god, like the weight come out from my shoulder like really heavy. It's nice.
Gustavo, I want to win a champs. Yeah. Teach me. Show me your wins.
I'm telling you, every time you win, you get addicted to it. Yeah. I feel like you guys got a taste after you won Masters, and you know how that feels. It's always like that. You always think that one is enough, but it's never enough.
It's never enough.
Never.
You always gotta win. You always chase the field.
Yeah.
Are you ready to win another one?
Yeah, I am. Are you ready?
I need to win my first. And then, when we get to finals of champs, I'm gonna have Faker come out and sell the SEN bundle. Facing FPX, I know they always play like wonky comps. They play very confident and together.
我觉得 SEN 的队里面最强的就是 Tens， 他在很早之前，我经常用他的准心以及灵敏度。
It's my opinion on banter between the regions. I mean, it's an entertainment product, man. Good to do it. I don't really care where the teams come from, but it's still good for just general.
BLG, of course, doesn't get that much easier after this.
To get people interested. It's always good. Slaughterbot 8504. Thank you so much for the 3 months, man. Of course, bro. Thank you for the support, dude.
Siento que es muy parecido al de nosotros. Son un equipo bastante agresivo. Tiene un estilo muy de ir para adelante, como comer info y solamente ir para adelante. Y siento que es bastante divertido jugar contra equipos así y que gana el mejor.
我觉得可能一条命对于我们来说更刺激一点，然后我们稍微犯一点失误就会被对方抓住，所以如果你们能跟Fnatic打得一样好的话，那我们确实该回家了。但可惜你们不是。
I'm the suspense, bro. They really went in for the extra like 5 seconds.
Sentinels.
Oh, we're at home mask wearing. Sick. What on earth was that?
It's our first elimination match of the day of the event. You got Sentinels and FPX.
I don't even want to know.
That's all we can say.
Okay, so we got the vetoes right. We did not get this right. So FPX picked Bayern. So I mean, sure.
I need to see them testing
I mean, they're gonna. This is a bit of a question mark, but FPX have a very good Abyss.
losing it to Heretics. And
it's two good maps,
they are
man.
clearly opting into.
Two good maps for
I think that,
FPX.
Honestly, a lot of it is carried
Dude,
by
we
that
literally
ball
have
by
like
Ryan.
3 question marks for
They have rather than
Sentinels.
the actual ideas
Because
of
it
the
is
comp,
just
at the end
like,
of the
what
day,
comps
it's
are
an
they
FPX
using?
game. And
What comps do they use on Bind? What comps are they going to use on Lotus? What comps are they one after they play on Abyss?
And I think they are committed to that idea. For Sentinels on map number 1, I think they can figure out this map, and I think this was predictable that they were going to be playing Bind.
Deadlock on all
attack,
3.
I think the number 1 thing is not getting caught off guard by the aggro.
I think there's a really good,
FPX
chance. Let's go for Abyss.
Teleport away and disengage. So the biggest thing is Sentinels.
Because I think if you look at their Deadlock stuff, a lot of it's stolen. You can tell because I don't think they have like the greatest understanding of it. So for them to go up and like cook their own thing on Abyss, I highly doubt that.
Yeah, I had agree with that. I think a little cheeky B long take as well on the attack side, maybe a slow take of shower so you can TP pivot would honestly I think dismantle a lot of aspects of this composition.
Will see.
But we'll see if Sen ends up sticking with that. All comp, they're going to switch it
there we go.
Slightly. But is that just the rolls instead?
That's
I'm not
nice.
Sure,
Normal comp.
It is the standard comp from what we're used to.
We get a Viper
It's good
in.
for a reason. It's the meta for a reason.
Deadlock,
we haven't
Dawn,
seen them play.
Viper in. They can actually like defend over towards B now. And I'll tell you what, the change up is like really good against this because this is a comp that struggles to get over towards B. It relies a lot on just Omen absolutely sending it. Berlin likes to send it though, so there's that.
For a reason. Sassy's one of the 4 players who has won before, but FPX have to feel so powered up.
If you just look at like straight up comp,
if
like I think the Sentinels comp is really good against what FPX play, but the Chamber looked kind of unreal on defense.
Shall we? We're gonna send it over to your casters, making their champion Soul debut. It's my boys, Doug and Baby Bay.
Nice, everyone's
so much,
out
We've
here
got
today.
A banger of a match for you guys teed up right now. Dre, there isn't a ton of story between these 2 teams, but when you think about the individual path that they've taken to get here, it's vastly different. FPX seems like they're on the up and up. Meanwhile, the Sentinels feel like they're on a tragic tumble.
Yeah, I mean, they started off great in the year,
Taxi
and then it was just like a slow burn where they sort of just faded and faded.
Yeah,
and
man,
FPX, you're 100%
we might get
right. They've looked great, especially internationally, taking
might
air,
get a
taking
Sachi
distance,
shout
not only
out.
in Shanghai, but here as well in Seoul.
All right, so we have FPX on defense. We got Sentinels on attack. We got 1, 2, 3 sheriffs. 3 sheriffs against 3 ghosts.
And that headhunter.
3 sheriffs, 2 ghosts.
Expect big things out of this guy.
FPX.
He's already on the move. Look at that aggressive line he's taking.
Super aggressive, trying to get ahead of
I mean, this is the team that
but poised so far from
do this more often than anyone else.
Over shoulder, he creeps up further and further. A couple of warning shots.
There go the bullets.
Takes a quick step back. Meanwhile, Sentinels, as you mentioned, on the attack side of this opening best of 3, with a bit of a more tempered approach.
Yeah, and I think they understand that, you know, FPX's history on the defensive sides of almost every single map have been a weakness for them. So if they don't drop early like that and give FPX an inch, they might be able to get a big lead.
Okay, so we got Fade Eye over towards long, creates question mark. Prowler over towards here as well. That pulls the rotate off, but
going the way of FPX towards A.
yeah, I mean, there's still one person on the side. Keep an eye on the chamber while they lost over towards short and they lost over towards, well, while there was pressure over towards B, chamber just decides to move up.
Again, 1 bullet, 1 kill. All members of Sentinel starting
They get a
to
kill
crumble,
though,
starting
right?
to fall
Okay, there we
apart.
go.
This pistol seems to be going the way of the defense.
They're on the board.
I mean, they're completely surrounded, Dre. They've got every single corner with threat. FPX gets
Yeah, I mean, that looked convincing.
Absolutely constricted into U-Haul and Short A that entire round.
I like the idea from Sentinels. It's just the fact that they got wrecked for smoke that kind of ruined everything. That was the main thing
he
here.
smelled something fishy in the waters. Something was amiss
Like
with
that.
As soon as that
was everything really. Good reactions from them as well. I liked the push through showers. Like the push through showers.
And already, you're gonna see that he has an outlaw in the mix of things.
Pistol. If they don't get deep smoked off, it's not too bad. I would probably wait like 2 seconds longer with the info, like because no one shot the eye at long, so you know it's a hard question mark. Like my main thing with the pistol here that I just didn't like was the rotate up to here. And you need to wait for the rotate to get like
unbelievable, right?
here.
Madrid winners.
Like the rotate needs to be on the site itself, so it was just like a bit too fast.
And it seems like that's just a story for Sentinels, right? Like they get to Madrid, that's their peak. Then they turn their attention toward trying to qualify for Shanghai. Obviously, they don't make it. On the other side of Shanghai, they're looking really good, like 5-0 or 4-0, something like that through stage 2. And then again, we're back on this.
All right, we picked the Outlaw out, and we got everyone looking at one shot here.
For them. And this start has been super rough as well, but let's see what they can do. It's some faint pressure right now from 10s towards B Long. No one to reciprocate on the side of FPX.
And again, I think a lot of discipline out.
They've all got the Lev gun buddy, yeah.
I mean, you said it, right? You said when you watched FPX play against Heretics, you said I think they figured out their defensive sides.
It seemed like it, yeah.
And so far, I like the way that they're taking this approach, not taking too many risks.
Prowler's out. It's going to push
Yeah,
Life
and at
off
least
the
Tens
line
is going to get his ult out pretty early.
Just a little
Get
bit
a
of
plant on
step
this
back
as
to
well.
reinforce
It's not too
position.
bad. See how much damage they can do. Two guns would be great, but I mean, there's 2 guns.
Getting a couple, but again, the superior weaponry out from the defensive side continues to cause problems. John QT and Celsius, the only 2 that remain. Yeah, they got the spike down. I mean, Celsius has a molly. John has a spit. There might be a shot at this. I just don't know if there's going to be enough delay.
Super tough. I mean, that molly does delay for quite a bit, but that Omen Paranoia was too strong. Young cleans it up.
I think I'm gonna wait for
honestly,
this.
a very
I
nice
liked it
approach
though.
from
They plant close, and the idea is that the mollies,
damage done.
they have to run through it to duel you, so then they have to duel you after the mollies have done. So like FPX did very good to fight through. I tell you what, the damage wasn't too bad.
Tried to retake control of showers, and that was really all they needed.
You just had to run like through the mollies as well. There was actually an armory by on top.
The utility at the end and the numbers advantage that the defensive side had was just too much.
No, man, a tech pause this early on.
Approach from Sentinels was so slow. Uh-oh. Already.
We didn't make it very far.
Well, I mean, while we're in this tech pause, I can talk about that slow approach that Sentinels just did.
Take your time, because life is reclined on the stage right now. So
and pansies.
As verbose as you want. We're
yeah,
paid
that's
by the
true.
word, so by all means, take your time.
If only that was true, Doug. If only that was true. We'd be millionaires up here right now. But yeah, that slow approach from Sentinels, it was definitely a cool thing to see, and it allowed them to just put doubt in the minds of FPX and the way that they approached the site.
Do you have a favorite duo for casting? In Valorant, honestly, I really liked Sean DDK.
So
I thought Sean DDK was just like awesome.
Confident in that fight back site.
I kind of like Pansy still, just because still flames so much that it's actually kind of funny, but it's like the flaming is pretty warranted, like 95% of the time. Maybe even 99% of the time. It's pretty warranted a lot.
I really like how disciplined FPX have been.
And I think sometimes it's good to have like call-outs of what's going on.
They're definitely trying their hardest.
But I will say, Sideshow and Bren just got so good once they got like a better understanding or like a deeper understanding of the game.
Across the map.
Yeah, it's so quiet. Only
like Sideshow
Orb was gathered though.
Got crazy good, man. And I think Bren's just very hype.
Play here in belong. Second will be the
like Bren's play-by-play is really good as well.
Gotta be cautious here, an outlaw, and then
Solo, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Honestly, I think we have really good casters at the moment.
Snowball would be huge.
Yeah, this would be massive, and it would be
because
so
Paper Vinakilios is pretty stacked as well.
Off of momentum.
Young's moving. He's
we're out here sleeping today.
Like a bit asleep at the wheel for a second there.
Yeah, he definitely got caught sleeping at the wheel right there. Maybe looking at the mini map, but it's a walk down.
Oi.
Oh my goodness!
What in the world?
Great shot, man. Yeah.
That was so fast.
Dude, the outlaw chamber.
Just go for the double outlaw.
Yeah.
Chat, is it faster to do that?
I had bad flash.
Any nerds out there? It can't be faster than instantly shooting, right?
And so now Sentinels off of that. It seemed like they made a little bit of noise. Hey, again, trying to threaten the opposite side of the map.
It is
now
faster.
Rotate back B. You've got Lysor who's here. You still have a trip that's currently down. But the wall goes up. Utility through. Zekin trying to find some space off the satchel. 13 seconds left. They're going to have to get there very quickly. Lysor's going to get another.
Yeah, and just the molly and the wall just chunk him down on their bonus. Oh, man.
It's done. mean,
oh boy, it's the worst possible start, and I'm telling you, they get a good amount. We get an upgrade as well.
You don't need a trip when you already take
They didn't
out
have
two
the
players.
best bonus.
I think Autumn did a lot of damage at the beginning of the round,
they got
I
a
think
very
Lasso's
good.
got to have his praises sung there. He was on the site by
they got
himself,
very
if
good
I'm not
econ now.
mistaken, was able to deal with Zekin satcheling out. He got a spit kill with the other one. I don't even remember who it was on, but this is very dangerous for Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, losing the bonus, it's a terrible feeling. But somehow, FPX just take it away, and Sentinels, they
Dude,
will have another buy.
that
I mean, these shots were
last shot
crazy.
is
But yeah,
incredibly
so there is another buy
close.
right now from Sentinels. Very interesting. 3 Bulldogs
Yeah,
on the field.
incredibly close. Okay, Sentinels
ult
managed to
play,
force
that's
up into it. The
Yeah,
people
it
that
feels
are
like there's a
buying,
lot of-
sorry, the people that are dying
this
by
round, the
Bulldog
success of the round is being
got
hinged
one
upon whether or
hit,
not they can find value with the
and
thrash.
can Zekin.
Ayang's been detained, tries jumping around
Okay,
to save
nicely
his life
done.
and cannot. Zekin gets 2.
It all
on
came
the
down
round.
to
They've
like
got
that
the
first
site.
kill
They
because
should be able to get the spike down.
they're trying to defend the guy that got hit by the fish ult, obviously.
No one here
So
to
just
thwart
trying
the
to wonder if
flat.
Zekin gets there in time. This is
Lil
much
Bro
better
will
from
get that
Sentinels,
spike
understanding how much of
planted.
an important round this is. It's still a doable retake, but it's really hard. Got to keep an eye on this guy. If he gets ult, he might use it just because of low money.
FPX try to go first here. Try to make a distraction. Allow him to
It was
find
on
the
his head.
timing.
The shot before, it was a
oh,
little bit to
baby.
the left, I'm sure.
Tough thing you're gonna have to deal
Chris
with.
Cross is taken. Thank you so much with the prime. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the 3 months,
no
dude.
shot there. And what do you do in a situation
Good
like
doing
that? Autumn on the second swing will not find success. His life's doing his best to
Okay,
keep
very
this round
nice
going their
from
way. He cannot.
Sentinels. So
Sentinels are
this
on
was
the board.
convincing, but only because they had a fish ult.
Saucy in the middle of that retake. He just jumps out for Zekin to get freebies. And Tens as well in the beginning of that round, that thrash, it got value. It hit a guy in Cubby the entire time, so that was the cue to just speed up A short. And that's why they forced into the round. All of a sudden, they're right back into this thing, building up their own economy.
He said,
And very important kills for
Sassy
Zekin
and
to
not
start getting
Sachi.
some momentum. He had a very rough
I'll turn that
series
off here a little
against
bit.
BLG.
Yeah, he did. I think
Yeah, he was sitting at the bottom.
it was like minus 17 across both maps. Just something very uncharacteristic. But honestly, I mean, we've got Autumn with the op online. He's holding a deep angle down belong, but all of the noise, all of the firepower.
Yeah, their ult rounds are pretty
as well.
convincing
He's
right
gonna pop
now.
over the truck.
That is for sure.
Doesn't see anybody.
No, there's a lot of respect and a lot of space being given from
Still,
FPX right now. It's
even though
really
the ult
nice.
doesn't hit, getting the
They're
plant
starting to
down is
dance around
worth
this
there.
push and pull of dealing with the aggression, dealing with the firepower of Sentinels while also maintaining the space.
Right now, Autumn, he's so worried that there could be somebody in showers, but there's nobody there. Sentinels are playing all A short, all market area.
Again, the op will be a difficult thing to try to
Yeah,
retake around.
Flash
The
might
spike
be the
has been
one.
Going off for a little while here.
Decken
That
hasn't
Disney
been
tacked
spammed down
3.
at all.
Haunt
Surely
doesn't
that guy
connect
hears him.
on anybody there.
If they can't alleviate some of the shower spray U-Haul pressure, it's going to be a problem. There's still one there. Tens.
Wow.
Beautiful timing. Ion's left
Yeah,
to his
these
own
two on
devices.
site. So,
And there's
first
no
of
way
all,
you
this
survive
has been
in a
nice from
situation
Sentinels.
like
Double ult rounds have made it convincing and easy for them to get up towards short. It's like the main thing here as well. And we have like the smoke on
They look
default to
so
try and make sure that they
decisive,
can't.
so much more confident. They
Pretty
look
sure.
more comfortable. I think that's the best word I can say. They tried mixing
But yeah,
up their compositions.
they don't actually,
in the last
because of the
couple
ult here, they
matches
just couldn't
played
stop
and
the
just didn't
plant
go
and then
their
it
way.
just all goes
Yeah,
wrong.
they had a little success on Lotus. with
I
the
do
deadlock,
think that in the
but
after
on
plant,
this map, the last time Sen
box
played, they were
should
running
be
a
getting
deadlock
more
solo
spammed. I
smoke
don't
Brim.
know, maybe
It's
some
so
bullets there
hard
at the
to
end.
play, especially on the defensive side when you only have Brim smokes on the field. So easy to bait out. So I really like this
Yeah,
change.
I
going
think this
back
is a good
to
timeout.
that
Not that you can
100
talk
Thieves
too much
composition,
because
the
again, there's
double
been ults,
initiator.
but
And
there was
Zekin
a
is
couple
the
of
type
things in like their
duelist
retake and
that
then just holding
requires
over towards
teammates to
short that
help
might
him
need
throw
to be
ut-
changed
help
up.
throw utility for him to entry. This is why you saw
I think this is
Zekin
also
struggle
a big
so hard on
round
Sen. There's
where,
no flashes for him besides Omen.
He does seem to be
That's
notably
interesting.
more
They got, like,
comfortable as the
printouts
rest
of their
the
own
Sentinel
stuff.
Squad does too, as you were talking about just a few moments ago, and I think as
This is
we-
a big
as we
round because if they
see
lose this, they got to
FPX call a
eco.
timeout here
FPX.
early on in the first half. A lot of what we were just talking about around how Zekin he struggled tremendously against Gen G. I want to be careful because I don't think that was the reason why they lost. I think there were a lot of things that were going on that unfortunately didn't go their way. I think you look back at the last 3 matches that they've played, they've had one player go positive every single time.
Yeah.
So you've got one guy who's kind of treading water, kind of trying to stay afloat, while the rest of them are really struggling. And yeah, Zekin is unfortunately the most recent example of that.
Yeah.
But it has really been tough sledding for Sentinels these last couple of matches across the board.
But it looks like they finally got their foot in the door here, bringing it within 1 round. with a start that was
Right,
really
I thought they might try and force into this one, but they decided to go for a low buy. So they invest 2 hero guns, everyone else...
That was such a big call.
Not too much, we got 6 bullets. And Sentinels know that they're probably going to be talking about holding aggro over towards short. They just group up. They want to hit the right site, as we can see.
Towards A. Again, Lysor's being asked and being called upon to hold B on his own.
Yeah, these last couple rounds that SEN have won, FPX have had a stack on the wrong site. Lysor should call for his team now that this will be a Hooper.
They're trapped in there. There's no real easy way out. Reinforcements have to arrive. I mean, they have the superior weaponry, and there they go.
Whoa.
All of the other guns arriving at just the right time.
Did Sentinels
A kill from
know that this was going to happen? It felt,
and I think
it was like, I was looking at this and thinking, this is a weird way to play against like an eco or like a lower buy.
They've got money forever.
Especially the smoke off towards Hookah.
3 rounds ago. 2-3 rounds ago.
It feels like,
got his ult online
I know that FPX did something similar to this last time on their eco, and maybe it's just a consistent thing.
He might even just go for the kill here.
Yeah.
They're going to use info to try to find out where Autumn is and feed the kill to Zelsis.
They definitely had a read here. Yeah, I agree. Like this, just the smoke take of this. Just one pass and ready, watching the smoke the whole time. Everyone else focusing on the TP. Because it's more just a weird way to play against a low buy, in my opinion. Like the only bit of map control they were set on taking was this. And then reactively, most other teams on an eco like will push.
We talked a little bit about
definitely done a good amount of homework. Hey, what's really good about Sentinels right here is that they get another official.
On the pistol and a couple of other things like that. Sentinels they've seemed to have figured out how to deal with that so far.
Yeah, they haven't been getting punished early on. This time their executes are way more decisive, maybe because of the supporting utility that they have. You know, the ultimates.
They got a Brim as well.
Sure. I mean,
really?
Those can give you a lot of confidence running into sight.
Yeah, they're waterfalling the ults pretty well.
He's such a good land player, man. When it comes to champs, when it comes to these big moments, he always shows up. So much experience.
Yeah, 3 of the better ones. We've got official. This time we have 3 people on short to fight the official, but the official comes from dude. This time the official comes from short. This was cool, man. So they had the official at the beginning, goes through short, and then next time they have it, FPX are ready with 3 people to shoot the fish, because maybe Sentinels have done that a good amount of time, or they at least did it earlier. And then we have 4 people here. Official goes showers. Yeah, dude, everything was just used into it.
It was a barbecue.
You gotta look over towards here and be like, was it worth using all 3 ults? For sure. For sure it is.
That's the power of this composition. There's so much utility once the execute actually comes through.
Sure.
FPX, they did a good job in the first 3 rounds of kind of dealing with that. But I mean, on pistol rounds, you don't really have the full amount that you want.
We got another eco coming up from FPX.
FPX didn't really have to feel all that power.
It can still be pretty good. I call it an eco, and even with that shot. And that shot.
Second did too.
Like them saving guns is pretty important here.
This operator, but it's going to be a full hunt.
Shot.
Yeah, he's so clean with the op. He had 5 op kills in the last
so
series.
Sentinels did the right thing here. It didn't really matter about this. Like, you could even argue that the deaths are just worth just to try get your orbs out, for sure. They get some pretty good guns. They can get, like, Bulldogs, Guardians, depending on what they use.
There's that hit again.
Yeah, that's obnoxious. The Fade ultimate into the Raze nade.
Fade ult into nade, the Brim ult, everything. Then we've got a Tether into the smoke to see if anyone's trying to flood out through the smoke, or if you catch someone. Like, the util's good. Why does it feel? Yeah, this is the first time in a while that they actually haven't had an ult.
Away from his. And again, this intention on holding down Belong with the op. There is a little bit more presence here, though. Zelsis is close by.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea from FPX as well, though.
What a shot. An elbow is
like
all
to just straight up force into this one. We go a little bit more aggro.
And then, honestly, that was such a bold
swing.
Say
force. Like, there's only one person really taking the hit.
TP at that point.
I mean, you got to make something happen, right? With that operator, him just sitting back in passive angles was not working for them in the last couple of rounds. Oh, it's picks across the board right now.
This is tough, man. This throws the attack into such a tizzy.
Yeah, and as soon as they don't have ults.
Success on either side of the map, you're thrown into plan C, plan D.
As they don't have ults, it doesn't look too convincing.
Right now, Berlin took a little bit to get there, but he gets the kill. Life, he might get a 3rd into this round.
Yeah, definitely not convincing about the ults. Nicely done from FPX.
That's off the back of that aggression
again,
from Autumn's
money,
operator.
great for Sentinels.
I mean, worst case scenario.
Still far away, right? I think the closest to Razor.
Peeks there, no one's there. He has all the info for his team. They're able to cheat over towards the A site. So I like him stepping past the TP. You have such an advantage when you're peeking riflers with an AWP. And you got to play to it.
Lysar was close by 2, if I remember correctly. So even if he does, for some reason, not win that, there's a chance for the AWP to get picked up and then kind of reset on the round. But now it's on Sentinels to try to slow
this comp is
their first time out.
This comp just has.
Let's see what sort of adjustments are there.
Again, this comp is like the EG fracture theory, where first of all, it combos well, you can play the map well, but every ult is incredible.
A little bit more momentum their way, but Dre, I'd love to get your thoughts because that felt like that worked because of picks on opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and it was on both controllers as well.
Yeah.
So the change for the change for
so they got no ults.
Just be, okay, let's use utility.
They got no ults for this one, and they know they're up against an AWP. The easiest call for Sentinels here would be just fast B with like their mosh pit over towards. I've never called it a mosh pit before. Their molly over towards long, and then just insta send. That's like the most obvious call.
Want to hit on the chamber while he doesn't have any mobility and any TP to get it escape.
We'll see what they go for. But you might be scared that FPX are going to do some aggro stuff, but they have so many ults.
You know, Sentinels, they've been
I would at least look to do a fast take here.
Okay, it's fine.
Have a lurker.
Let's use utility. Don't get first blooded.
That you can come back.
Just run into and execute.
I take showers.
The executes of Sentinels have been unstoppable so far.
Yeah, when they've had the ults that they can
see what they go for.
Kind of put together, it's been devastating. Quick note here, Autumn has repositioned. This time trying to hold the line on A short.
We saw him take the same pathing on the pistol round, and he did meet Zelsis here previously.
He's going to have a lot more to deal with here. Berlin is with him. They just had a Prowler clear out showers.
There it is. Push him back, and now you can overwhelm.
If they want to commit to it.
Yeah, and this
like
guy's tethered out in the open.
What a shot out from Autumn. Staying alive through the decay and through the damage and aggressively checking into another.
But he's still like caught from the tether. He probably could have gone back though. Especially with his info over towards showers, you probably want to see him go back there. It's a nice ban from Zelsis.
All members from FPX rotating back towards A. And Sentinels have cut noise.
Launching smoke. Only one smoke.
As we can see, heavy rotate. They don't know that 3 people are here.
Detrimental to them.
Yeah, almost getting punished up from heaven. That second smoke causing a little bit of problems.
Yeah, no showers control. You got a TP. You got a TP and take the jewel with the guy on B.
He might be able to work something with this. Work some magic. Some of that 30 seconds magic.
This smoke is interesting too. It gives them passage out if they decide that they want to flip the map, but hanging on for now. 20 seconds left in the round. A little bit of presence in U-Haul. You've got Zelsis who's starting to creep forward. Fretting on the plant. That's not the right one. Time is running short.
Shot, man.
That shot will connect, but with 10 seconds left, how much more can you do?
But
can you buy enough time for the
okay, nice little 1-2
no.
from FPX. Yeah.
Too many angles to look at. FPX, they basically steal that one away.
Dude,
that was insane, though, from
the fade did so good,
the fact that he even got 1 kill there.
Why didn't they TP? So their 2 main options there are like either TP or someone has to go back round to showers. The only reason they didn't, I'm thinking, is because they picked up the attack op and they thought they could probably get a pick, and he was the guy with the most HP, so it made the most sense.
No,
a lot of players
but they only saw
all of the noise and to stay focused.
He got the settings up after the shot.
About Ayong, who was able to track second as he went, but back into the next round we go.
I did wonder why he had a little pause there.
Yeah, and the whole purpose of this is to kind of force SEN to do what you want. They want them to lean towards either that hookah area or go towards
one ult gives them ults. That's the rounds they've been winning. Speaking of ults, we've got 5 here.
Fighting squad that you were just talking about,
and we can see that FPX are on top of the fact that they can. The ults are like the things that are winning them rounds. So we got a Viper ult to cover the orb over towards B long, and we got 2 people at the beginning at least fighting heavy for this one.
Life.
Whoa.
Holding down showers on his own. A 2 for 1, you'll take that any day.
He almost got
3.
Yeah,
there probably should have been a trade there.
Zelsis was able to see that smoke come, but oh my gosh, Ayong and Berlin.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, without the ult, Sentinels are wrecked in this attack.
And it's 10s all alone.
This round and the last couple of rounds, to be honest, this tens is, as you mentioned,
nice shots.
1v4 or borderline unwinnable one. The crazy
they
thing
are
about
getting
that too,
straight
very
up.
quickly, we went into that round.
But when
FPX
it's like
had 5
slow,
ults.
it feels
They
like FPX
obliterate
win
Sentinels
80%
without
of the
having to
duels.
invest just one. They invested life stores at the beginning, but that was it.
Yeah. The ult economy has been insane for FPX, and when you're Sentinels, when you see a team has 5 ultimates, that's why you saw that slow approach in the previous round, where like they're just tapping the spike consistently. They're trying to see and bait out any type of thing. But FPX, they just held on to him. I mean, they're not going to use them unless you force them to.
They might try to go fast here. They've got a lot of presence towards A short. Zekin has bought a stinger, and he has his ult online.
You've seen Autumn in these moments, though. Oh, he's going to get punished this time.
Whoa, no! It went right past him! What a shot from Autumn! Again, delivering! Very similar hit to what we saw before. The orbital strike not finding the kill under Berlin. Takes a little bit of damage, yes, but repositions.
Oh boy.
And now Life has gone full reconnaissance.
Okay, it's still a 4v4. We kind of reset. He gets full info because he saw them here. So a lot of this is now on the mid rounding from Sentinels. They got to go back and re-clear something. So this, what they're doing right now, is the play for sure.
This, like a push-down hookah or something of the sort.
There was a lot of ults used there.
Are they anticipating this deep of a push? All the way down B long by the fountain.
I mean, neither side is making any noise.
Oh!
That flash.
But he's
and
out.
It's a TP away. But it's just enough misdirection. Look at the pings on the minimap now. Yeah. Like we heard him. He's got to be around. Where is he?
It's so scary. It's a horror game.
Oh, 35 seconds left on the round.
They've done the right thing though. The call on this was really good.
Sentinels seem to have chosen the right side.
Weird because it's like, what I would be doing here is send the other 3 out, Wingman go plant, and then insta-get AWP.
Might find a timing. Oh, you get spotted.
Yeah, Wingman goes out, insta-get AWP.
Flash is so
and hope that this guy trades.
Gets another 2.
Then you get fish ult.
And an Omen ultimate committed.
He was
I don't think they heard this.
Ready for that. I don't think they heard that at all.
I mean, Berlin TP'd into that. You're absolutely right. He was so far ahead of everything else. Now Zelsis is left in a 1v3, able to find the first. The peek onto the second will not connect.
Not the clutches on this one either.
The defuse comes through as FPX will get another.
Yeah, I just don't think they had the Omen ult here.
Just absolute madmen in the server.
I tell you what, Life,
he's all alone on site.
Is doing
nice
so good though.
For himself. John QT gets caught out in the open.
He keeps
but the second follow-up, how are they getting away with this? The trades,
is this the foul? That's a dirty replay, man. It went right by him.
Look at this.
I think that's the 3rd time I've seen him get 2
2Ks.
Sorry, 3 2Ks.
Dude, the rocket. I mean, you can see the frustration on Zekin's face there. The rocket just humming right past Autumn.
That ultimate, it can be so hard to land sometimes. And even when you think it lands.
And they use 3 ults into
not even kill fully.
And when the ult rounds aren't working.
Last round of the half, you see it on the timeline. The rounds have come in bunches for the wave Sentinels. FPX responding with a bit of their own. And the chamber ult used right at the very beginning. Berlin
I think this is what this is kind of what they have to do though. Like once there's an op out, just start going a little bit faster. This guy keeps getting multi-kills. He keeps getting multi-kills, and yeah, they just tank so much damage from the Viper smoke.
I would love to get a replay on that.
Please give me that replay before we go.
Surely we're gonna get a look at it again. Life is
give me the replay before we go to halftime. Here we go.
Again, an 8-4 half the way of FPX.
Oh god, they actually just all clumped together.
A little bit longer. We'll be right back.
That is impressive though, fair play, man. All headshots. Frozen solid with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 4 months, man.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Oh, sorry, chat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let me mute this. Will they come after my VOD channel? Seems the SEN only had prep around all rounds. Nah, I mean they had prep with some other stuff. It's just it just looked a little. It's just way easier with all rounds. That's it. I think a lot of what you saw in the slow rounds as well was like spacing was up. Like spacing was pretty bad. There was a good amount of times on those non-ult rounds where a trade should be happening. And it's just like a little bit late, and then it means that the guys reset, and then they just get another kill. Prodigy, I don't think so. Check. Oh yeah, Duskin Joe. Sorry that I missed this, bro. Sorry that I missed this. What do you call it when a cow grows facial hair? A moustache? Joe, come on. We're better than that.
The 3Ks, the 4Ks that he had to close out the half. Autumn had some ridiculous moments as well. Trey, what do you feel like is the issue here for Sentinels?
I feel like Sentinels, they're trying their best to play together in those moments when they're peaking together, but it's either too far apart or too close together, and that's why you're seeing these multi-kills. They're giving time for FPX, who have incredible aim, by the way.
The FPX comp is meant to counter the Sentinels comp.
Or just collapse, you know, so
I think a lot of it is down to the individual of Chamber, to be honest.
Doing things together. Right. They're trying.
I feel like the comp is really good at going fast.
And they need to figure it out, and they need to figure it out right now, especially on these retakes on the defensive side.
And I would probably be doing that when one of the Chamber can get the op out.
Spacing seems to have been an issue. I do think you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, I do think that's a big thing as well. Their spacing is really off.
5 rounds in a row to close out the half for FPX off of heroics from a couple of individual members that were just having their way with what Sentinels was throwing at them. We will see if that is
coaches. Yeah, coaches can speak at halftime.
As we head into the pistol, you've got
coaches can speak for the next 5 seconds until the barrier goes down. Okay, four classics against 5 ghosts. This is weird because Sentinels used to be the team that would use the most classics.
Yeah, take a look at Zekken's
now they got no
position.
classics.
He was for the longest. I mean, he's still back in spawn, waiting for any noise, waiting to be as reactive as he can be, as quickly as he can be, because this is very decisive out from FPX.
But it's incredible, eh?
What a fade eye!
It was perfect. John's getting online. Zekken on the swing out, trying to find a little bit more as Ion just crept back.
Hey, John got another here, committed.
Berlin, those two in tandem,
pretty,
pushing their way forward, trying to mow over
Holy
Sentinels.
hell.
And it's Autumn who cleans things up.
Oh my god.
Seconds left alone. He's trying to tuck down 22 HP. It's someone over the top. He's got behind him.
No way.
Zekken with the 3K in the round for Sentinels.
Autumn did so good as well.
Unreal from the kid.
Autumn did so good. Okay, nicely done from Zekken, bro. I mean, his confidence is here at least.
But no. He just cleans it up.
Because he absolutely sent it into sight, and he kind of just takes 3 1v1s.
I thought it was going to be wraps. But just sneaking by on the reload on top of it.
I mean, that was nice from Autumn.
Poor guy's been having such a good game, but just didn't guess right this time around. He went for the jumping class.
Yeah, goes for the jumping right click, knowing that he's low.
But honestly, I mean, you mentioned Autumn. He had a 2K
3
there,
bullets
a 3K
for him,
on the round,
and he
if I'm
gets
not
just
mistaken.
a
pixel angle.
Winchester.
It was over Tuna. It was nice.
3 bullets for the chamber.
Strat. I mean, that's why they bought the classics. They isolated,
and he's got light armor. Sentinels, everyone buys into this one. So we've got Outlaw. We'll see if they actually find out about that.
Just not good enough to
They're
get
going to have
over
enough
board, so
money.
Sentinels win
Like
the
with the
second
plan
half
as well,
pistol.
they're pretty good.
No investment on the side of FPX.
Yeah, not too crazy of an investment for the side of Sentinels either. You have 2 Spectres, a Stinger. Yeah, you have an Outlaw and a Bulldog, but I mean, going into the next round, you don't really have much to work with, I feel like. Great molly.
Very nice indeed. Autumn just continues to find success, man. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he keeps getting away with it.
Yeah, maybe they don't get plant. Okay, no plant.
And so, a weapon upgraded for Berlin, who's now
Every
got the
kill is
Bulldog in
damage.
hand and left in a
Every
1v3.
kill is good.
Oh, he's getting ran at.
Oh.
Nowhere to go.
Zelsis is
room
just
to
running at them as well.
Zelsis with the spray and pray Stinger. Intuition was on point. He's had a lot of smoke spam kills so far in this map. A lot on Autumn.
And again.
Oh, what a shot. This kid is so insane.
We're in it. Let's go, boys.
They are in it now with that. I mean, only 2 round difference here.
Yeah.
From
the Vibes merchant himself.
And you know how I was talking about how it was a light investment in the previous round? Look at this now. You got 2 Phantoms.
This guy just quickly got rid of all his util
Mm-hmm.
and just decided to get heavy armor. So the Outlaw really does make a difference here. We have no flashes from life in their first big buy round.
That fade eye. Been really impressed so
Because
far.
he has to get heavy.
Some of these lineups that he's
Oh no, I forgot we
pistol
NA
round
buy,
one,
man.
that was really big.
Not the NA buy.
This time around, he gets info on
Okay,
market
giant
area.
round. It's a giant round
Sen
for
decided to
everyone.
Back off, re-clear showers. But Autumn, he waited that out, and it's going to be a little bit of a battle here.
Yeah, for people that don't know, NA buy is bonus. What bonus? We wanna eco as fast as possible.
Have life go in,
But also, if you win it, you're out here snowballing.
There's so many ways you can play around a Yoru.
Yeah, and his kit in general. He left a clone there, and they're actually going to lean back towards A, I believe, and use that clone as a feint for the hit.
Yeah,
this is some very cool stuff.
There's a lot of presence here. I mean, oftentimes you see a fake and it's 1 or 2 members, but I think they can send it and then they go through TP, they head back towards showers.
Yep, and the problem here is if Autumn doesn't win this 1v1, it gets thwarted.
And that's exactly what happened. So now what do they try to reinvest back towards B?
Okay, now on.
I think they have to full commit. The spike is all the way up base short.
Sassy again, aim duel.
He's just going to delay right now.
Things have been thrown into disarray. I thought Life was going to try to get out.
Hey, that's a big play from him. Individual duel one, individual duel one, stays alive, got fade eye on your big buy round against a bonus. Wait, Sassy,
you've lost showers control.
Sassy, that was everything, man. That's the impact that you want to see.
TP back B, or are you guys going to come to us? What's the play?
And I get it. I know Autumn's feeling himself right now. He wants to take that 1v1.
Yeah,
but
5 of them.
There's no downside to just waiting, holding it off
an armor rebuy. That's
for your squad to come up and run in with you and get
that
the
is
trade
incredible,
instantly.
man. For your first run, that is incredible.
A little bit of a mistake there. Maybe just getting a little
honestly,
bit
you are
overconfident in that moment because
kind of maybe seeing.
Right here alone,
first of all, I didn't really like the strat too much. The strat comes down to a 1v1.
I mean, you
it's the
just
issue.
wait for your team. The worst case scenario is you trade.
Sassy plays it. Honestly, Sassy plays it very confident over towards showers, though. I'll give him that.
The execution just wasn't quite there. And great job from Sentinels to clean that one up. Ooh.
Oh, whoa, whoa!
What's going on right now?
What is going on over here?
Zekin's not
so confident that his teammate was going to shoot the eye, but the Omen smoke blocked the fade eye.
I mean, taking every single timing possible. Look at this. Yeah. All the way through. In spot. Oh, Celsius. He read him like a book somehow. That's so rough.
Yeah, very clean shots. Berlin wasn't able to do anything there. You know, we saw this a lot when FPX played against Heretics. They invest into Ion. It doesn't really matter who it is that has the hot hand or what it is that's going on. If there's a hero rifle, be it the Guardian or the Vandal, whatever it is, it often goes into his hands.
Bro, tucking back sight. You're scaring me.
There are 2 members out towards A. Zalsa's the only one close by. If he gets cleaned up, that's an open sight. Stays alive so far. The Molly to buy a little bit of time as 2 reinforcements. Again, the 2 remaining members of Sentinels trying to get over as quickly as they can. 1 for 1. There's not a lot of time. He's going to have to win those out on his own, and he cannot. We're tied at 8.
Yeah, Saucy
has his ult as well.
Fade ultimate online and
FPX won a timeout. It's
nice stuff from Sentinels to weather the storm. That was that.
This is like honestly, this is kind of their first full buy because obviously they didn't have flashes into the other round.
He is on point right now with his intuition,
which is maybe why they made the call that they made for their first bonus.
I mean, he almost gets caught right there by Autumn.
Yeah,
but Autumn just couldn't settle the shots.
Yeah.
And then the Phantom pre-fire spray. That's the advantage of using the Phantom in scenarios like this. And that's why you see him vibing up there.
Yeah, we talked about it in the arrival interviews. We talked about it when they walked out on stage. You even saw it when we saw a couple of members of Sentinels backstage before they even walked out onto the stage. For a team that's facing elimination in the biggest tournament of the entire year, they seem really relaxed. They seem very, like, just comfortable and chill.
And they need to be that way, and they need to be confident. And this is the scary time right now for FPX because a confident Sentinels, I mean, that's not a team you want to play against. They can be Titans. We've seen it.
Yeah.
If you get them going, they will destroy you.
Well, I think on the other side, you know, to play devil's advocate here a little bit, you talk about a team that is look confident.
Yeah, they got rid of it pretty fast, chat. So good.
Man, you think they have tried setting the pace from the very first round of the map too. So it really just feels like it's like just who's gonna lean into the confidence a little bit more.
Yeah. And not be too overconfident as well, right?
Yeah, not like go too far.
It's this fine line
we
that you always have to
chamber
tread.
ult.
And it's a really good sign for Sentinels fans out there that they're playing in this way because I feel like you watch their last couple of matches, you know,
backup gun.
They really haven't had that
one
same
away for
spark,
Zalsis
motivation, even in the reactions of the
2-9
players.
loss
Look
bonus.
very serious, like
A plant, and they probably force.
Loose and I mean, considering the scope that Sentinels as an organization are under by themselves, right? It's a lot of pressure that amounts onto you. Being lighthearted can be a way to weather that.
Yeah, alleviate a little bit of it. You see Autumn's ult online. Heavy lean towards B. There's no showers presence. There's no A presence at all.
They don't have too much to combo off of this other than info. They're going to see 3 people here. What's the reactions from Sentinels? Insta-fatal hits 1-2.
That's going to tag a lot of members. Berlin's already dead.
Dude, it actually hit 3, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, it did hit 3, and then they just spammed him through it.
His teammates crumbled around him.
Wait, they
really just spam across the board.
Yeah, they're just controlling this. They're controlling this well.
There's no way for them to recover it.
And we're starting to see the crack show of just FPX's comp.
Yeah, but this
how are they meant to get through this choke point? This is one of the things about Razors, one of the things that I always mention about like the Yoru. Sometimes it can't really go over towards B. Like this Viper wall just becomes the best wall in the game. Shot, man. This Viper wall just becomes the best wall in the game against this comp because you've got to rely on Berlin to send it into the site, and the only good TP you can do is from hookah. So I think they need to reevaluate how they're hitting sites there. This was a great fatal though. Fatal into instant spam over towards long once they know they're long. Yeah, because this guy's gonna get wrecked, man. He's got to like smoke top of site.
With his ult, tries to get a little bit of info on site. As soon as an rifle comes out, we saw Berlin TP forward.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I don't think the TP from long ever works in my opinion.
From that point forward, there was really no way for
or if you do, you got to smoke top of site. I just think this comp can't go. I mean, every comp that doesn't have a raise, I just think it can never go B without ults.
Berlin, that was so insane.
And I know they had an ult into it, but
that was so risky.
And you see where the risk did not pay off in this instance. Autumn again.
Also with the Yoru ult here, you should probably be able to like overwhelm this guy at the same time. Like the timing was a bit off as well.
Just do an execute at some point of this half. Try to get the spike planted at least.
Well, but you got to think about it, though, Dre. It feels like, you know, we think about FPX and the crazy year that they've had. I want to take us back to Shanghai. One of the things that people were so excited about was how FPX played their attacking side, particularly how they played the entire map.
Yeah, with all the smokes and stuff like that.
Right. There were double pump fakes. There were triple pump fakes. I mean, they played everything so beautifully on the attack side. And, yes, there was some, like, heavy exec rounds, but that didn't really feel like their DNA.
Second's in a really good spot. Problem is that he has his ult.
I mean, look, another just dry
he gets away. Dude, he's done incredible.
Trained on them from Sentinel.
Yeah, now the ult actually works out well. Not that he's been having the most success today with his ult, but here we are.
This delay is just so difficult to navigate. I mean, they've barely made it out of short at this point. They haven't really gotten really gotten a ton of space at all.
And if you look at the ultimates, there's still so many online and available for Sentinel.
Hey, well,
is done.
He's cooked.
That'll
he
do
was
it.
Tethered, fried. He's
yeah, very nicely done on this. Hey, they look in control. It looks so hard for FPX right now. They are losing the first kill all the time, though. That's like a big,
he didn't even
like
have
a
to
big
use that
reason
thrash.
as well.
He has that available for another retake
like
if
fast
he wants,
kills at the moment
play,
in this half is just all
really
Sentinels.
Them just holding off angles
like
has been
there's so many
success.
1v1s that are
Look at
going down. We've seen hookah showers short.
And then what? It's 5v3. You have full confidence in your squad of the retake. I would tether right there. Life can't escape. Even if you wanted to.
No, I even think about that off angle that Saucy was holding a couple of rounds ago in showers.
Yeah.
Right, when the intent was to go back and hit back towards A. It really has felt like that's been their success this whole time. I mean, look at the time.
Force them down to the
That's
eco.
6 rounds in a row.
It's obnoxious.
It's just been so dominant on this side.
This Sentinels roster, once they get going, it's impossible. It feels so smothering.
Look at the adjustment here out from FPX. I was talking about how they like to put the hero rifle in the hands of Ayang. This time it's in Autumn's.
Oh, proactivity with the thrash. But a great game.
Yeah, it's a Yori though.
That's really nice.
Yeah, it's a good
TP
out of there.
Up there from John to pick up that thrash again. He'll have it for the next hit. It's just a cycle of utility right now from both sides. All of hookah just got cleared out. That's why you see them taking space. It's John QT and Saucy. And Tens, he leaned towards A. And I wonder if this is all to crunch if players go hookah. They'll send that thrash through the TP. As I say that, it's going to be a B long hit, though.
Paranoia goes out, life goes forward.
They still have Fischl,
here.
but this is like the first time that FPX have actually got out towards the site. I didn't really like the idea from Sentinels here, but
for that reason, there comes the crunch. Oh, it's slowed.
There comes the Thrash. There comes the Crunch that you mentioned. And yeah, with the
because this is where the comp becomes like a little bit scary when it can actually get through a choke point.
Really just delaying
but either way, they shouldn't have the guns to win it.
And the jiggle as well from Zelsis. He spotted all 3 members there. It's just easy pick'ems for John QT.
3 on the round for the leader.
Dude, everyone's surviving as well. Okay, very nice.
It just looks so easy for
yeah, just hold on to hookah control.
So hard right now.
It looks like they know that they like to 4-1, just isolate the 1. I mean, everyone does a 4-1 over towards B.
He goes all the way back around A for that Thrash to go through the TP. It's beautiful. It's beautiful Valorant we're seeing right now from Sentinels.
And then next round, which is a big buy round, FPX, they're going to go up against Viper Ult, right? So they could just do the good Viper Ult short.
I did something.
I did something.
I was just you
know, it's not a good game when you're saying that.
That was crazy.
You're talking about how it feels like Sentinels are reading FPX well, and they are. But I also think a lot of the individual firepower is starting to come through, like John's, as we saw a moment
short,
ago.
Smoke, wall, every single choke point, some kind of Viper util.
Sometimes you gotta hype yourself up, man.
Take the wins where you can get them.
Yeah.
I get it.
This is a new look right now for FPX. It's an attack side operator. And Tens is all alone here. I say that, but I mean, he has supporting cast.
Dude, we took a dink early on as well.
That was his backup. Yep, that was his backup.
I wonder here if you're expecting someone else. Yeah, Autumn is.
Yeah, really good. Shout out to Autumn here. Even though the smoke goes down, he's so on top that someone might be facing this.
I wondered if he would be worried about it. If he would even check Octagon, given the smoke, given the fact
I'm
that
John, I'm a little
Saucy
bit
was
pissed
playing
at this round, to be honest.
The discipline and the poise out from Autumn.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the whole thing of this round is you've got choke point, like Viper util everywhere. You got a comp that struggles to get out through the choke point, and we decide to fight early, and we're not on top of the fact that the Chinese team likes to buy and attack up.
This is tough.
I mean, he's like a trap that's been laid. And it's almost like you know he's there. It's like itching in the back of your mind, but you can't really do anything about it.
Hey,
it's
that's
all gonna
nice,
be timing.
though.
Meanwhile, Young falls. Zelsis on the swing, and now the threat has been realized. Lysor falls, 3v3. Op still in the hands of Autumn, but Berlin
that's nice
not
as
around
well.
For long. Meanwhile, Life only has 10 HP.
Yeah, and they know it because I'm pretty sure it's Sassy that got the headshot.
Finally dealt with, finally dropped.
He did someone again. He did someone again, back to back. 3K into 4K, nicely done, dude. I think he bailed them out a little bit as well. Tell you what was here, the trades were here on this one as well. The space was actually not too bad over towards, like on the retake.
Was in hookah,
the 2 guys that spawned did good.
Biding his time.
Oh,
the retake utility was beautiful.
Yeah,
the
like
trades
that.
On top of that, phenomenal. And that plan.
Oof.
What a shame. Rough stuff for FPX. Autumn did so much in that round, but he lines up with his teammate, and John, he executes.
And now Sentinels are 1 round away from having a
okay,
perfect
4,
half.
and honestly, what an attack they've had. I mean, what a defense they've had. And FPX have just not been able to get anywhere. It looks like
interesting approach there. Do you see
looks like when I used to watch G2 play this map. The solo Yoru, man, I'm telling you, it doesn't work.
Look how far back he is. They just
oh my gosh.
back there. He could pop out on the other side.
This is a nice round though.
A really cool exec.
Wait, so someone did this back. Someone did this before.
Shutting the door on them again.
Was this Heretics or was this Navi? Someone did this round. Oh, it was awesome.
Are feeling it. They can taste it.
Just 1 member left, and it's all on Berlin.
K-Corp? Yeah, it might have been K-Corp, you're right. It's one of those teams.
Targets to deal with.
Okay, dude, I mean, that's just a straight up lockdown, man. That's impressive from Sentinels. And
just wow.
I think there are multiple maps that FPX could have picked that they would have had a better time at. I think Bind was a bold one.
We'll see if Lotus tells a different story. What a dominant performance to close things out on Bind. We'll see you guys on the other
this might
side
even be one of Sentinel's better maps as well. Zero attack rounds is crazy. the comp just can't get through like choke points. They gotta go over towards A way more, like way more. Like you can see that the only time they actually had like, or the only time it looked like they were actually gonna get anywhere was when they had the Yoru ult, and even then it didn't look too convincing. Lasoka 98. Thank you so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate doing that. Thank you for the 3 months. Hey chat, usual stuff. Uploading the VOD. I'll be back in a bit. PaperX did that all ages ago. Oh, okay, then maybe it was one of them. I think someone did it this year, so it was like fresh in my mind. It might have been K-Corp. It was either K-Corp or Heretics this year.
Sentinels, they look great on Bind. I'm now joined by their head coach, Kaplan. Now, phenomenal defense. I don't think you can ask for a better one. But in your eyes, what was the key to the success of that defense half?
Yeah, we've been talking a lot lately. We're all bought into coming into these matches with plans to ante and punish the opponents. But we struggle sometimes with the micro, right? Sometimes we play too scared. We're not making little adjustments and switching things up and talking to each other enough. And the boys did an incredible job with that, right? Every freeze time, even if it's the same setup, change a little thing, add a little idea, middle of the round, push a little, all that stuff. They were just much more confident and creative today, and I love to see it.
We love to see it as well. Best of luck on map 2.
Sentinels picks up a win thanks to a flawless defensive side. Absolute magic from the boys over in the SEN camp here. And, you know, we were seeing glimpses of it early on when they were on the attacking side, what they were able to really begin to, like, muster up. And there were some great ideas, and they executed them incredibly well.
Yeah, rounds like this early on had me a little worried about Sentinel. As you see in this one, FPX inching out from showers, going for a walk down outside of Hookah. They were super proactive in taking these forward plays, and in a lot of rounds, FPX was getting these first picks because of it. 8 out of 12 rounds, they started at an advantage. But after that, Sen started turning it around, finding some of these hard-hit rounds with the ultimates, and then a perfect second half to win it.
I think their game plan and overall understanding of how to beat this comp was good.
Yeah.
And it's exactly like Kaplan said. The micro was going wrong. It was the spacing and that kind of trading, and you can see their game plan was good just from their overall XX and as well how they were playing it, I think, on their flood defense. But in particular, I think that they really dominated in that particular aspect, but struggling on rounds where they didn't have the ults to get in, which is why you started to see that 8-4 beginning to the map. But it all came together. It all started clicking on the defense when they really started to flood in, make sure that they were synced up, no longer making the same mistakes where they were making sure that Life could capitalize.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest issues of this FPX comp is it struggles to stall out plants, and I think they hit the nail on the head once Sentinels started to go for more of these hard execute rounds. There's not a lot of util you have to bait out in FPX's comp.
Basically
they started doing
a paranoia.
Yeah, and they did a great job of doing so. And on top of that, Zekken has had such a turnaround. I think that series versus Gen G to open up champions was one of the worst series I've ever seen from this guy, but he's back to playing. playing like the Zekken that won Madrid this game.
And you know what, too? Coach Kaplan was talking about the fact that he wanted, it was the micro, right? The little things that they could try and like use and do to get in there. And I think you were really starting to see that from Zekken. He was just taking more fights. He was being a little bit more proactive, getting involved a bit more. And I think that if they can continue to do that, that is exactly what we've come to respect with Sentinels, when they don't fear their opponent and they do go for those plays.
Yeah, and when they understand that they are some of the best players in the world and actually remember that fact as well. I think they were playing with confidence, but it was just the tiniest of things that were going wrong for them, where Life is a skilled enough player to put them down, Autumn's a skilled enough player to put them down. Every player on FPX was having individual moments where they were kind of punishing that Paul, just little moments where they're trying to punish an individual just stepping out into the space. But it came together at the end, and the fan reaction, I think, overall to Zekken was just calling for chops and changes to the roster, not just for Zekken as an individual, but after that first game, big overreaction. But the thing that I think I want the fans to understand is that Sentinels are so team-orientated, they're so team-pilled. They need to play together as a team, they need to have the right page and the right ideas, and because of that, individuals don't really shine unless the whole team is clicking. When the whole team clicks, that's when players individually are going to be empowered to move forwards, when they know players are at the back, the util's there to support them.
It's like if you were a Sentinels fan last year and you were watching their bad 2023 season where they also had Zekken on the roster, Zekken didn't look like a superstar player. But it's because they were calling him into a lot of hard hits where he wasn't set up for success. This Sentinels is setting him up for success, and when they play well, he plays great.
Yeah, and the Sentinels had an incredible turnaround. Once again, a flawless defensive side. You got to be happy about that. But now it's time to switch the script a little bit, go to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. We decided to give this one to Life because this guy was just constantly on the kill feed with multi-kills non-stop. He actually was great in this match. He got, a little shut down toward the end there, but he had some awesome moments and moments just like this, Brent.
Yeah, and I think it highlights as well kind of the spacing being off for the initial half for SEN. You can see they kind of just lined up for him, but I don't want to take the credit away from Life because he played out of his mind this entire game. His individuals were on point, and it takes a lot of individual skill to be able to hit that second shot under the amount of pressure that you are, where you're being swung by 3 players. SEN dedicating that many players to try and shut that guy down, and he was still coming up with the goods and the damage.
Yeah, he really was. He really was. Well, now let's go ahead and hear over from Coach Nathan at the FPX camp to see what's going on with the squad going into map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach Nathan D from FPX and Luna to do some translations as well. Now, you guys looked really good against Team Heretics on Lotus earlier in this tournament, but we're talking about Sentinels here. You're going to have to face up against next. What are some of the differences you feel like Sentinels might have compared to Heretics on this map?
其实之前在跟 TH 打莲花古城这张图的时候发挥的很棒嘛，但是我们聊聊接下来要跟 Sentinels 打，那你觉得跟 TH 相比，他们会有什么不一样的地方吗？
他们不一样的地方可能是之前阵容不一样，然后但是我觉得他看 TH 把我们赢了，他可能也会拿回了个阵容，想尝试去赢我们，但我们也准备了不一样的东西给他们。
I think their difference is their comps, but if they think they saw as how we perform that good, well, when we faced against Team Heretics, might they will change their comps too. But we prepared something different for them, of course.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Coach Nathan and Luna as well. Let's see how they can do on map 2.
All right, well, let's go ahead and dive into what we should be expecting here at map 2. It's going to be Lotus. You got Sentinels starting on the defensive side here. And maybe can add on to that success that they had on Bind, right?
My big question, do they play the Deadlock comp again? And if they do, how does it look? Because I didn't think it looked terrible, but there were some gaps in it. In particular, their attacking side. They have this look on C where they're throwing the wall over and kind of blocking off waterfall. We saw rounds where they weren't clearing around that, leaving gaps in the setup where the fundamentals were slipping.
Hot take? You just won without Deadlock?
Yeah, they're going to get rid of the Deadlock. I think they're done with the Deadlock.
I think it just comes down to
And I think that's good. It didn't really... They had some cool stuff on some of the maps. But it just felt, it did just reek of like them playing against.
I'm trying to get a sneak preview of this one because they played a triple control.
It reeked of them playing against M80 and just copying everything.
They're no duelist chamber. Double smokes, double initiator.
Dude, he gets to play chamber twice.
Break this down in 10 seconds. I'm not going to be able to do it in terms of the pros and cons. You have a lot of util to try and take slow map control. Fight opting in. Sentinels are swapping their comp too. There's a lot to break down here.
So FPX,
how are they?
Autumn is going to be able to bait
how are they
out
getting
a lot
anywhere?
Of these defensive aggro plays from Sentinels.
Do they go for the? They go for the no duelist.
Like get opening picks. That's a name.
Lysol's
like
now on the Omen.
On map 1, Autumn's very comfortable on
Got
this
life
agent and
on the Viper.
We
got double flash. So it's double flash and then.
Sen though, moving away from the deadlock, they're playing default Fnatic.
And then Lysol sends it in.
That's comfortable. They played it before and they've been great with it before.
It might be something similar to what we just saw, by the way. Like it could be really similar, where it's just all about the defense.
And now they move to this. So your preparation,
like it might be all about.
If Sentinels was going to
what do they start on? They start on attack.
This is the map to do it. Playing the basic comp against something weird.
What are we thinking? Four's good?
Couldn't agree more, Mimi. Let's go ahead and see if this one can go to a third map. We're sending it back over to your casters.
Four might be good on attack for them.
Thank you so much, GB. I think the big elephant that we've got to address in the room is that Sentinels have won a map for the first time in what feels like a really long time. It seems like they're going back to the fundamentals, the basics that Mimi was talking about on the desk.
Get 4-5. Yeah, I think you're right. Get 4 or 5 on attack and you're in a good position.
FPX, what are they cooking, Doug? This is some weird stuff we're about to see.
They've really gone for something.
I feel like they might be overcooking, even on the last map, changing their game plan.
Something a little bit bold.
Sometimes you just
they're really gonna go out with the double chamber comps. Okay, we see triple sheriff.
Comp, it's nothing like anything Sen have ever played against. Now this comp as well isn't like anything they've ever played against, but it's comfortability.
Yeah, and they should have seen this one. We go for the BC crunch. We got early info with the turret.
And they dump Fade utility into B.
Yeah, that's what promptly allows for the speed up of FPX. Oh, opting not to break the Killjoy turret.
Whoa, shouldn't we break that at one
break
point?
It after. The smoke fades, but it's going to shoot him right here. I don't know about this right now.
Wait, what's going on, bro? They're acting like they can't break a turret.
It's still up.
That pesky thing is still up.
I mean...
They got what they wanted. They got the spike down.
Ty, thank you for the prime, dude. Thank you for the whole year, man. I appreciate you doing
so much
that.
Info. Once the smoke fades, I guess it's just going to be reoccurring smokes here.
Life still playing in it.
I mean, the smoke goes now.
They surely know that there's somebody close by.
They have to know. Well, he's dead now. John and Tekken getting
a couple
of
are they melting, man? What's going on here?
Over towards tree. The spike has been going off for a little bit. But
I saw his Omen flash.
They're going to crunch. Sassy trying to deal with the first, and
unfortunately, him staying alive is pretty important, man.
John's going to stick the defuse all the way, and there's nothing.
I mean, Sentinels handled this well, but FPX took no map control. We had one guy on an island. We had a guy acting like a turret was indestructible.
That entirety is just so bad for what FPX were trying to accomplish in that round. Even if you're trying to play in that smoke and try to finesse around and kill stairs, you want that broken because when the smokes fade, it's going to shoot at you no matter where you're at on site. And that's free info the entire round for Sen. But right now, Zelsis he's just calming to his team. Yo, turret's up still. Turret's up still. Wait for the smokes to fade. He'll have a full line on site.
Dude, that was really weird, man.
It's a disaster of a mistake. But it's not over yet. It's going to be an AD.
All right, what do we actually got?
Zeka needs to
we
get
got a ghost
quickly.
on attack.
And it's Berlin on the breach who's the forefront. I mean, you can't prep for that.
Nice way to start it as well.
Another spam kill.
Oh, man.
There's Berlin waltzes into his death as well.
Sen have got to be one of the scariest teams to play when they are feeling it. Whoa. Autumn's so good at chamber. I guess this is why they decided to just slap him on it on this map. Spike should get planted because of that entry.
Ion committing to it. Now going to be 2 pips away from having Zult online.
Yeah, and he's got 3 more in the chamber right now. Autumn might be able to finesse this round. He gets caught lacking. Sassy going absolutely nuclear right now in the back of sight.
What happened to FPX,
Cleans
man?
it up. Ion couldn't do anything. And
okay. It's just an eco.
Second is
I'm overreacting. It's an eco.
He's getting closer to that showstopper, and another strong start continuing from that last half they had.
Yeah, I think, you know, it was funny as we were watching some of that play out, it felt a little reminiscent to how Sentinels looked on the first half of Bind.
Yeah.
Where it just felt like, and again, yes, it was Nico, I understand all that, but the way that they approach some of these swings, the way they're approaching some of these fights felt very much like what Sentinels looked like in the first half of Bind.
I agree. But Tens is on a Bucky right now.
Tens has got a Bucky.
Light armor.
At least they're one away from Fischl on this, so they can just go see Fischl.
As far as big guns go, that's it.
And Sentinels on their bonus want to go aggro over towards A. They're kind of close to getting a Razor.
If he gets, a kill after grabbing that orb, he will have
they set the Bucky up close.
Is Autumn gonna be ready for this? This is so hard to clear.
Autumn's been good. Swing, man.
It's got to be a one pump. There it is.
Dude. Now what?
Deal with the anticipation any longer. Look at all of this Killjoy utility set up towards
Yeah,
C.
but both of the Killjoy Util is set up for the most common TP that's going to go over towards Saint.
He has all of A.
Like he either goes floor or he goes roof, and this one gets both.
The Thrash now invested.
And then if he doesn't TP out, how do you get over towards the site? Oh, he waits for the molly and then goes because the Fischl's given info.
Now getting
That was
a little
kind of
bit
nice.
high ground repositioning though. The spike
I think that the mollies were good though from Sentinels.
Tens is starting to rotate over. Doesn't have a paranoia.
Yeah, and he picked up the Fischl. That was the main thing here.
Yeah, all just fake, faint pressure right now. He's going to wrap all the way around as well. There's no trips up. He might catch these players lacking.
Ayang is ready for it.
Oh, he sees a barrel in the main.
Not able to land the first shots. And remember, there is more than just this threat here. It's more than just Berlin. Can the rest of Sentinels take space on the site? Well, all of this is happening out towards Mound. If Ten's
Oh wait, Sassy did good. I was going to say, do they not know the guys on site? I thought he shot.
Every single threat so well. Second dance to the Thrash. Zekken's left alone in a 1v3. Berlin's weak, but that spike has been going off for a little while.
I think they need 4. That's kind of where I'm putting it. I think they need 4, so that's 1 out of 4.
Shots on that exit right there. He's definitely feeling himself. That's why Tens dropped him the rifle. But the reaction from FPX,
the comp should be good on.
From Ayang. Wrapping all
Did
the
the
way
comp be
around.
good on
Berlin
defense?
with the
It should be good on
utility
defense.
There. Very good stuff. Yeah. I mean, what can you do?
You can only smile there.
Yeah.
But
my worry is the
I wanna
aggro
talk about
A.
how well FPX handled this situation right here. They knew that Tens was on the flank. They knew they were going to have to deal with some of the pressure, with some of everything that was being thrown their way, and to be able to effectively parse all of that.
I tell you what though, is a pretty good
moment.
bonus in the end. We've got
really
3 people now that can't buy, so this is a
Lysor,
giant round, and they got the Razor to help them, and there goes the Razor.
With the follow-up.
Tens is here by himself.
Yeah, did they use less util on this one, thinking that they wouldn't go aggro out towards A, thinking they conditioned them in the round before? I think so.
Yeah, sure, FPX has a couple of weak members as well, but...
What an A fight.
Yeah.
That's with no duelist on top of it. I mean, it's almost impossible to get out of that choke.
You wouldn't know it.
But the power of Chambers, you're able to take that quick peek. I mean, we saw
Yeah,
how
I think
good,
Sentinels here
I believe it was Foxy9.
just thought they were not going to send it out towards A because of the previous rounds.
And that was against utility as well. Autumn still getting value, just getting bombarded. But to my point, what I wanted to talk about was Lysor in the previous round. He was rough on the last map. But when he's on
we got to
point
see
for
a
this team
save.
of
All right,
FPX,
well,
they
FPX
just dominate.
out of all the rounds, this is
So he had the
best outcome you can
on C site in the
pretty much
previous
get.
round. This time around, he's sitting
Couple
at
of armor
8 HP,
rebuys.
but
I mean, some of the jewels were
that
close
paranoia
there.
got some value. And it's going to be a full save right now from the side of SEN. And now you got to think, how are you going to approach this A fight? Because you just gave it your all.
Take a look at it again.
We had Nade,
Zekken
Teva.
tried getting an aggressive angle.
That was it. The molly.
Yeah, the follow-up fight was just too much.
Again, you wouldn't
Yeah, I
believe
think
that they didn't
from
have a
now
duelist
on,
in that situation.
they're probably going to invest
really,
more, but
it really felt like Autumn took the fastest
an expensive
timing.
lesson.
It's the power of Chamber on this map, and I think
Let's
a
look
lot
at
of
their buy a
teams,
little bit. 2-4.
are a little wary of playing
This guy's
Chamber.
going to get 2-2.
Not as good as
1-7.
Cypher or Killjoy, and to be fair, they could be true, but it doesn't mean that Chamber is a bad
You could
pick on this
force
map
and
whatsoever.
Tens takes a
We've
hit.
seen a lot of teams make it work, most notably T1. Saw Saya player on that, and he made it look really, really good. So if you have a good game plan with this Chamber, it could really do a lot of damage.
And what's crazy is I think we're going to see most of the heavy part of a good game plan there when it gets to their defensive side. So if you're already seeing some of the value on attack, I mean, we'll see what the rest of this map has in store for us. No ults up on the side of the attack. But again, we're going to see this A fight. And I get it, neither team willing to relent on this area of the map. Full dump at util. He's
Yeah,
so
that's much
dead.
better. Yeah, good
had
conditioning
nowhere to
over
go there.
towards
He
A.
was lit
We're
up.
making sure that we
And
molly
then
out to make
obliterated.
sure
From the
the
top.
Omen, if the Omen does commit, gets completely
Second round,
wrecked.
that double box.
And
around that Viper wall.
yeah,
that you
this
see
was
on the
good.
minimap,
Just
and
early
just
use of the
was able
ult.
to elevate
Better
so far in
pathing
the
this
air.
time. Less committed pathing from Zekken. I guess we should be Sen.
But it's interesting. Sentinels are using their, their nade tether combo to try to catch out Lysor, but he's not actually TPing across. So that gives Autumn an opportunity to just swing out main for free and TP out after he takes his shot. I wonder if Sen are going to mix it up in the future rounds and try to punish Autumn. Try to get some chip damage on him. Make sure he can't take a pop shot or anything like that. It's going to be an A reclear, though, on the side of FPX. Lysor. He's not sitting too healthy. 30 HP to his name.
And Tens is in such a good spot. Zekken smoked off, but you're still going to have to do a Tens.
It's too easy.
Falling. And
Yeah,
now
I
Saucy has
mean-
arrived.
It just looked too easy right
We
there.
we swing before the smoke properly goes down. We're on
honestly,
our
that
own
was still
swinging.
a pretty strong position from FPX.
Like,
all things
this is
considered.
kind
That was a
of,
fight
and the
before. It
FPX
wasn't like they
attack
were
is
super
looking
down
like
in
the
numbers and
Sentinels
they were
attack
heavily
that we
outgunned.
saw on
They just didn't peak together.
on
Berlin
Bind
way too
earlier,
far ahead of
where
the
it's
squad.
just like
something that you
space.
see him
I
do
mean,
quite often.
I don't want to say the spacing
He's
is
a
off here
maniac on this
because
team, honestly.
there's no
We saw
real
it a couple
spacing
times
there.
on
It's literally
Bind
just
here
like
as
one.
well.
Yeah, he's kind of like
One.
Kerrigan-esque, where he'll be the entry.
One, like there's like
as the
pure,
IGL,
there's
and then
pure
once he's down,
seconds
he can do like his mid
in
rounding.
between.
But when you're already down a player, it's
Yeah, you can't do that here, Bacon.
Nah.
No return, sorry.
Tens. He's starting to heat up now too. You give this team confidence, or the individual players on this team confidence, any one of them can take over the game.
We see that second kill.
Yeah, that was the top rope right there.
Yeah, off the ult.
Beautiful. Crosshair placement of Tens in this moment was so good. I mean,
Well, and that's the swing you were talking about. Berlin was just so far ahead of everything else.
yeah,
not
way
in
too
a
early.
position to trade yourself. And again, I want to go back to the first half that we saw of Sentinels on Bind, because you mentioned it. Spacing was an issue. And if the spacing is not in a position where you can trade out, when you're down in numbers like that too, the trading has to be on point, because it's only going to go from bad to worse if you can't equalize in fights like that.
yeah. And oftentimes when you swing together, sometimes players get overwhelmed and they don't know which target to choose from, and you might even
I
just
mean,
get the
I
kill
think this is a
clean,
good
and all of a sudden it's a
timeout. I did
4v4.
not like what I
mean,
saw
when
over
you're going
towards
against
there.
Tens, probably not
And
likely,
I
but
also
there's
think
a
still,
chance, right?
I think
At
anything
least get
above
the
a
trade.
4 is
And
good
that's why you
for
see
this comp.
timeout coming out from FPX.
I would
coach's gotta be
imagine
telling them,
it
"Guys,
has to
chill
be
out.
good on defense
Start
for them to
playing
be
as a
using
team
it.
more. Stop trying to go for these crazy plays. Remember what got us here.
Yeah, it does feel, man,
It's a very early timeout.
it is. I don't want to say desperate, but again, some of the swings felt a little bit like they were just throwing lives away. It almost felt like we were watching an eco round where Sentinels had full rifles and they were just in classics and like,
Literally.
all right, let's kind of move on into the next.
And it was anything but that, right? Tens
Right?
had a Bulldog.
Surprised I was more
If you
tilted
peek
at Lev
somebody
yesterday than
together against a
FPX
Bulldog,
today.
I swear 9 times out of 10 he can't connect on both.
I
right?
would-
You must have to line up perfectly.
The Lev stuff was because it's more like the coach's job
Justin's come out
to
on
do
the other side of
the
this
the
I think on the
sunset
side of
ante.
Sentinels, you're seeing some
Like,
of the
I was more
adjustments. We
just
talked about this dump of utility towards
I was more
A-main
just
these
in
last
shock
couple
that
rounds, and this time it's been anything but.
their ante wasn't great.
Yeah, they changed their game plan. They were anticipating a front B
Basing
walk.
and stuff,
That's
like
why you
people
saw
can have
second.
off days.
John
People can have like
keeps
off days and like
Problem with how FPX are
micro
taking
stuff.
this
I don't
approach
mind
on the
being
attacking
off.
side is they're just
Like
vibing
when
with
like the
everything.
overall plan is like really
So
bad.
while all this A control is happening,
That's
Zelsis
when
is
I.
just jiggling C for free.
That's when like
Look at
I.
the minimap.
That's
And
when
he
it
has all the
annoys me, I
info.
guess.
So that's why there's 3 players geared up of Sentinels towards A.
Disappointed, not angry.
not
Yeah,
playing
maybe
bad
that.
at all.
Maybe just disappointed.
And if,
It's a good way of
given
putting
the
it.
fact that we're talking about Lotus, it's a 3-site map. You would think that's what you're going to want to lean into.
Yep.
More than even on other maps.
And especially when you don't have a duelist.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you want to go for this A execute, who's going to close the gap?
Well, 2 bits of util, but they're pretty early off of that. You've got the Nightfall and the Paranoia.
Damn,
and
bro,
Tens
we gotta just
and
send it
Saucy
through. I mean,
holding
it's an
the line, but
incredible
Berlin on the
spray down from
counterpunch.
Berlin. Like,
Cleaning up a
that's
couple
actually
of his
very
own,
impressive
maybe
that
a
he
little
gets
bit of room
to.
to breathe here for the attack.
That's what it feels like they need to
30 seconds left.
Now
actually
Autumn
get
needs to drop that
into
spike
sights.
to Berlin.
Some kind of
have him
hero
plant
play.
while he covers for free. Right now, there's no
Gotta
smokes
jump
on the
through an
field.
active Viper wall.
4 Sentinels, right? That orb isn't anywhere near A site.
Yeah.
So this could be a really good post-plan opportunity.
It's doable.
The time is
It's
running
for
down
sure
low here.
doable.
And Zekken still has
You
that
gotta-
nade. I mean, he might be
gotta
able to
commit
delay
to one
this. This
plan at
nade's
one
going to be
point.
perfect. The cleanup on
Okay,
John
less
as
doable
well.
now.
Autumn's now been left on his own. with an op in hand, trying to ramble his way through it, and he just can't.
Okay, while we talk about spacing, that was incredible.
That's an operator if Sentinels want it.
And
they want the op?
They've picked it up.
Yeah, he might do it.
This feels very uncharacteristic of the FPX that I think people saw in Shanghai. The same team that took maps off of the 2 finalists in Shanghai, the team that looked much stronger leading into Seoul, and then the team that we've seen here as well.
And this is the problem of when you're trying to anti-strat teams with compositions and whatnot. It's not like FPX aren't good at the triple controller comp that they run, but I think they just put too much stock into maybe Sentinels counter-stratting them, and they wanted to mix things up.
I don't know, I'm still holding out some belief. Like, I think
you start making hero plays.
I think it should look incredible on defense.
Trying to make hero plays, and you're getting punished.
As long as Lysol sends it on the aggro
gone
way.
back to their comfortability and are just playing the fundamental.
All right, so we got
game of
Autumn
Lotus.
Gets the hero.
Here's that
all
op that you
out.
mentioned from the previous
we
round.
get the
Now in the
Odin,
second,
and honestly, the Odin should go
holding down
pretty
B1.
hard against
You have
us.
the Odin as well on the other side.
Yeah.
Seeing how deadly the Odin
I could even
there are no good options
say
here.
that Odin over towards C could be alright as well.
Fortunately for FPX, the eye gets cleared out, so there's no way to get secure spam damage. They're going to rotate away, and if they rotate away back C, again, there's no good option. Either you deal with the op that's down
And
B,
they don't really have
you deal with
util
the
to
spam from
break the
Saucier,
mollies
or
other
you deal
than
with
the breach
I
damage.
mean, every single bit of KJ utility.
Yeah, literally.
C, unless
no.
Autumn can deal with them. But, I mean, Zelsis, even his positioning is really nice. He's not giving away an angle. He's not giving a fight.
And it's the double layers. He doesn't need to peek anything here. Oh,
okay.
That's a really good breach.
Yeah, that's actually a great breach damage.
Right there. Doesn't get the turret still, though, so still info.
Yeah, John, you got to molly
He's just
this.
going to play backside right now. Ooh, that flash connect.
Tens has his ult if he wants to.
Wow, they all sent it through the molly.
Mow him over. There it is. The
Yeah,
ult
dude,
invested, and he
John
arrives to
did
see
so
Zelsis
much damage
holding
here.
the line on C.
Molly goes
Another
down,
dominant round
insta
for
spam,
Sentinels.
5 people
Yeah,
sending it
Zelsis
through
played
your
that
molly,
so
all
well.
vulnerable.
Full layered utility there. It's all because FPX was on a bad vibe.
Shout out to Sentinels,
had
they
that beeline
gave
from the
him
start of the
nothing.
round.
Like, they gave
If
him
Zekin gets overwhelmed, he can satchel
no
out.
pick at all.
So he doesn't need
There was
any
no
extra
chance
utility to
anyone got a
support him
pick
there.
here.
And then John is able to flood in. It's beautiful play.
And even the little things like Zelsis seeing that the breach util was coming through and instantly realizes, oh, I've got to pop the nanos. And even if he's not getting damage, he's buying time.
Yeah, he delays.
Yeah. So those little decisions like that proving to be fruitful. Sentinels up 3 rounds. They've dropped a pit towards C.
Ooh, operator almost connected on the 10s right there.
Yeah, and I think just the overuse of util here is just so worth. Just 100% confirm that he has to take the TP, he has to go back away from that area so you can hold one. Very hard for this comp to get through this choke point.
Lean into the strengths of the agent.
Don't even have like a drone to get back
so
through.
hard for FPX to
Dude, it's so hard for them to do anything.
You have no raise, you have no jet.
Again, their defense is going to be awesome. But
or even the
how do you do anything on attack? Other than getting a pick with an op.
If you're Sentinels.
It almost feels like you're trying to play this attack half with a hand tied behind your back.
Yeah, it's a handicap. Playing the game on hard mode.
They might try to NB here. They've got a smoke.
Well,
forget the smoke.
It's round over. 30 seconds left.
And they don't have money. You're right. They have to save here.
Oh, wait.
They might try to go for this. 30
oh,
seconds left.
I mean, they're going for it. They're putting ults into this.
Berlin will fall. They're going to try to get out towards Tree, but Tens is here. Playing just up on the other side of this smoke. I guess they're going to wait for it to go down and then trust the numbers that they have.
No way.
What a beautiful
Oh
reposition
my,
from
what
Tens.
an easy cleanup. We got no bit of damage done at all into this round.
Then the finish of the round was even greater. Zelsis was supporting John in that Viper's pit. Alarm bot was ahead of everything. Gives you security if you're John playing in that pit alone. You're able to cheat a little bit back, and then you get the collat front B. Yeah, FPX, they got to burn that second timeout. This is getting out of hand and getting out of hand very fast.
Oh, it definitely is getting out of hands, man.
I get it. You showed a lot of rounds against Heretics. I understand. You want to switch it up. You want to
still
catch.
I'm telling you, 2 rounds. If they can somehow
your own game to win, and
steal
now
2 rounds,
and what can you do?
And then
their defense might be good.
I've got to mention the stakes here because that's not something we've talked about a ton, to be honest. This is elimination.
Yeah.
This is the end of the year.
They did this on elimination.
I mean,
yeah, it's
it's a long off season.
It's a sad way to go if it is the end.
How the loss went through.
Like playing two comps that have like really essentially no like movement duelist. Like Yoru, I get it, but on bind it's very limited.
So think about situations like this.
Trickster 2409 with a tier 1. Thank you so much.
And they'll have to do it here.
Why have they chosen the breach? I think it's just to lock that. I think the whole thought process, Bacon, is about defense. And I think they just didn't think too much about attack.
But perhaps the second timeout is what.
Like I think when they made the comp, they were just like, this is incredible on defense. And then attack is just.
Maybe this hero
Autumn, you can get us some rounds, right?
Maybe if
with
they
your
can
ult.
get an entry, you can commit some of the ultimates.
And
Why do they pick attack though? It's easier to come back on the defense.
Yeah.
So like it's a lot easier to.
It's an uphill battle to say the least.
Say you only need 4, right? Say you need 4. If you literally go into this half and you get 4, you get 3. It's a lot easier to like come back and have the momentum the whole time instead of being like having these really hard rounds where you're trying to work it out. They're getting the confidence late in. Like it's the same as what Fnatic do. It's like the whole side selection is just pure preference. Like, do you want the momentum on your easy side? Probably.
Sentinels were in controlling A main at the beginning of the
then
round.
you know what your easy side, you know what you're up against.
It feels like the night and day difference
also
has
when
been so
say this starts getting to like, say we literally get to 8-3, like the chance of Sentinels feeling overconfident, making a mistake, giving you the 4 is way more likely when they're constantly just having the momentum and everything's going right for them. Like sorry, everything's going right for you.
Life with the Singer cannot connect.
Yeah, bro, this looks so hard.
Did that Omen thing where you could TP past the breach ult and finesse it?
Even their ults are mental. We had an Omen ult in a 3v5. We have a breach ult.
It's unreal.
4v5
of gameplay Sen is showing right now.
Hopefully we get that on the replay. There's that op kill that you mentioned.
I mean,
really nice flick.
I mean, Autumn tried. He hit him, but it just wasn't a headshot. You got to connect like that.
Then we'll overheat at any moment. Yeah, that's kind of what they're banking on at them. Really.
I mean, over a month.
And honestly, all signs are good when Zekken is smiling if you're a Sentinels fan.
And another new look right here, right? Aggressive tether. This time pushing Autumn all the way back. They understand that Autumn could purchase an operator, and he's taken that peak almost every single round. So instead of tethering to hit the Omen of Lysor, they get the TP out. And it's Zekken on an off angle here at C2. I mean, he's been so
Tens TP'd the ult?
He showed front B a bunch. Last round he was A. Now he's C.
It's kind of sick
FPX
if he did.
Read into that. And even if they do, can they do anything about it?
Yeah. That's
not even sure. Not even sure it would matter on this one. This comp is
comp
is struggling.
That Sentinels have made have been really nice.
Fake TP to try and make sure that they use their util.
Perhaps. I mean, Zekken is still here with the op. John is close by. They're just not giving them these fights anymore. That feels like the biggest difference.
There we go. That's one. Yeah, the fish ult's the one that gets them over towards sides.
With op in hand, a second dip in. Oh. I thought he was going to hit him, and that would have been devastating. The nade's not going to feel good. The pit invested. He's got to stay alive here.
Yeah, but they're all stuck. They're all corralled here. Oh, just now we see Life taking more aggressive space in CT.
What do they have to pound? Zekken has his Roomba. And Tensils has full utility.
Look at Zolcis' score. You would think that we're...
And he just cannot.
We'd think we're like 3 rounds in.
Bullet connecting.
Okay, honestly,
and FPX alleviates some of this pressure, finally finding a round.
One more.
Finally finding an answer. And the answer so far in this half has been Thrash. It's been Ayung on C site using that. Last time they were able to accumulate 2 rounds from it. Let's see if they can get another one and slowly bring this back, slowly give themselves a chance into the mix. But it's been baiting out C utility, and then going with the second layer. Yeah, you're not running a duelist, so you have to play this way. You have to bait out the stuff that can stuff you in the chokes, and then re-hit.
My guy is asleep.
Back to the old tried and true. You've got the suck, you've got the nade. And now Zekin's fishing for more. That rocket's not going to connect.
Yeah, the ults have not been hitting today. We've got 1 out of 4 so far.
It doesn't
with
connect,
kills.
but it's all space gathered.
It does
And
force
again,
them back again, yeah, and I do agree. I think that's worth at the moment. We've seen the Omen Flash
rarely
freely
gotten a
used
fight
over
here,
towards
and
here. We've
every
seen the
single
Razor
time he's
freely
been
used over
jiggling like
towards
this.
here.
Sen have
I do
known that they
agree
end
this
A.
holding this with one person is worth. It's a lot harder now with the Omen one way.
Here he needs to be very
careful here.
Good luck to Zekin.
It's him against the world right now.
Good nade.
Another nade. That nade is really nice, but he's got nowhere to go.
Oh,
Plopped
honestly,
out of the
man,
sky. I thought he was going to find
I liked
safety.
what he tried there.
Almost.
But Life puts him down, and now tap of the door as they turn their attention towards A. Meanwhile, Zels is still jiggling that angle. Sasi's got his ult
Yeah,
online.
and that's going to hit 1.
And it's going to connect onto what,
2?
2?
Okay.
He gets a lot of info with that and is able to reposition onto site.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of time left in the round.
Yeah, there is, but there's no movement from the side of FPX. They're still deciding to end here, and Life just gets taken out for free. It's a freebie.
So A doesn't work for a couple of tries.
30 seconds left.
And I guess maybe they think they can find some better fortune towards B. Yeah, but look at Zels's positioning.
Positioned so well, exactly. The turret's gonna. Oh, wait, what's going on right now?
Oh.
Must be a glitch.
Oh, I think it's just out of the cone. Just out of the cone.
But he still gets info regardless here.
Yeah, he gets it.
And
I mean, the fact that they don't shoot
Understanding,
it gives him info that they're not even close at the moment, so he doesn't need to pre-aim anywhere else.
Sasi joins him for the kill.
But they
And
really
that's
hate
another one
shooting
for
the
Sentinels.
turrets at the moment.
That's
Good
also
stuff.
very quickly as we think about turning attention.
This one
towards the
was
last
not
round
as
and
bad
have
as the
Zelsis will be
pistol
1
though,
point
because
away from having his
it would
ult.
have given him info away.
And I
They
wonder
should
if
have
you're
shot
gonna
it,
see
but, like as they go for
maybe
the
an A
tap
setup
anyway.
this time from Zalsis, or maybe he's just gonna stay C and just jiggle infinitely again.
Maybe.
But if they
maybe
do decide
maybe they
to
get the
put him
last one.
towards A with some supporting cast,
One away
maybe
from a
grab
chamber
orb.
ult, so we'd imagine
But
they go
honestly,
C default.
They don't really need to push anything right now.
They really don't.
The way that Sen have been winning a lot of these rounds have just been letting the game come to them.
Right.
And that's what you want to do when you're not playing against a duelist. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And again, that's the big adjustment that we saw from the first couple of rounds.
Replay the whole, yeah.
And so it seems like Zelsis will go back to his C setup. The turret B and a little bit more aggression towards A. This feels almost identical to what we saw in the previous round.
Yeah,
just feels
and
like
Sentinels
FPX have
is
just
doing the
run
right
into a
thing though
wall.
every single
And
time.
they
We're now
wanna make
using
this
so
A
much
fight work
util.
so
Like they learned
badly.
from that early
It's
rounds.
just not working for them.
I mean, they just
This
dropped
is
the
much
paranoia all
better.
the way out towards
Instant
Broken
reaction once
Door.
you know they're going over towards fast A, we get on towards B.
Oh, Zalsis gets
Straight
ult
away,
off of that.
shout out to
He's
Zelsis,
gonna
man.
have
That's an
his ult.
important kill.
There it is.
Now what?
There's really no way to clear it out either.
And this is so
Yeah, and
awkward right
this
now
guy
for
has to
FPX,
stay
that
alive.
ultimate, it's so unconventional.
He's like the only person that has to
Sasi
stay
with a
alive.
big
Surely you
fight
don't
here.
peek this life.
If life gives him the
Yeah.
swing, now he certainly
Yeah,
won't.
to stay alive.
Now with the threat of that on the other side of the wall.
Oh my gosh, it's so scary if your life right now.
The smoke on the other side. I mean, look at his position. There's literally no room to breathe. Lysor and Autumn, the only two that remain in a 2v4. Zekin's going to be the first to try to get onto the tap. Lysor falls. Zekin's going to stick it the whole way. No resistance.
3.
A 9-3 dominant half out for Sentinels.
Maybe.
This Sentinels is fired up. They're back in form,
Let's see.
Doug.
Okay.
I just don't really know.
Safe to say,
yeah, this
the comp on
whatever
attack
it is, it's all going the way of Sentinels
doesn't
right now.
really work.
A ridiculous half to get us to
But
halftime. We'll see
is
if
it
the second half
unbelievable on defense?
provides any sort of hope for FPX fans, because this very well may be it.
You gotta. Sometimes you gotta give the. You gotta give him a chance.
Red Bull gives you
You gotta give it a chance.
wings.
I like to talk about what the weaknesses are and then see if teams have some good stuff or if other teams actually like capitalize on the weakness. Sentinels here definitely capitalize on the weaknesses. You could see it with their mollies. You could see it with aggro over towards A. As soon as they go aggro over towards A, they've got no map control. That pretty much means they can't go A. They can't split over towards B. They got to go through the single choke point on B and C. Like Sentinels, good understanding of this. Got to go through the single choke point on 2 areas of the map, and you have no duelists. That is a great game plan. What you want to be doing. Ravage Vow with the Prime. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you doing that. Thanks for the Prime. Now let's check out what they got for defense. Sentinels with this comp average 4 on defense normally. That's not a great stat if you're an FPX fan. How can FPX bring this back? Pistol and a strong defense.
Again, FPX seemed like they were competing to be the kings of China.
I imagine, so hopefully we get to see why they use the breach here, and you got to imagine it's to go over towards aggro A, and when they tried this comp before, it couldn't hold A or something.
They lost against 100 Thieves, they lost against Gen G. It seemed like there was no success to be bound for them. And
yeah, it's weird, because the main thing with a breach normally is like you're setting up, or like you're stunning, so the duelist can take map control, or you're flashing so the duelist can send it in.
They could have won it.
And yeah, I agree with Bacon, it's like,
that Heretics 1 went to OT,
why is the breach here? If we've got nothing to send it in with, other than to break the util on C, I guess, but...
And they're going to have to do this right here, right now. This comp, it needs to be phenomenal on this defense. We're going to have to see a lot of value from the chamber.
All right, here we go.
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't
what do they got?
What
do they got on defense? 4 people aggro, so insta-stun from the chamber.
He's taking a little bit of space, though.
Yeah, they at least create pressure like they're going aggro.
Just utility being thrown.
Dude, it's such a must-win pistol, man.
One spotted. He may be overstaying as well.
Oh, boy, and that is a lovely pick. A good nade as well. You can take a bit of map control with this. We got a backup. We got a friend. We had a friend. John goes down. Shout out to Life, man.
And it's leaving Zelsis on his own. He's got
Kinda doable, man.
And the spike was planted.
Kinda doable.
Stop, bro.
Don't go all the way around A main. Oh my god.
All the way around.
Go all the way around A main.
But he needs to be very careful here.
They just smoked defuse. It's not a good plant for him.
Ooh,
they don't do it. They don't even go for half.
It's gonna buy a little bit of time. Now Lysor's gotten it to half. Spotted, not able to connect the shots. He's got
Oh boy. Okay, we got a game.
Wow.
We confirmed have a game on our hands.
Yeah. Life. Honestly, he actually brought Life back into FPX in that pistol round, getting 2 in Broken Door.
Yeah, he was very
And
important.
he's sitting at the top.
I also didn't massively like this plant, considering
the
map control that they went for. I never liked this plant in B.
Position from Zekin, I thought it was going to be done. I thought he was feeling it, but the wide swing from Ayung, he broke the crosshair of Zekin. Zekin couldn't connect. And Life, he stepped up big right there. So they're slowly going to crawl their way back into this.
Yeah, I mean, Outlaw goes out as well. Zekin has a solo.
Zekin's got a shorty.
Shorty.
And 2 satchels.
Wait, nice shot, man.
I didn't think they'd commit onto it there.
All right.
Doing a really
Hey,
good
I
job
like the idea though.
this
You use the first bit of util to make him TP back, then he pushes through the smoke, and you're in his face with a shorty. Not too bad. Not too bad for an idea on this.
As Life gets another on the round, the remaining members of Sentinels trying to do their very best to stay up, but Autumn gets 4.
And he's gonna get that.
I mean,
spike
it's
as
a
well.
nice ult. Nice and early on, getting this. Like an op is going to be important. It's good for money as well. That's why it's like so good early on.
And I said it. They needed to win it flawlessly. They did just that.
Well, and I think you could argue that they got even more than that. Again, given how things played out for Autumn, given that he was able to get, 4 kills on the round.
Yeah.
And then get a little bit closer to having the ult online.
A real big chance here to snowball this game and bring it back within grasp.
Well, and that's the thing you were talking about, is when you know that there's a chamber on the other side, you want to try to flush him out. You want to try to get to him as aggressively as possible and force him into an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
well, they had the Outlaw.
Autumn just
by hearing the Outlaw, 2 of them tanked Outlaw bursts.
Very impressive.
So they all get heavy armor.
Well, the spam not
that is very committed, bro. You're a Viper.
Getting a little cheeky here as
oh boy, okay. That's a fast bonus.
Heroics that are trying to
Just a bonus though, so you can make these mistakes early on a bonus, sure.
Version of Sentinels, with the way that they're playing, it's together. They're playing as a unit. It's going to be very hard. Especially if you don't have an escape. I could see if it's Autumn, because he can TP out.
Sure, but your Breach doesn't have that same level
Viper,
of mobility.
Yeah. Or Viper, yeah. It's tough to get out of dodge.
Trying to hide my concern. I'm trying to give him a chance.
Or at least, I don't even know that Autumn can really get in. He's been tagged, he's been spotted, he's been dealt with.
Oh my goodness.
Another kill through smokes. Sentinels will get to 10, and yes, that was.
I want him to show me.
But now,
Want to show me what they got.
This is where the round or the half starts. Excuse me.
Get a replay of that. Punish from Zekin. Yeah, Life just sticking around for way too long.
And then Berlin doing a bit of the same.
Yeah, I don't think he was aware of how exposed he was to that angle. Didn't expect Zekin to peak in the timing that he did. And Zekin's having a hell of a map right now. Him and Tens are just going tit for tat. Who's going to be at the top of this game?
Set up the chamber.
Whoa.
Whoa.
But Autumn gets really
Bro, you're a chamber, TP.
That's why the duo was put together.
Went a little bit too far. Okay, yeah, went a little bit too far because the smoke was out of range, so he committed into the smoke. I just had to double check it there.
Look at how far back Berlin has had to run away.
Well, now they get over towards the site. They get the plant down. Sassy has all. We got Molly. Double Molly. We got a Molly on the spike. We got a Molly for the flood. We got an alarm bot over towards Waterfall. We got Fader once the alarm bot goes off, and then you can Molly, and then this guy can swing. Jesus, how do you retake this one? Everyone's over towards. Everyone's over towards mounds because it's a good mound plant.
FPX haven't really gained very much space other than what they already had.
All helps.
Leisler's the only one who's now further up with a little bit of help. Berlin's able to get the best of Zelsis. Keep an eye on what members are still back towards Mound. You've got Second who's running amok on the site. Berlin's almost getting the defuse. Gets it to half, but now.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh! What in the world was that?
Oh my god, okay.
It wasn't enough.
Dude, I thought I thought he'd done it.
Like things were gonna fall the way of
I actually thought for a second he had done it. Oh no, they got an eco. Oh, they got so wrecked, man. They got so wrecked. It was meant to be an unbelievable game, and it was a stomp.
He gathered all that space. Everyone was so scared and just not in reach from the side of FPX that it bought so much time. Saucy has that Fade ultimate. Somehow Zelsis has 2 mollies on site with an alarm bot that's aggressive. There's too much stall, too much delay.
Oh, that's tragic. That was not. Oh,
that must have been on purpose.
Well, there's the best replay of the tournament.
They just did her dirty. Right, into the next we go. Send us 2 rounds away from.
Damn, dude, she just got owned, man. That was crazy.
That's a big, big entry. But now Sen have the info of where the chamber is.
And what they don't know is what's threatening them towards C. They had 3 members up towards Mound.
Utility was used, so Zelsis did hear that. That's why he's slowly re-clearing it, understanding that with the tap of the door at A and the tap of the door at C, there's likely there was a rotation.
I can't get over it. That was outrageous, man.
Going back towards C. The IGLing, the mid-round
replay guys are
it's a
crazy.
That John has hit.
They're unhinged.
Remember, the only real gun in this situation is Autumn's ult, and he's still back towards A.
Okay, so A pressure.
Commit the thrash into this round, even with the gun disadvantage.
Question marks are pretty much all over the site at the moment. So good default.
Like if you don't and you lose the round,
yeah, then what?
It's match
and then how do they get in now with no?
Right, what do you say?
I mean, Tens has to send it.
Yeah,
sure. It seems like, given all the noise the Sentinels have shown, given the spams towards B, the smokes that went up, it gave FPX a little bit
there's
of
no
time
util. Bro's not even blind for that. Oh no.
They may need more
Oh
than that.
no.
I mean, they definitely need more than that. Shot settled for Tens. That's 3 on the round for him.
It's just the
at least we got some nice shots in here.
Tries to duck, but Berlin finally cleans him up. Autumn and Berlin, the only 2 that remain.
They're melting, man. They're melting.
For good reason.
They melted comp-wise, both maps.
Spamming onto the first. There's really no way in.
Melting aim-wise now.
This is such a heartbreaking way for things to close out.
Yeah, I mean, can't fault Sentinels.
Yeah, Life definitely should have had that.
The game plan for both maps of what the comp struggles for was spot on.
Just feeling an immense amount of pressure. They're
that's how they end their year, man. It's a little bit. It's been a sad year for them.
And Life's had a great map, honestly.
Because it's like a what could have been this year for this team. Because I feel like the peak of this team, when in terms of FPX, when you watch it, it's incredible. Like it's very high up.
Kind of feels
so for them to go out in this fashion is it's a little bit sad. Good news for Sentinels though, and double good news. If you're a Sentinels fan, they go back to their old comps of like what is actually working.
coming in
Like, that's great
to the
news.
biggest tournament as the #2 seed from China.
Bad news is their
Rolling
matchup,
Thunder
next one, but
causing so much havoc. There's no crunch coming in from
yeah,
the
bad
other
news
side,
is
but it might not
Gen G.
matter, as Ion's able to get 2. They've lost control of the spike. Sentinels have been thrown asunder, but,
Yeah, but they had to fight with 4 people here.
able to scoop that thing up, and now it's a mad dash.
Yeah,
towards
straight
A.
into the
A
chamber. They
mad
should
dash
know
towards
this, though.
Autumn with the op. Does the Viper Wall go back up? Does John have enough?
Oh,
Yes, there
wait.
it is. Now coming
Wait.
back.
A lack of communication.
Guys, we
FPX.
commed.
They should have told.
He
Autumn
knows.
that the
Guys,
Omen
you
ultimate
gotta
was
comm that
committed
the
to grab
Omen's
the
here.
spike, but he was worried the whole time that he was getting
Someone
flanked.
must know the English for that.
Autumn not able to find the first shot. You mentioned how good he's been under pressure, and there's all of it. Building up
Oh
to him now, and he
no,
crumbles
no,
underneath it.
no, the language barrier, bro.
Ten's committing to
Not
getting a
like
spike down.
this.
Thrash invested. Ion trying to find anything that he can.
Oh
They've got a
man.
numbers advantage here. Can they convert this into a round win? Can they keep their year alive?
That's so, it's so
Utility over the
devastating.
Spike is FPX now pushing their way forward. Zels is holding line, only able to find one though. As Ten's on the spam, connecting onto the second with John QT over his shoulder.
I
A
can't believe this
2v2.
is how they lost from the language
Away,
barrier.
Time is short. Can John do
Oi,
it on his own?
oi,
He's gotten
oi.
it down to 1. The spam pre-connecting, and it will be
Hey,
the
shout
Red
out to
Bull
Sentinels,
clutch
man.
for John QT.
Shout out to Sentinels. That was big from them.
Stays alive
Yeah,
as they take
whoa.
down FPX.
Gotta get the sponsor in there. Okay, nicely done from Sentinels. I was not expecting the 2-0 on this one. But yeah, FPX comps.
8-4 on bind, having a flawless
What the hell?
defensive side. Full teamwork in effect.
FPX's comps just not the
then to
one
win
today.
this map
Not
the
the
way that they
one.
did.
Sentinels did really good to just exploit the weaknesses.
What a clutch at the end of things. The Odin, it's too good in the post plant. You hold mouse 1 wherever the plant is, wherever the spike is planted.
Okay, so
And
we
second,
Jesus,
6 first
3
bloods on that
times.
last map.
Surely that's overkill. They pay an extra for that or what?
And so the final round we will see FPX take this year.
So
Again, a team that came into this
Sentinels
tournament with a
have
lot of
to
hopes, with a lot of
play Gen
aspirations,
G
a team
again.
that seemed to have figured out
But at
their
least they got their
struggles
normal
while
comps now.
still seemingly so strong on what got them to this point. But they just fall apart in front of Sen City, and there's a lot of reason to be excited. And I want to mention John QT there because honestly, in my
Yeah,
opinion,
I'm
when
in for the
Sentinels
rematch,
have
man.
looked their
I'm in for the
best,
rematch. No more
it's when John
deadlock.
is fragging as well. Because you know what you're going to get from Zek, and you know what you're going to get from Tens. I mean, you know all the other pieces are going to deliver.
Yeah.
But when they've been at their best is when John is not just calling an immaculate game, but fragging on top of it.
Yeah.
And we saw hints of that today.
And also when he's doing it on Viper and Cypher and these roles that we know him to play. Not the deadlock. Yeah, and it works. It works sometimes. I get it. But his bread and butter are those 2 agents. And the way that they're able to play with the double controller comps, they look so much better.
It seems like today was all about going back to bread and butter.
Yep.
For Sentinels, they got rid of their deadlock comps. We didn't see them bust that out at all today, and I don't want to say Reddit was right, but maybe Reddit was right.
The delusion of
They've
Sem
moved
fans
away
here.
from some of
Dude,
that stuff, and
this
they just
this
seem
is
a lot more
a good result for them though. Like if you are a Sentinels fan, I get why the hopium is high. Like it should be.
That is
Dude, it should be.
an insane match.
2-0 against a team that's been looking really good that you would probably say that were maybe favored to beat them if you're looking at current form. You got
there's still plenty of time for
no more
Sentinels to
deadlock.
think through what worked today.
Like maybe some of the
Honestly, some
spacing
the
was
things
off
that
on
we
bind,
got away
but
from them. I wanna go back to that
overall,
first half of bind. It
like
wasn't
the
pretty,
confidence that
but
you
they're
need
able to
and the
pull it off.
confidence you
Sentinels
gain
stay
from a
alive.
win
We've
like
got
this,
10
a
standing by on
convincing
the
win like
stage
this
for the
is
Verizon
good.
post-match interview.
Welcome to the post-match interview where I have Tens on standby, of course, with this Blobfish. 센티넬의 텐즈 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 아 정말 오랜만에
Chat,
맛보는
relax
챔피언
yourselves.
승리일 것 같아요.
Jesus.
좀 개인적으로 감회가 남다를 것 같은데 지금 기분이 어떤지부터 먼저 물어봐야겠죠. Congratulations, Tens. I mean, your return to champions, right? It's been a while.
Why can't Twitch
You
chat
have a
be like
win under
YouTube
your
chat,
belt.
huh?
Did you miss
Look at
this
these
feeling?
well-behaved people over here.
Honestly, it's been great. Crowd's been amazing. Just the atmosphere of champions is unreal. So overall, it's been a really pleasant experience.
챔피언스 분위기도 너무 좋고 팬분들께서도 또 열심히 응원을 해주셔서 너무너무 좋은 경험이고 또 너무너무 좋은 시간을 보내고 있다고 얘기를 합니다. 오늘 경기 전반적으로 바인드 전반전만 힘들었던 것 같은데 좀 경기를 쭉 보면 욕탕 대신에 좀 A숏을 위주로 공격을 전개하는 모습도 보였거든요. 뭔가 FPX 위주로 준비해온 전략이었는지도 물어보도록 할게요. So I feel like the only hiccup along the way today was the first half on bind. We see you guys prioritizing A short a lot more than the showers control.
Oh, I forgot to stop recording, that's not good.
Against FPX?
So looking at FPX's comp on binds, the ideology was we could just slam through short because there was not that much util to stop us. Unfortunately, they were hitting shots, breaking our util, so it wasn't going according to plan, but it was talked through beforehand.
Yeah, course corrected too, right? 일단은 FPX의 조합을 보니까 A숏을 때리는 게 훨씬 더 좋을 거라고 판단했던 이유가 FPX 사이드에서는 좀 그 러쉬 같은 걸 막을 수 있는 스킬이 별로 없었기 때문에 훨씬 좋겠다라고 판단을 했는데 FPX가 굉장히 많이 좀 총을 잘 쏘는 날이었기 때문에 힘들기는 했지만 그래도 이런 식으로 좀 대처하자, 좀 A숏 위주로 공격을 풀어나가자라고 얘기를 했다고 합니다. 그러면 또 텐즈 선수 개인적으로는 이번 대회에서 트루 스트레치를 쓰는 몇 안 되는 선수 중 한 명이거든요. 이게 보면은 적이 더 커서 맞추기는 쉽다는 장점은 있지만 그래도 적의 이속도 빨라 보인다는 단점이 있는데 좀 팬들에게 추천하는지 개인적으로 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 물어보도록 할게요. Now you are one of the few players in Champs that use true stretch, right? It makes the enemies appear bigger but also faster as well. Would you recommend?
I think it's personal preference. Really depends on the player. I mean, I wear glasses, I'm a little bit blind, so it helps me out.
선수에 따라 다르겠지만 개인적으로 뭐 안경을 쓰면서
I got a question about true stretch.
스트레치를 하면 좀 더 잘 보이고 개인적으로는 도움이 되는 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 마지막으로 이제 다시 젠지를 만나게 됐습니다. 젠지 선수들이 첫 번째 경기 이후에 센티널스가 좀 적응의 시간이 필요한 것 같고 적응이 끝나면 훨씬 더 좋은 모습을 보여줄 것 같다고 얘기를 했는데 또 텐즈 선수도 동의하는지 그리고 젠지와의 리매치 이번에는 어떤 경기 예상하는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So it's gonna be a rematch against Genji once more, and the Genji players after last match actually said Sentinels just need more time to adapt and adjust to the new environment. They will surely bounce back. So do you think that's the case for you guys? And also, what's the rematch going to look like?
I mean, it's been a while since we won a series, so hopefully we show a better form than what we showed against Genji the first time. I mean, if history repeats itself, then
승리한 지 얼마 되지 않았는데 확실히 더 젠지를 다음번에 만나면 좋은 폼을 보여줄 것 같고 또 역사는 다시 한번 좀 반복되지 않을까라는 생각을 한다고 얘기를 했습니다. 여기까지 텐즈 선수 만나봤습니다.
Thank you.
Thank you,
nice.
Ten.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is it's nice.
For the post-match interview.
It's nice having it's nice having people that actually like do their research for the interviews. I've gone to a lot of events and it just makes a hell of a difference. Like even just like that little question about like something that happened in the game or like that settings wise. There's nothing worse than like a generic interview of like, how are you feeling? Okay. I'll be back in. Oh dude, I still didn't stop recording. What's wrong with me? Dude, that's gonna be full of that one. That one's yeah. That one's gonna have a lot of music that can't be used in it. The VOD frogs will enjoy that one. Okay. Chat ads, enjoy. Enjoy. Go.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 7 of Champions Seoul and our second elimination match of the event. It's going to be KRU taking on Billy Gaming. I'm Golden Boy here alongside, yet again, with Mimi and Brandon. First and foremost, we could just talk about it real quick. Sentinels, big win from them. They needed a statement. They needed to make a, little, end it with a little exclamation mark. I think they did just that, and they have to be feeling pretty solid about themselves going into this one.
They were looking good.
Yeah, they were.
I mean, listen, FPX are no slumps. I think that they can really test teams in terms of adapting to new ideas and compositions on maps, especially when they're bringing out these new ideas. But they came out with, especially map 2, I think that they just were on fire. They fed into that momentum on the back end of Binds and just kept it moving all the way.
Yeah, no, it's been very impressive, 100%. Congratulations, Sentinels, as they move on to the competition. But let's go ahead and focus on the match at hand here, because KRU came out swinging when they went up against DRX in their debut. Had me believing for a minute. I was stoked.
They were incredible on this map number 1, right? I think they had great protocols. Their defensive flood retaking, especially around this one smoke on A. DRX just didn't find a solution to it. They were freezing up. But the rest of this series, I mean, DRX had a complete 180 and KRU got crushed in 2 maps.
When the nerves evened out for DRX and they realized that they could actually take a pause in the middle of the round and slow it down and bait KRU to go a little bit further, that's when they could punish it. And honestly, KRU kind of got just exposed massively, I think, in terms of their playstyle, which is just very much go, go, go. They don't hit the off switch often. Sometimes they do. I'm not going to make them out to be a completely undisciplined team.
For sure.
But they love to fight, and they love it when teams will opt into that tempo with them. Hyper, like, fast gameplay going on, explosive. And guess who they're up against? Billy. They're not going to be shying away from that.
They kind of like that, too.
They love that play style.
Yes, they do.
It's going to be sloppy, man. And I think that this is a matchup now with KRU on the stage against an opponent that will be opted into it. We're going to see some exciting gameplay for one, but we're also going to see KRU, I think, more favored.
I think the biggest question for KRU is, do we get to see the team who map number 1 had really clean fundamentals, who wasn't really falling into that slop, who was playing their classic contacty style, but I think executing on it really well, or the team that kind of fell apart in the last 2 maps. Remember the last time we saw them at a Champions after making a crazy run? They went out swiftly in 2. There's a big pressure, I think, for them to get a win at Champs, especially in a match like this, where I think most people are favoring them.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's go ahead, though, and check in with Yinsu, standing by with Melzer to get his thoughts about today's matchup.
I've got Melzer and Dryad here with me to do some translations as well. Now, you showed some great individual prowess in your game against DRX, and also you had such a great advantage too after that map 1. Why do you think that you guys weren't able to fully capitalize on that advantage, and how do you make sure if you are 1 map up again today, you close it out 2-0 this time?
Dice que se vieron muy bien individualmente y como grupo en contra de TRX, pero después de verse también en ese mapa de Haven no lo podían cerrar. ¿Y cómo se van por qué pasó eso y cómo se van a asegurar que hoy, si avanzan con el primer mapa, lo puedan cerrar esta vez?
Creo que el día de hoy venimos con un map pool más trabajado. Creo que elegir entre Abyss y Vine fue un poco riesgoso por nuestra parte porque no tenemos tan profundizado los movimientos, pero con este tiempo que tuvimos de trabajo, creo que ahora podemos dar cara a cualquier equipo de la manera que lo hicimos en Haven. Entonces estoy confiante de mi equipo y confiante de que podemos ser superiores en macro y en micro.
I think with the way that we went about that series, it was more of we were not prepared with the map pool, so it was a risk to go into Bind and Abyss for that series. But now in the time that we had for preparation, we were able to play everything better, so we feel better about the maps, and we're able to phase any team like we did on Haven this time.
Thank you very much, Dan, for the translations, and best of luck today, Melzer.
Well, Melzer was one of the guys who, in that first map, was absolutely on fire. So maybe he's looking to channel a little bit of that here again, Mimi.
Yeah, for those that don't know, this KRU roster had kind of a shift in their leadership midway through the season, with Melzer again picking up the reins as IGL for this team. He had previously called for Leviathan when he was on that roster, and the guy's always been stellar individually. I think you have a lot of those memorable Melzer moments over his time at international events. You think of the debut on this roster, and it's great to see him back on this stage playing some incredible Valorant again. But I think the real struggle was the calling in those second 2 maps of the series.
100%, and I think the more that the calling gets simplified, I think, by teams willing to opt into, the KRU play style of just taking high-tempo fights, high-tempo engagements, normally at the beginning of rounds, and never really calling for the pauses and the buffer like DRX were doing. Map 2, map 3, the better it's going to look for KRU, I think, with their calling.
But one thing KRU does really well, I think, is slow the game down when they're on the attack and kind of punishing defensive mistakes, which I think kind of defined Billy's loss to Fnatic. I think stylistically, this is a solid match for them as long as they can dodge the mud and not get pulled into the chaos.
Well, you know who might bring him into the mud there, Mimi? It's YZ, along with Keznit as well. I mean, these two guys are going to be, just clashing against one another. You know, we always talk about Keznit in America as such a fantastic player. We always give him his flowers, but it is going to be fun to see him go square.
One of the silliest things.
Do stuff like that versus YZ, or YZ doing stuff like that against KRU. I mean, Brent, that is going to be fun to watch.
I love YZ so much. His playstyle is just the epitome of what I think of when I am absolutely getting smurfed on and ranked by individuals.
I think the FPX sudden switch of comp was the counter, but I'm honestly not sure about their full process of it. I feel like their Lotus, results have been pretty good as well.
As a whole, they tend to be a lot more team play oriented.
Yeah, I think since Shy and Melzer have kind of come into the team, they found that balance.
Yeah, absolutely. So they don't really need Keznit to be that star player to shut him down, but I think it's going to be a factor for sure. If YZ is just going to be taking over the game and doing crazy stuff, which
anti-deadlock stuff, yeah, maybe.
You need heavy hitters like Keznit who are able to just shut it down cleanly with no real mistakes.
Yeah, I think another thing
I don't know. I don't know what the full process is. I guess we'll never know unless they actually talk about it.
And the movement on the Raze, but they've both picked up some of the neon in stage 2 of their respective regions.
Probably thought they had to change because of a loss. Yeah, but it was a close.
They looked great.
It was a close game.
Setups around Keznit's neon. So it's cool.
Like, didn't they only lose that game because of like the 2v5 really? I actually think there was like loads of rounds in that game that I would have looked at and been like, well, it's not a comp thing.
And today's matchup, apologies for that, in our Omen player moment.
我说实话 ，Fnatic 还是就是一如既往的强大嘛，就他们作为一个很老牌的国际强队。
Isn't it better to just play comfort in the limbs other than using a new comp? It's one of those ones. It's one of those really hit or miss things where it's like if you use it and it works, everyone calls you a genius. But if it fails, then everyone's just like, should use your own stuff. You were too risky, so. Yeah, I think if you use a new comp, you have to be very confident in the fact that it's going to be like, at the very least, a one and done, or can be good for a couple. But I'm not even sure that these are one and dones. At least at Lotus one.
今天也有在赛前看他们比赛吧，然后他们也是一个很强劲的对手。就今天我觉得我们虽然 输给 Fnatic 输得很惨，但是我们会从中就是获取很多经验吧，然后把这些经验用来在对抗KRU上面。就谢谢大家一直以来对 BLG 的支持吧，然后我们也会在这次比赛中汲取经验，然后争取下场比赛拿下。
Now you heard YZ in that Omen player moment talking about the fact that they got beaten down by Fnatic, and you can tell that they're certainly, hurting from that one. So, Brand, I guess, the question is, like, can they recover from that, especially against a KRU team that oftentimes when their backs are against the wall, they pull off miracles.
Did he punch back?
And you're saying in Discord the pine comp is fine. It just struggles at taking B. The only thing.
I think worked the most out of a lot of the teams in these open
they definitely did, but they're up against Fnatic in that class too, because Fnatic are
one fact which every team on the YouTube thumbnail have won till now. Can I check it?
Binder's a little bit closer, partly because
wait, in the VODs?
They were throwing out a lot of the unorthodox plays that you love to see to throw a team like Fnatic off guard, where it's not the usual, it's high risk, it's high reward, they're hitting their shots in the right time.
Okay, Lev Trace though.
We better look for them, don't get me wrong.
Lev Trace.
Overall has me
Map
just
3.
kind of scratching my head in terms of which direction
but
the
honestly,
game's going to be heading into, because I think it's quite open in terms of the pick bans for both.
Most of these. Not wrong.
It's definitely one of the best maps, but for KRU, they're probably going to be wanting to ban that almost
immediately. And Heretics though.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
I also think some of these teams have kind of some shared strengths. I think they both really like playing into the Ascent, things like that. And it's tough for me to think of a map that Bilibili is going to have a big leg up over KRU.
Unless you're talking about the main my other YouTube channel.
On a few of these, right?
And I mean that game against Fnatic, I think they had opportunities to close out, but the game for me was defined by getting into advantage post-plant situations and letting it slip. And there was a round I wanted to break down around that, where they have a really
Not the
good
VODs, the
read
live
and then kind of
thumbnails.
let it all slip.
But dude, my live thumbnails are just the same thing every single time, aren't they?
In this round, they have a pretty big ult online here, with Alfier having that Thrash available. The Thrash, of course, great tool to clear into the site, but one thing it lacks is the ability to actually knock players off verticality. And BLG have a cool setup here. YZ satcheled up on triple, and Flexen boosted up with a satchel of his own to get top truck.
The official. Oh, the official Valorant. Wait, what? They have one singular team as their thumbnail?
Fnatic is going to start to hit into this
bold,
site,
man.
as expected by BLG. In comes this Thrash from Alfier. And the reply utility is going to come through. They have a
The past 3 days, that's kind of nuts, though.
That does catch the player towards triple. Both these guys are still completely above the smokes, ready to fight. Look at Fnatic.
Okay, I'm lost, bro. I mean, I was lost. There's too many YouTube channels.
And now BLG have a big advantage in this round. They were just up in a 5 versus 3, but this is where things start to go wrong, because this Raze player over towards triple swings out on his own and he dies. That turns us into a 4v3. Still a winning position for BLG. And now the name of the game when you're in a man-up position like this in a late round is condensing the map, playing the fundamentals. And you see here, it looks like BLG are setting up right. They have a player back truck, they have 2 players inside of U-Haul, and they can set up together to have a kind of a crossfire here, where there's going to be a player in U-Haul front there taking contact, there's going to be another player behind him who can swing off that, and then that truck player can swing as well, and that should lock this round up. But unfortunately, that's not how it goes.
Crazy how good Trace's discipline and fundamentals are. Yeah, they're definitely the team that plays like the most unlike the Chinese region, I guess. But they also have like that element where like they'll bring out an attack op and stuff like that. And yeah, out of all of the Chinese teams, they are the most disciplined. Saying that, EDG's like if we talk about like fundamentals and stuff, like their spacing and their trading is one of the best I've seen at the moment. I'm not sure, Bacan. Not too sure. We'll have to have a little look, Bacan, see what we're given.
We have to expect this to be a scrappy slugfest between 2 teams with their backs against the wall. But if there's one thing for certain, these teams are going to give everything that they have, because this, Mimi, is an elimination game.
Lotus Icebox Sunset.
Both these teams have history making miracles happen at Champions. KRU in the very first one made it to top
Back-to-back Lotus, yeah. I mean, we didn't really get a proper Lotus, though, to be fair.
Everyone remembers the upsets from Bilibili to make their way into playoffs. But one of those miracle runs has to come to an end right here, right now.
Both of these teams are going to be eager, I think, as well, to just make those deeper runs than they have done in the past as well, despite the upsets that have occurred in the past. Because, I mean, KRU is another team as well. They've got a ton of history of attending these international events, but honestly, in recent memory, they just haven't got it over the line.
No.
Just not even out of groups in most scenarios. So this is a great opportunity, I think, to get a win under their belt on the big stage against a team that is going to want to opt into their preferred playstyle, taking heavy fights. But it would be disingenuous to describe KRU as a team that doesn't have the discipline to punish that individuality that Bilibili are going to throw into the game. Because they are disciplined. They are willing to slow down the game just in taking those little pauses into the mid-round, making sure that they group us up as 3 and make sure that they can punish a player with like some dry swings, whatever it takes. They are a team that can slow it down in that capacity for sure.
All right, well,
You go for a little Viper on this.
And, nothing really all that crazy here, but yeah, I was going to ask a little bit about the maps and how we thought that this is going to play out.
So we have no...
Brent, you pretty much illustrated perfectly there, right? Both of these teams,
I mean, they're gonna get wrecked.
They're gonna push each other as much as they can.
And Bilibili have put a Viper into their comp over the Cypher, I think they used to run as well, which I kind of like. Just it gives you way more global map pressure on your.
Do you like it? I hate it. They're gonna get wrecked, are they not?
I think the biggest issue, though, is that KRU is a team who loves running these attack side lurks. Kesnet, a lot of times is going to
Shy should just have the most fun ever. Shy can lurk, MTA can lurk. Honestly, Malza can lurk. I'd be fine with all of them wanting to lurk here. As soon as A pressure happens, there's just so much potential for just timings everywhere. Billy should have a pretty rough defense here. Damn.
Thank you,
they made it.
Yeah, it's fantastic to finally be here and quite the slugfest to come out to, Josh. These two teams, it's all on the line now, right? Elimination time, only one can continue. The brutality of Champs is no stranger to these two teams as well. They've been on the other side of the killing blow to some heavy favorites before. However, talk to me about this.
Still gonna flame this comp.
Josh, tell me how
the Champs now, he'll be on his best behavior.
What are you looking for between KRU Visa and Billy?
This is going to be an interesting matchup when it comes to the stylistic approaches. And I think really it comes down to these first picks for both these teams. It's going to be so crucial.
KRU on defense, Billy on attack.
Billy opting to start attack on Lotus. They are so much better on their attack side than they are on their defense.
Yeah.
And we need to see something a little bit better than
I agree. They need like 8
from them right now.
That's the marker we set. The game against Fnatic.
Like 8, maybe a 7. 7 and a pistol for defense could be alright.
But Billy starting things off quite
I guess they have really good retakes. Yeah, let's say 7. They got really good retakes.
Crunching towards Mount, clearing the util, and showing their hand quite quickly here. Not
yeah, nice little BC default. Billy on attack. And 3-person.
KRU is thinking about that re-aggression here.
Stack over towards B for the defense. They've got a lot of people here. Only Malza, man. Only Malza didn't eat that. Yeah, this is nice. We got the lurk in Neon. They create a lot of pressure over towards B. Try to take a rotate, in theory, to go away from C so that this guy can take his isolated 1v1 on C. And they get the Viper smoke down. Now that is a hard retake. The only good news for KRU is that good bit of damage has been done. Wow, look at this round from them, by the way. This was really nice. Dude, look at these trades as well.
Is still on Billy's side. Melza. Oh, K-Knight quick with that, and has left it all to MTA. Too many
Very nice, man.
First round's theirs.
That was so well executed from Billy as well. Getting YZ slinked into that C site area, putting a lot of that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a nice overall pistol. Create a lot of pressure over towards B, you make it look like a hit. If they got two people on C, one rotates off, then there's only one, and then he just walks in, takes the timing. Whoa, that was loud.
That's everything they need to be able to kind of run away with this half. We need to see them getting a lot of rounds on their attack side. They have that breach fade comp.
Yampy, what's up, what's up? Eat nothing, drink water. How are you doing, Yampy?
As I say that,
I see you've been streaming a lot, Yampy. I like that.
Delivers the bullet to the brain. So without the man at the front here, and they've gone pretty all into this. Melza does get away with his life. The 3 players can remain here for KRU. Again, you're looking at Heat, Kesnet, the 2 with the Sheriffs coming in to be your main damage dealers, but a very early pick is fantastic. They've brought over that 4th player as well. You're looking at having Shy sitting towards CT, yes, but they've got a lot of grip on this site still.
YZ going down early, not the biggest deal. It means that they lose a little bit of that speed going into the sites. But what Billy is doing right now is they're waiting for their abilities to come back off cooldown. They need that stun up on the breach because they've basically used all the flashes that they have. They need to leverage that. Omen smokes are back online now, so we're going to see them start to inch
A-Die goes into the corner. One person tried to shoot at this, though.
Yeah,
they got
Billy
info.
Needs to kind of figure things out before they overcommit. It looks like they're inching their way over to that blue room. Kesnet down.
It's a step-by-step approach. Billy needs to be careful. Again, Heat is one of those danger players.
That spike down.
Yeah, K-Knight going as well. That's a little bit of util they could have used to find some safety on this site. And there's still 3 players from KRU here. 20 seconds, they're getting desperate. Keep your eyes on MTA. Do not forget his positioning. He hasn't been spotted so far. They can make a guess, but you can see
they are locked in. Not much map control. Someone needs to do something from Billy.
classic. But if he gets the timing right, it doesn't matter, and it's not just
Honestly,
right.
2 people did
Misses
something.
the opportunity, but a 2v2. Shy,
Okay, nicely handled from Neff on this. That was
Neff
perfect though. I was very worried, very worried. Ends up being a very good eco from Crew. Damage done. Like 2 guns, 1 armor rebuy.
Basically with sheriffs and their positioning. If Billy wants to be able to convert a lot of these rounds on their attack side, like once Crew gets those guns, these are going to be different situations.
Yeah, he had to take map control here. Like you can see both of them, well, all 3 of them realize all the call comes in.
Why is he swinging out A? It's unlucky.
Like pause, yeah, I saw them talking. They wanted some kind of sound up from someone, volume-wise.
You're kidding me. You're kidding
I'm not
me.
even going to comment on it.
Don't say
I'll
it.
let you
Don't
do it.
say it.
I'll let you do it.
I'm so sorry, folks. You've had time from me.
Oh boy.
You've had a break. You've had to, enjoy games at their normal pace. Yet here I am. I've returned and I brought you a tech pause. So I can only apologize. It's not actually me. Hopefully the issue will be fixed nice and quickly. But we can kind of go back to what I think the desk was actually alluding to quite nicely. I know Mimi kind of broke down around there as well. But it was some of the win cons when we were talking about these teams. Even Neff in the interview before this, kind of talking about their post plants, tightening things up as well.
Yeah. Game crashed.
And that's a big theme
Reset of the game.
series,
Right.
I think, even for both sides.
It will
be too long at least.
A lot of the thing is, and I touched on it earlier, is about that first pick, who gets it. It's going to dictate a lot of the round, because when you look at the kind of macro of everything going
I
on
know,
in the
score
game, especially
leaked.
on the defense side, this is where there's a lot of understanding that needs to happen on an individual level, so people need to understand how they're supposed to rotate.
Did Sen look a lot better?
Where they're supposed to go to first.
I mean, they
and
did.
That is not down to
But I
science.
think the main talking point was probably
Bring a lot of gaps.
FPX
And on a map
not
like
looking
Lotus, where
great,
there's
and
3 sites,
comms.
there's these revolving doors, and you can quickly pivot back and forth. If you don't know where to
Teats,
go
hello
and
bro,
what,
how we doing?
then that's when things
How's
can
things?
spiral out of control. We saw Billy doing a really good job of it on their attack side on that pistol round. YZ, securing that C site area, hit the revolving door. We saw it here on the round 2 as well.
Damn.
Oh, you guys are set up a tree with a crossfire? Cool, we'll use that blue door. We'll pivot back to B. So Billy doing a decent job so far, but it's easier when you're on attack and you move together.
True.
And that's kind of like where that whole conversation went.
Yeah, no, I kind of like it. It's fun to kind of see that being discussed from every aspect. Neff being aware of it. We've got the desk highlighting it. Us kind of coming in with it. It's clearly on the forefront of a lot of people's minds when we're talking about this game now.
Missing any?
Hopefully this issue should be resolved. I'm talking about doors. Resolved in about a minute 30, give or take. Hopefully. Hopefully I'm not.
I think you got the main ones there,
Teats.
Teats.
Kind of the overall structure so far. This game. This round coming up, I don't think it's going to be the big
There's been some pretty good abysses.
I want that first fire round to come in. I want to see everything that comes out. I want to see those ults starting to hit. Can they keep it out of the mud? That's all I'm hoping. We get to see a clean series between these two.
I think you got most of them
it's a
there.
little bit of a brawl. It's a bit of a
Okay,
bit.
so
You
the
kind of
bonus
expect it between them.
bonus
Right
isn't
back in.
great,
Gotta
but they
look
get
at
an
the
extra
close.
bucky on
Round
top
for
of the
Billy
2
Billy, so they're not
guns
gonna be in the
saved.
best position in the bonus here. Couple of rifles, yes, but of course the purchase looking pretty decent for Crew now.
Billy. Wait, Melzer.
Oh,
Whoa.
Seven's going to kick it himself for that. The paranoia doesn't
Counter
find him.
paranoia as well.
And the TP
No way. No way.
Melzer.
No way. No way.
A Bucky takes him down and puts him in
I
his place.
cannot
Now
believe he
4
went for that
full
play.
situation. Now, all of this time,
The
though,
thing is,
Billy
from
were eyeing
Malza,
up, though,
it's
towards C,
pretty
right? Playing towards
pretty
Mao,
smart. He
towards
only thinks there's
Paul.
one person here. He kind of maybe gets a little bit caught off that there's actually 2 people here.
That Viper wall stretching across from B to A, but the
Yeah, he thought he hit the Omen. Thought he hit the Omen flashback.
They know, hey, we lost 3 players. We had to basically
Like his reactions
just
were pretty
finish
good
this
here.
round with a Sheriff, a Bucky. We have to make anything work because this is our bonus round. Now Billy recovering that weapon. They have so much space. They have A lobby, they have C lobby, they have front of B. They can choose wherever they want to go. 4 on 4.
We're out here
they can
creating
get
a lot of
4-on-1
pressure.
Easy at C site, and that's looking like that's where they want to go.
I kind of like that they put so many question marks around the map, as you were talking about. Rubble, B entrance. Now, with the door back towards C, it's going to pull over at bare minimum Shy. We still have MDA here, so it's going to make it a little bit trickier. Straight on him, YZ couldn't isolate the fight clean enough.
With that
Shy's
kill there,
found
that's
him,
the
and they've
round.
held
Now
at
it's
least
just
for now.
if
Expect the
Billy
rest of
can
the
get a
team
couple
come
of
through.
kills
30
for
seconds,
damage.
gotta go at this point. 10 now. Crew should be able to farm this up. Yeah, light work from them.
There's one.
K-Knight, the only one to really do some serious damage.
Okay, they
Crew
got one
full
extra.
control. 3 alive, yeah, couple of rifles lost here and there, but they make it through with the first for themselves.
Considering that was a 4-on-4 very early into that round,
First cast
and
for
that weapon was
Badgie,
picked up,
yeah.
Billy didn't really make a lot of damage to Crew
Wrong.
there. Only 1 more kill before the end of the round, and that isn't really good enough. Yes, it's a bonus round. They're probably fine losing it, but this is so disjointed, and they need to tighten that up. YZ cannot be so far ahead of his teammates with the rest of them straggling behind. They need to get that trade kill, and if that trade kill comes in, completely different story.
The whole team. Actually, Nef's got good money.
It's just it's art in motion, poetry in motion. But
I mean, they've been getting out towards A at the moment. I would like to see something different from Crew, and this kind of is different. They want to let them get out towards A early. Big buy around them and go for a punish. Ever. Flash. Not too much on top. Hey, there we go. And that was everything they were looking for here. So I kind of like the plan from Crew here, right? They didn't want to do anything aggro over towards A, just let them take A the whole time. And then they had a punish once they actually got out towards Rubble on the big buy round that in theory puts them down to Eco. That was like the round that they were the most confident with.
Unless they try to link up through that blue door.
So yeah, this was good.
Control multiple angles of attack here, but Crew in great position still.
Early alarm bot, early turret.
They know Billy's limited.
That's nice from Billy. Yeah, just look at that. Just breaking one alarm bot, pulls the double rotate off towards A. We now got 3 people B, and they can hit over towards A site. So yeah, just that one clear of the alarm bot, or like finding the alarm bot early, is pretty much giving them a free A site here. This could be tempting for Nef, like a plant, and that would be everything, but...
They're walking into the unknown. Fortunately for them, it's clear. So we're looking at a retake from Crew. Doubt it's a pre-take. The spike is down. So post-plant util is light. We do have YZ with his ult, and that's really about it. There's not much more. Maybe it'll cycle back up soon, but beyond that, Crew, let's see if they can keep this clean. Heat's got a little bit of util to work with. 2 on the site, 1 towards door, and 1 towards Rubble for Billy. K-Knight the first to shoulder the attention. Gonna be noted. A quick call back of support. The Prowler sent in and the first to fall. It's clean from Crew. 3 back-to-back.
Wait, what a shot, man.
70 in a 1v5. He can't even challenge the defuse. He might
what an absolute shot that was. Okay. Yeah, if we're out here looking like this, then fair play. That was Heat, right?
That was a hard all-in from Billy pretty much.
Yosemite knows what's best for him. Decided to save in the end there, and Billy really not finding that opening. That's a couple of rounds now. We're only 4 rounds in, on round 5 going into it, and so far,
ooh, that was nice. The pre-aim there because of how the Prowler interacts. Maybe with the comms. Yeah, it was Heat.
And then on that reclear with that Viper wall going down, just
great shot.
Going back and forth. Billy hasn't been able to find a clean opening.
Yeah, and Billy have to eco here. We got one. Whoa. Okay, with the plant, they managed to force it out. So they get. Jesus. I've never seen someone here in 7 seconds. Yeah, he's on site. He's back at site in the first 10 seconds. Dude, that's nice. With the tether over towards tree as well, they're doing so much damage. Because of the Neon ult, they managed to be able to buy. And dude, look at him.
That's the impact you need. That's a YZ
I mean, this was the guy. This was the guy that got the judge nerfed again from using Ray's double satchel against NRG, pretty much. And hopefully he does the same thing with the Neon ult, because that is mental.
If this is as early as round 5 that we're seeing these things,
bro had so look at him here. Look at the time. He's back at site. First 10 seconds.
Had these 33% chances of guessing the correct spot. Is it going to be A that they come out? Are they going to go C next round? What's going to happen? And Crew needs to find a way to stay ahead of that, because if they can put Billy, especially
give him an Odin. Yeah, actually give him an Odin. You're not wrong.
Spot on.
This is back-to-back. They kind of discovered the alarm bot early over towards A. Early over towards B. It's also back-to-back that they've decided to just start going real fast on this. 1 HP? No way, he survived the ult on 1 HP. It's 9 altogether because of he tapped the... Did he tap that? Maybe it was the tether.
This is a very pacey game, but now it stabilizes.
Dude, it's so fast.
How much space does Nef want to try and get? Looks like just focusing towards catching CT.
Clank is everything.
It could be huge. It could be huge. They know that Mountain's clear. They know
locked in, no map control. It's looking similar to when they were over towards B. Someone needs to try and do something. I think they need to push further here.
The first steps on the site, and Flexin, did the barrel show? It did, but the support's there. An isolated fight was all he was going to pray for, but he doesn't get it.
And now they get a lot of map control.
Billy answering in kind now. That's going to be a 4th for them here, surely.
It looks like KRU is looking to save here. They realize.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're not even going to save these guns.
Once that Omen goes down, once Melzer's out of the equation,
nice, bro.
that Omen versus Omen fight was the round.
Again, Billy needs, in my opinion, like 7, 8. Just because they got no info Sentinel. Like, KRU can be everywhere on attack when they play against them. But I think maybe I'm being generous with 7. If it's 7, they need to get a pistol.
Early, before anything really happened at B, lots of players on the site, but they didn't plant yet. I don't even think they even tapped the spike. And they had the lockdown for Shy. They had it that round. They could have used it in the retake, but he's the one, the first to fall from KRU, and then the entire rest of the round falls apart.
Speaking of falling apart, the money's looking rough around the edges here for KRU. Still a couple of rifles, so Heat and Kesnet, the ones to watch.
Oh my god, dude, no way, completely wrecked their punish setup. That was pretty cool though. It's again nice shots from Kesnet and Heat to make this one doable. It's so fast right now. Like Wizzy is absolutely sending it, getting towards this area. The guy's just done his Omen flash and then there's someone next to him.
Pick up one, but still, it's fine. They have two. They've got the Nightfall. That's going to set things in motion. Flexen playing forward in this. I mean, these guys were the smoke criminals themselves. The Prowl is going to reveal Flexen's position, but he's not really back.
How's he alive?
Finally takes the TP away. Prowl's got a long old way to go.
Yeah, what the hell's this Prowler doing?
Probably from Yosemite here, cleared by Kesnet. Flexen can't do it.
Very nice. The trades, the spacing, the shots from KRU, pretty good.
A proactive crunch through door. The pressure behind those early players, it works out well.
I do
they get some guns. Show me these shots, man.
They rely so heavily on these fast openings, but this chaos coming in from multiple different angles, they haven't dealt with it so cleanly yet. I do want to see them doing something where they split off the map. We saw it on their bonus round when they have the Omen and the Viper walking out a lobby as that C pressure around Mound comes into place. I want to see them do that a little bit more.
I wonder if Billy are going to slow things down.
Counter utilities, because right now Billy is just running into a brick wall in some of these rounds, and KRU is doing a decent job.
Yeah, 3 to 4. Close series so far. A couple of those ults cycling up.
This is just a good call from Billy anyway. They've seen the alarm bot here twice, right, in the other rounds. So now they want to default over towards B. They want to create pressure, and then they can BC default, similar to what they did in the pistol. Yeah, that's what they're looking for. Now they can chill out a little bit.
But they're not going to springboard off this just yet. A little bit more patient on approach. That's the first committed attempt, but they still might
BC default. Smoke goes in as they open the door as well. Prowler checks all of this.
The entrance of C there just to get them out of that revolving door without getting sandwiched.
Yeah, so now if we're just looking at what they've done on the attack, pressure on B, pressure on C. That's good though, that they show pressure by breaking this. They can now make a call off of that. They do a smoke over towards A, so they think they've created pressure over towards A as well, but as we could see, the Omen was watching it the whole time. That means that 2 people are over towards B instead of 2 people over towards A.
This lockdown, though, they need to use the Rolling Thunder to extend through.
Oh, I hit him.
Space.
They're trying to fight towards door, but
yeah, that's unlucky. It hit him. It's not a good plant. It's just not a good plant, man. This Killjoy's going to win them rounds. Oh, they cancelled the plant. Okay, hold up.
But look at Melzer's position. This could be huge.
Wait, this was a really good mid rounds. They adapted to the Killjoy ult very well. I thought they were. Oh man, this was sick. Wait, the call here was everything. I thought they were just going to commit to the plant. They cancelled the plant once the Killjoy ult came down, and then they just push over towards A.
Quick with it towards Neff.
Even the whole overall plan was pretty good from Billy though, like the default smoke block A.
Secure towards door, but look at this rewalk, look at this re-clear from Billy.
Like BC.
Pushing out towards side, the reposition is dirty for this, so hard for KRU to clear through.
What are you meant to do here, man?
Starting to run here, and I think KRU knows it. That little readjust, that pivot back towards site, so perfect from Yosemite and K-Knight. They've got to be happy with this one.
What an awesome round from Billy. Like overall plan was good. B, C, default. They keep someone over towards B as well, create pressure. So we got pressure. They smoke here as well, and Fury creates pressure. So this guy moves over for 2 here. They go towards B. They see the ult. They realize they're having a bad plant. So no matter what, they're gonna lose the after plant. They cancel it. Call comes in. Pivot towards A.
flank
That was
from
sick.
Yosemite, and everything played out really
And then
well.
whole time they had the Viper all right.
There.
So.
And I love that reflank. Once it hits that 2-on-2, we saw Shy walking into that Viper's pit immediately, taking that timing as it's still developing, as it's still spreading, finds that first player, 2-on-2. But I think what their mistake was is that when they enter tree on that flank on that Viper's pit, they both show that they're there. One's spamming, another's reloading, they're making way too much noise, and then it's a good reaction from Billy. Okay, they're here, let's wrap. We don't even have to
Yeah, this was
let's walk around the site.
this was an incredible round.
We know exactly where you are, we have stun, aftershock.
Everything was very nice.
And I like to see that sort of decision making in pressure situations. We've seen these two teams you know, sometimes not, I don't say falter in a weird way, but it hasn't been their strongest suit is keeping that composure when it gets really, really tense. So seeing them both being able to do that here a little bit, obviously credit in the last round towards Billy is fantastic. Timeout called for Billy though. Time to discuss, maybe get everything right. These have been very close rounds. I wouldn't say this has been a clear-cut affair for either side yet. No one's really carved out that security. Yeah, it's 5-3, but still, it is anyone's game. A bit of a toss-up here between the two.
It's a Billy timeout. Oh yeah, is that right?
I feel like it's at least leaning towards what we started with.
I think a little bit
You're
towards
right.
our expectations. We knew that this was going to be something where it's not going to be.
Sometimes
a very
production mess
clean
it up,
game.
but
it's going to be
looks
sloppy,
like it.
It's going to be back and forth. It's going to just really come down to how is that.
You might have
first
called
pick
it
goes,
like
how
during
the
the round,
trades
something they wasn't
develop
happy
after
with.
that,
Also might
and
be something to do with
this is
this
one
and some
big
kind of
swing round
Viper
away
setup
from
that
Billy
they
having
want to have a
its
plan with.
safe attack half or crew coming back,
Just reminding
making
them.
this a little bit of an even score line.
I wonder if this guy had the alarm bot.
Yeah, this maybe feeling something's up here.
Okay, so crew want to create a lot of pressure over towards B, and then they want to fall back. Yeah, so they're trying to punish the fact that this alarm bot, what are we seeing it? 3 rounds it's been broken now? They're trying to make sure they create pressure and that no one's going for this. And yeah, this is nice, dude.
Kind of in no man's land to an extent. But
It's been a very good attack off so far.
Off the chain, they've been kind of
Again, they need to have a good attack off. They got to get like around 8.
Follow this up. Do they commit? Yes, they do. Paranoia's in. YZ gonna lead the pack. Clear through sight, but looking close by. Shy leans through the smoke and gets his man K-Knight on a good trade. They're still brawling.
Dude, he killed the guy Heaven
and it looks
too.
like Billy are winning. K-Knight putting up numbers.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, that denies at least a little bit of security on the site here. It is a 2v3. It is not impossible. It's just improbable. K-Knight going to be controlled on the site, probably tethered down, yes. But again, Melza, that paranoia would have
They have Omen Flash to get back in. It's kind of doable. Should be like a stun back or a flashback once it.
So it's just the guns in hand and
Dude, the Omen Flash didn't hit anyone. They didn't have to use any util back, so they can just stun swing.
Melza too, buying great amounts of time here, making this incredibly tricky. An uphill struggle for Crew, so now it's go time, swing time, and
Yeah, dude, really nice, man. This team is stacked at the moment. I see a really strong attack off.
A belting start here.
We're seeing two.
I even didn't mind the idea from Crew here wasn't too bad. It's just the fact that the Viper's just out in the open over towards C.
Cool. I'm gonna slide at you.
Like I don't think you can play like that with the Viper against a Neon. I'm not sure you can play against that anyway unless your smoke's over towards the right.
He's taking that timing, walking through smokes. That's the second time. A couple rounds ago was into a Viper's pit. Here it's just walking through the Omen smoke. Cool. You're gonna smoke off Waterfall. I'll walk through, kill one, and I'll recede as well.
Yeah, we're starting to see this heat up, but I'm worried about the scoreline though, right? It's starting to tilt. It's starting to get a little bit deep. Oh, the Outlaw, this is just going to be a brawl, isn't it? Here we go.
Here we go again.
Ult in hand, well, on his hand, I guess. It's Kesnit to send him back though.
Oh my god, we pop a Razor into this. Damn, we're really sending everything.
Neff and K-Knight, calm it down. Crew wanted all this chaos. They had the Guardians, the Stingers, the bits and pieces, and they're being rewarded. Oh dear, K-Knight.
Say, thank you so much, man. Say FBS, thank you. Dude, they win these low by scrappy rounds. Yeah. They at least got a kill kind of from the ult. It was more with the double swing.
To me, I think, is that when Billy was doing their slow openings.
These rounds, bro, it was just a util dump into everyone have your guns out. You got
That's
nuts.
when they were strongest, and whenever they've gone out, passed out the gates, that's when they've been crumbling. And right here, they do it again.
Look at people that can use the stinger, man. It's crazy. America's Stinger, yeah. Maybe we're broadening it from NA.
We might end up with a
Just the down the left, man. They got it down. It's like a Krieg from CS.
Last one would have been enough, but clearly not. Can they do it back to him though? Stingers, Buckies, bits and pieces.
Dude, how do I say your name?
And
Your name.
Kesnet says
Let me
no.
look at
Good
it
trade
in a
for
sec.
YZ.
Thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
Shy gonna try and slip away.
Bad Chavice, right? Is that how I'm saying this? Oh, nice kill from Melza. Bad Chavice, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 gifted. That is your first time gifting as well, man. So I appreciate you doing 5. Thank you for the support.
What? They just walk on in. This is an outrageous series already. A quick grab on the spike and get it out of there.
Ceviche? That how I'm meant to say it? Bad ceviche. Bad ceviche. Sorry, dude. Thank you, man. I appreciate the 5 gifted. That's how I say that.
Yeah. Even the ult. I like the read from Billy. They knew it was just Melzer up here.
Dude, I can't believe Wizzy's still alive from all of this as well. Yeah, I also think crew are playing this well, just walking around the map. They have no idea where they are, but no matter what, they can just retake this, and if they're on C, they just fight together.
But right now, A is completely open for the taking. And it's the wrong read from crew. I like how they're proactive. They're moving around. They're staying ahead of whatever's happening. And once they realize what's happening,
Again, if you got gifted, make sure you say thank you as well.
They don't care that much. It's all on this positioning from YZ. He's trying to catch rotators here.
And okay, you're in a 2v3 post
I like this though. Like normally you would stick together, but doing something like this is actually very, very strong.
He's going to hear the steps of one, but there's 2 players.
Oh my god, he's going to hear steps of all of them, is he not?
YZ prime position.
Oh man.
Of crew. He slowly creeps
What a
closer.
beast,
no
bro.
Idea. None the wiser.
How many does he get?
Can just wait with bated breath. The one-way still up. He's closing the gap step by step. It could be the downfall, but he's got to get it right. He can't waste his chance, and he doesn't on the first. Takes down MTA, but the tap on the spike will draw the attention.
Whoa! Wait. That shot's nuts.
A beautiful thrifty there. And YZ,
Wait, I'm pretty sure that shot's
knowing
nuts.
He had to be that guy.
These rounds, they're just so back and forth. You can't even just read what's going to happen. Sometimes you see it on your
spam
screen,
into
right?
flick.
He's listening for the rotates. He's going to catch the timing. Wait, they got by. Maybe he doesn't get them. But, you know, it comes down where that position was so good. Some of these mid-round decisions
Pretty
from
nuts.
Billy are actually spot on right now.
Very good.
Pretty nuts.
I didn't really expect this after, you know, the match against Fnatic. They didn't really show this same prowess, and maybe that's like
Yeah,
the
insta
difference between
headshot.
Crew and Fnatic that we're seeing right here. But
Hey,
I mean, they were
7?
so good. They got that rolling thunder.
We
they
were
got the
talking about
Nightfall as
7,
well.
8.
If they don't combo these,
I mean,
I'll
they
be
got
shocked.
the ults to get this.
They understand right now. Hey, when we open fast, we lose. When we open slow, we're chilling. And I think this
Autumn,
first pick,
thank you so
oh,
much as
man.
well. Autumn WT with the prime, thank you, man, appreciate that. And Elusive CMT01, thank you for the gifted as well, bro. I appreciate you doing that.
Full sense of security could be the death of him.
Thank you so much, man, appreciate that.
MTA.
Well, MTA is just gonna get util dumped. Does he molly in time? And honestly, he has the best possible gun for this. The best possible gun. Okay, not when the guy goes over towards top side though. Yeah, so he got fade ulted, didn't hit the Omen ult, and he has no idea.
Another attempt at this, but they're gonna get the plant now.
I thought he was honestly, I thought he was gonna tank the. I thought he was gonna tank inside the ult and just have the judge out no matter what.
Still holding here, sticking
Because it would be a one shot.
Towards CT. No falling back this time. Speaking of time, it's going to start ticking now. Crew need to get a move on, get a wiggle on. Prowler dealt with, turn on the flash, but it's Kesnet. Takes down K-Knight, and Flexen needs to try and create some sort of pressure here as well. Already got the horn back up, but Neff is going to be swarmed here. 3 players, that's 1. Oh, whoa, he's got 2 as well.
Dude's got to do it all. He actually has to do it all.
Keeps cool. Keeps
Yeah, got time for that.
Should have time on the defuse. Might look close.
7. Okay, so I think crew should be pretty happy. I'm pretty sure, pretty sure Billy needs pistol. They got no info sentinel, so
it wasn't looking good for them
if they lose pistol, they would have to do maybe they would have like a really proactive defense, but.
Trade in any phone in any condition, guaranteed, and get $800.
They're gonna play like Paper X. I mean, that would be one way of playing the comp for sure. Just absolutely sending it.
Gives you wings.
Paper X game's tomorrow, right? He breaks foot. It's gonna be a close game. That'll be a close game. So quiet, yeah. Sonia, I'm surprised you have time to type with that madness that's probably going down in the artist stream. I'm hearing about an anthem, some kind of flag. He's lost his mind, bro. He's always been like this. But for years and years and years.
Just tuning in, a 5-7
yeah, pretty much.
Something you're going to be paying attention to. I feel like this series is going to remain close. But Josh, coming back to those caveats we discussed at the start of this series, what we were looking for, you were discussing the attacking side initially, how critical that was to certain teams' successes. But now with the side switch, where are you looking? How has this changed some of those dynamics?
Who's the best Abyss team so far?
Be able to come back into this game
Ooh,
really
that's up for debate.
Their defense isn't as strong as
I
their
would
attack.
probably say
7 rounds is enough. We saw what happened even in this last round that we
Heretics.
We saw they had that opening kill. They had
Maybe.
the site, and they
Maybe
ended up losing.
FPX.
And KRU is doing a really good job.
Genji's comp's pretty good.
Situations.
DRX
Now
play the
they can
Cypher the
control
best.
These reactions. And Billy
Hard to say, man. There's been some really good Abysses. The easiest answer is I don't know. If you force me to say which do I like the most, I would probably say Heretics from some of the stuff that they do.
So you can already see the consideration from KRU, very prepared for this aggression, but the double down. Look, NRG fell on the sword of Billy's aggression, even on defending sides. Any smoke, it doesn't matter, they're walking it. And there's no finesse to this one. Mel's are going to make it very clean, clear-cut start. They
Surely this flash goes out.
At least, yeah,
It felt like he was holding on to that for ages.
They seemed very prepared for
I'm really confident they needed a pistol, man.
On Billy
G2? Yeah, G2 have some cool stuff. I mean, G2's B is on lockdown, no doubt about it. I just don't like their attack, man. I don't think their Viper was good on attack.
Situations where they're down amount early. Right here, though, Billy, they look, as you said, to double down. Once they lose one, okay, let's go even it up. But that's not working in their favor. And KRU, they're just going to walk around every round right now, look for whatever openings they're given, and just take it. 5 versus 1. What can you show us, Yosemite?
Yeah, he's got all of the team coming towards his side. Yeah, K-Knight's on the way, but he's done
yeah, I mean, he would have to do an absolute madness there.
Isn't even to how they're approaching it. It's the fact that KRU knew exactly how they wanted to handle Billy in this. And it paid off. It's going to give you that confidence in the calls, the consideration, the prep work. You're feeling like, hey, yeah, we got that read. We knew that aggression was going to come out, especially catching it towards, you know, the B push out as well. Not just the fact it was on Mount, but it is almost that overall ethos. It's already handling that well, showing their composure. KRU with a fantastic flawless start
good pistol, man. And I think with that, Billy gonna have a really hard time. Really hard time. 1-1 at least for the pistols.
Kick up the pace unless they're
yeah, we'll keep an eye on Shy because he could have. I mean, he's off to a good start already on the pistol, but I think he could just have an incredible half here.
YZ's gonna be a little bit active. He's on the neon. Maybe
like this is when you have the most fun, when you go up against a comp and it has like no real info. Like especially Sentinel, info Sentinel. You don't have to worry about any util. You can take any kind of timings that you think you have.
Walk around. They find out what they want, where the open path is, and then they just execute. And right now, they're finding out exactly where we're building.
Yeah, and they hear. I tell you what, they hear A aggression, but they don't really know it's this. Like they've only heard 2 if you include the timing of the tap in the door. So.
But you're right. It's the way that KRU are navigating this space. Can they keep that cool head about them as they go forward? Do they fall foul to any of the traps that Billy are trying to set? It looks like they want to have a fight here.
Wait.
And there's a bigger gun on the other side. They're going to hear all these steps. They're going to hear all of these steps, surely.
What would I change about the G2's wall? I would do it on the other side. I would change everything about it. I would move it. I don't think it's good. I think it helps you on the defense.
Close towards rubble. I get a little nervous when they're walking towards what you're going to deem is the stack, right? Like, surely by what they've extrapolated from what they've seen, but maybe just playing as 5, they're fine. The Prowler didn't find K-Knight, so, well, it doesn't matter. They are literally just just a pack of wild animals just clearing through right now. There's no finesse to it really, right? I need to stop saying his name. It's stuck in my head now, sorry. Big fan, but again, it is just one of those things that it's just a bulldozer approach, right? 5 of us aren't going to probably lose to a couple of classics, so let's just clear through.
Not much else to say in this round, as it's going to get slowly closed out, so...
Yep.
No, I couldn't even get one.
I just look at how this round played out for Bilibili, and the way that they spread
Yeah,
apart.
very nice. Yeah.
Look, making sure he's dead.
Bonus?
Yeah, well,
Dude, the bonus is going to be incredible.
You can never be too sure.
Alfie, thank you for the 16 months, man. I appreciate the prime. Thank you for doing that. So they have the outlaw. We might see a lot of light armors here as well.
Perfect example. Bilibili, they moved together as a pack really well, but when they spread apart from being in that pack, we saw it there in that at the end of the round. They're on eco. They have one on A, and they're spreading out. One's pushing B, another guy's rotating back waterfall to C, another one's going through heaven.
And surely here, this is where we see the luck. Surely we see some kind of luck on this one. We only have one person with light armor, so not too bad. Do they lose anything because of the light armor buy? Yeah, kind of. The TP from the Omen. The wall from the Neon.
Yeah, there's still light armor as well on
he
YZ, so
tanks
that
that,
could do
yeah.
some serious damage going into this.
Is YZ going to disrespect this and just push through?
Yes.
He's definitely toying with it.
Yes.
At worst, going to sit in the smoke and wait for it to fade, it looked like. But he is backing away. But he's already kind of loosened up the rotation as well. So K-Knight going to be starting taking that rotate towards B. For Crew, they'd have to at least re-clear Mound with some sort of sound cue to it. So it may be a fair shout for them. This puts a lot on Flexin, puts a lot on Neff.
This is where the protocols come into action for Bilibili. Once they get this info, how do you play this? Neff backs off. He knows he doesn't want to do this alone. But where do you go?
That's the question, isn't it? They cleared over towards B. There should be no lurk unless they're a little bit too deep on the Prowler, but you'll assume that that's clear.
Keep an eye on the time. We've got no one over towards B, so at the moment, it's looking like a force into A, and we've got 2 people close with a breach that can send util. We've got a fade that can send util as well. Like, I feel like Crew are in trouble.
Yeah, it looks like he can. This isn't bad.
Yeah, because here we go, breach. We got a breach done, right?
Hoping so.
Breach
I'm
done.
hoping this is going to work out here, but Crew already trying to secure the site itself.
Okay, breach done. At least got one. Whoa, nice shot, dude.
His name and hold down on the site. Isolated the players further back. Heat called upon, does well with one.
Wait, what? Dude, Kesnet bailed him out. I'm telling you, the combo of Kesnet and Heat is just incredible, man. They're just such good aimers.
That damage early on. The one who suffered from that outlaw can't
Hey, and someone put it in chat earlier that they're going to win the bonus, and they do. And yeah, this is going to... This might be convincing on attack now.
But he needed that support. He needed his teammates there a little bit quicker, and Bilibili just so slow to rotate there. K-Knight, yeah, he's in a position where he can get a stun off across the map, but really it's
flexing.
It's flexing. He's just there by himself. Yosemite was kind of nearby, but it's not enough. And Crew, they're just going to walk in and take whatever openings they're given. Right there, that's a big one. Nightfall up. Oh. Nightfall up. Outlaw still out. And Crew, I think this is... They're just going to run away with so many rounds here. An open C site.
Yeah.
And they're eyeing it up.
This is where it starts tilting.
Yeah.
This is when the scales start.
Live raid, yeah.
You kind of highlighted, and I think rightly so, was 7 enough? Was, you know, with the rounds that Bilibili got in that first half enough, because a lot of their issues present on the defending side, they're very strong on their attack. This is when it becomes an issue.
It's more... So Bilibili aren't going to win this round. It's more just like who gets all of the orbs. That is what I want to focus on. Crew, Heat planting on this one. He already has his ult. They go close, potentially giving them some guns here. You guys gonna misstep because I said they're not gonna win this round?
You're going to see the Nightfall now invested to try and secure this, because that one mistake, that one little bit of an error, that overstep could cost them dearly. As it stands, though, no one there to capitalize on this. Mel's are going to secure on towards K-Knight, leaving just the 4 remaining for Bilibili. Kesnet keeping control. Yeah, this is much better. There we go, calling themselves back in line. No more of that silliness. Sure, that
Dude,
rifle
everyone was going for that. Okay, so Shy's kind of close to his ult.
True.
I might be able to help him out on this one.
Someone's going to go down, and then it's not going to be as clean.
Yeah.
But it is worrying if I'm on the side of Bilibili. Here comes a timeout. This is something that
comes
they
a
need to
timeout
call, because there needs to be some sort of adaptation. I think on their attack side, they
I don't even know what you call here though. Like you gotta
they did
You got to fight for somewhere.
These fast openings, that's when
And they've kind of been doing that.
really
And they've
go
just been losing
the
wherever
way
they're
we
not
plan.
fighting for.
Let's slow it down, let's find the openings, and then let's make sure that we make the best plan and decision possible. And right now, Billy, they're so spread apart. They're not doing any really team fights except for round 2. They kind of moved together with that breach stun. But every other round so far, it's been YZ up taking point and maybe one player supporting him. It's usually been K-Knight on breach there towards C.
FNS,
Oh,
are
boy.
you
I
okay?
mean, see the scoreline? He's probably okay. He's probably okay right now. Okay, we're just
Well-
gonna. He's fine. He's fine right now. I'm good.
Bro's never going to live it down,
so
man.
So what do we want to see from Billy here? We want to see them doing something a little bit. I think
It's
proactively
crazy
is
that
fine. I was expecting it. What they
it's
need to
crazy
do
that
is
they
need
won a
to
Masters, but everyone just gives it about the Billy. That's what he's going to go down for.
Not only the breach utility,
Nuts.
but extra players around it. It can't just be all on YZ here.
I know, and that's the kind of underlining part of this, isn't it? You're gonna want to put that and put a full stop on it, and then hope that it happens. 'Cause this team
Honestly,
has
even
such
if he
potential.
came back, won at
We've all seen
Champs,
it.
Yeah.
I mean, the sign
it would
kind of
still
alluded
be
to it, but it's
it would
true,
still be
there is
that
some
that
real
lives on.
danger to this squad, and I think a lot of people learning to take China very seriously when it comes to their teams. But it almost feels neglectful to not highlight that there is a drastic drop-off when it comes to Billy. From
NRG since franchising have been victim to some mad stuff.
That brilliance that's there, that high potential. And then
Yeah, it
such
hasn't
a
been
challenge,
great.
you go,
It
where's
actually
the
hasn't
rest?
been great. You're
Where's
not wrong.
that? You know, find me a little bit of that. You find that consistency, brilliant. For now, it looks like we're back to trying to get YZ pushed up towards Mound. Yosemite
Okay, timeout to try and recover this,
very
but
aware that they might be trying to
I'm
insert
telling you,
players.
this map is done already.
For all of these potential spots they could have tried to push a player up towards.
I think this is what KRU does really well, though. They do that slow opening. Cool, you spotted us. We're going to reset here, get that alarm bot down, reposition. As they kind of understand YZ's probably out of this mound area. This is stun probably ready. Here comes the clearing on A. Wait, there's no one on A. Do we want to go back there now? That's what they're doing. They realize what the setup is.
The SEN game fun to watch.
Is Billy gonna realize what's going on here? Why
It wasn't great to watch, I'll be honest. It was more just like devastating for FPX because they just didn't look anywhere close to how we've seen.
Walked up towards B though. This might be a fake towards A to hit
So
B.
not really,
There's
man.
still going to be at least one in the way, right? And F's still going
Like
to be
it's
here.
good for
Blue door or a pivot
them
through
to get a
towards
win,
He's
but
still gonna have a chance.
it wasn't even close, and that's unlucky
Overwhelmed,
timing.
the paranoia perfect. Everything sent towards him. Neff couldn't even see it coming at that point. And now
Yeah,
the
kind of just
red
had to keep his
carpet's rolled
util out there
towards
for
B
sure.
until then
This
YZ
is a
gonna
big
catch
kill
him in the
though.
heels, speed up a little
Yeah,
bit, take out
that
the
is a
ball,
big kill.
swing
No
off
map
this.
control.
It's
Let's
an
check out the
isolated
mid
play.
running
He
from
needs the
KRU.
help
They
of everyone
should
else,
be
but
sending it
K-Knight
out
falls
through the
as
map
soon as he
control that they
swings.
have.
Billy now individual fights for 13 seconds.
Hey, they want to.
Getting a little
Yeah, dude,
ridiculous.
they missed their window. I thought they were going to send it over towards C,
Can they
but
secure this?
Ink
Mel's
did. So
positioning should
wrecked,
have
right?
at least given them Yosemite, but he's done that for him. And with flexing,
Hey, maybe
I
not.
mean, yeah, how are you meant to try and help out YZ in that? Send through a paranoia and hope.
Dude, Billy, yeah.
happen here.
Well, they're not
KRU
together
again
as
showing
well with all
dominance,
their stuff.
asserting that. Couple of ults very
Not
nearby.
together, got caught out with a util.
Mel's one away. MTA not
Don't think they're going to get around. It is looking a bit like
feel
that.
like we're starting to see the kind of the end of
Comp
this
has
one with
a
Billy. I'd be
giant
happy to be
weakness.
wrong. You know, I'd happy
They're not
to still
playing
go the other way,
together.
but KRU really getting a grip on the
Yeah, it's
pros
not
and
looking
the
great.
win-cons in this series.
Both teams so good on their attack sides here
Yes.
with very different styles. KRU, slow approach, find the lane of least resistance, and take whatever is given to them. Billy just kind of just runs at them and just brute forces through. But we're seeing what's happening on the defense side here. KRU, not the greatest defense side, but still a little bit more polished. 5 rounds without pistol, that's no joke,
No, it's
right?
not. You're
So
right.
Billy probably wanted a little bit more of a buffer going into this because right now, KRU, I don't see a stop to this. If Billy doesn't do something drastically different in their approach on their defense here, and
But why?
it's not likely
Why is this guy?
you would see that already.
Yes.
I have
It
so
would
many
been a
questions about that.
last-minute ditch attempt. You'd
Exactly.
seen maybe stepping towards that in the last
Like
couple of
the
rounds.
Omen needs to
Those
help
swing
that guy
rounds
out in
we're talking
heaven.
about. And now we're going to start seeing the economy taking a real beating. Judge, Stinger, Sheriff Frenzy. It's far from perfect. YZ maybe trying to just do something individual here. That's a
Okay,
start.
that's a start.
That's a whole lot of players
Hey,
around the corner.
get
but
the
he can't
judge
quite
out
get
when
there
in
time.
doubt.
MTA taking his time to fall, but he's going to at least shut this area off, right? Like no one else
Oh
is
my
going
goodness,
to
we're
try and
getting-
come through that, at least for a second or two.
Getting naded to push him off as well, but
KRU realizes what's going on. opting not to go wait and just re-clear this after a period of time. They're going straight into C, but the rotation from Bilibili, are they
we got
actually
Razor
staying one step ahead after we just had this monologue about how they're not able to do that right now? Are they doing it?
This could be a lovely way to shut us the hell up, or maybe it's only on the half buys or the force buys, but for now they are right. They've read it correctly.
Dude, how are Fade Eyes getting so much? I can't believe this Fade Eye doesn't get shot here. It manages to get the scan off so they actually get the kill. No way. The ult missed him. Big 1v2. Really need this. First round. No, man, please. Okay, they're on the board. 5 HP. Not close at all, man. Not even close on this one. It's just a low bite. They had to put a breach all into it.
Well, put me in my place.
Hey, it was a 50 though. You give him it. They
They
had to get the judge out.
It is what I wanted.
And if we're like focusing on positives, they got the Razor out.
Lose their identity on their attack side there. What normally happens is, okay, they kind of figure out what's going on, then they pause, they reset, they wait for their abilities to come off cooldown, and they find the lane of least resistance. Here,
that would have been the absolute worst round to lose. Dude, they lost that. That would have. That's the map done. No doubt.
But will we
that
see
Angel
that
was pretty brutal at the end.
On a gun round, they had a judge there, they had pistols there, and they had stingers there. If we get to see them do something out of the ordinary, out of that
map that they're casting
okay,
in Pansy still, yeah.
YZ, I'll set you up with my stun. If we see something else on a gun round, that is perfect. That's what I want to see, because that's going to really put both these teams to the test.
Yeah, it's almost that full sense of confidence in those half buys, those lower kind of invested rounds. So you're happy to take those risks.
Yeah.
But you kind of want, as I said, want to see them do it in a gun round. It worked so well for them there. Freed up the rotations, got people in the right places, things that we were asking for them to do. But this has caused.
You see, either team's upsetting Fnatic. Bro, this Champs has been mental, man. So yeah. Dude.
Quickly enough, and they're not going to let it get out of
I feel like either of these teams should have a good run at it.
Do not want to let
there's no free games.
Bilibili can be a momentum-based team as well. They get the wind on the sails, they start getting these players hitting. You don't want to be near it. It's terrifying to witness. They've got a couple of ults on Bilibili still. You've got the Nightfall there, yeah, TP, but other than that, I'm looking at that lockdown still in place. You're looking at MTAs coming through as well. A couple of the crew players very nearby. 10
you get in DDoS? What's going on, Artis?
And a different opening from Bilibili again here. They're faking control. They kind of have it.
they're just. You've been getting away with too much, Artis, man.
As you pointed out, they can use it either
That's what it is.
The site, but more than likely they'll probably use it to secure the end of the round here. Getting into the
Someone
site
doesn't like it. Yeah, dude, it's a whole country, man.
YZ already ready to open the door. Stun ready.
It's a whole nation, dude.
Let's wait for it. Do they go for this? This could condemn them to death. Shy getting a little curious. You heard what happened to the cat already. There's the problem. It's a 1-1 trade out.
Shot.
Shy so clean with it. Picks up Neff, and he's still controlling this whole area. It looked like a disjointed, I guess, attempt. I don't know what happened there. Like, two of them went for it.
I'm telling you, they are not on the same page with this stuff at all.
Investigating it. Made things go wrong, and you're right. There's the lockdown on top. Insult to injury. The site will be theirs. And it's a matter of time now until they roll out the red carpet.
But it pulls out the rotation.
Yeah, this is the only pause that he can be in, though. So all they have to do is clear this one pause where he is.
That's the opening.
Right?
Okay. Wait, how? Kesnet?
Yeah, how have they let him get away with that?
He can't go for this. They're trying to play ahead of this. And they've still got 25 seconds. They could move around. There's still more to be done. Noting another player towards CT. They've got to know there's more here. Crew trying to secure the site. Plant is in. K-Knight, you've got to be money with this. Flexin is down so low, 17 HP. It's got to be perfect. It's got at least MTA, but it doesn't make a blind bit of difference.
Yeah, force them down to an eco, then for the next big buy round that's going to be on match point, they're going to have all of the ults.
Because it felt like a disjointed effort a bit from Bilibili then through the door.
The idea was good. The execution wasn't bad either. What happened though was Crew.
One thing that I will say is I like the Crew on these rounds are like saving the Viper util, knowing that most likely with this comp you can't get the early info, so you have to like leave site to retake site, and then for retake you gotta go through a Viper smoke.
Bilibili, they just looked the wrong
way.
The
understanding from Crew is great.
go back in, starting to get a bit desperate here, starting to try and turn the screws, and they're not falling for a crew. They know exactly what Billy want, and they're not letting them have it.
Yeah, and
All
this
these
comp has to go
fights
aggro. And because of what we
short.
said.
They were sheriffs, they were, you know, a dire attempt, a desperate attempt to deny 12, but crew taking another critical step. K-Knight's here, not one of the players with the sheriff.
Yeah, man.
All good, guys, all good. NT.
That's going to be round 12 secured, most likely for crew. Securing that overtime.
Surely we never see
what is this, the 4th flawless round?
surely we never see a no info sentinel on this map again.
You know, crew's not doing
It's
it.
killing me,
They're
man.
playing their attack side, kind of like
Who played it this year?
Finding those openings, but Billy.
We had quite a few play it this year. We had Loud play it. We had Paper X play it. We had Paper X still don't play it.
Well. They suffer from similar issues as Billy when it comes to this, and they've been able to kind of navigate it in a very diligent way. A flawless round here. And that
Wait, did Liquid do that last year?
Sliggy,
Oh my
got
god.
the little pen ready. How many chances
Oh,
do
okay,
they
sorry.
have? That is the question, because
Mainstream's calling me out. I didn't realize. I was too busy. I was about to call Bacon out, and then I got interrupted.
I'm a little bit sad about that. There's been multiple times where I've reached out, I'm like,
I can't even press it. Yeah.
no
but
circles, no zooming, no fire.
Did they got no tech out there?
Faker's face that we randomly put on stuff. But still, Billy, this is the time. If you want to have a go on this map, this isn't your choice. This isn't their pick. It was Icebox. But if they wanted to have a go, this is the last.
I was molding about it last year all the time.
And now.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
They've looked ready. They look
Oh my god, do you know what? I deleted that from my memory. Dude, I should be flaming Bacon about that every time he insults me.
They've got everything they need. The extremities are being
You're right. Thank you for that.
Got a 3v3 basically on that B side for now.
This could be really good for Billy here. They changed their opening, silently getting YZ up into that A lobby. They didn't use any utility, basically, just a one-way smoke on the Omen that they keep refreshing here. And it opens up all the support players with
Abrax played Cypher on this before. Yeah, they used to run Forsaken Cypher right at the beginning. They were like one of the first to use Cypher, really.
He's played this position before, and he's not going to get played in this time either.
He's got the judge. He doesn't have to move.
And this was, I mean, this was the round that they won. But they had a judge holding over towards A because there's no pressure from the wall and they can actually have a 2-2 and be able to hold and do enough damage on site.
I don't know what you do. Flexin looking kind of screwed here, barely alive. He's got utility left, right, and center trying to...
He's alive, though. He's alive, bro.
So it doesn't have
Whoa, he's done so well, man. He even dodges the fade eye.
Calm under all that chaos, still gonna find Melzer.
Wait, why do we fade ult? We fade ult, it's so... we fade ult, it's so Wizzy could run at them with the judge. That's incredible. I was wondering why on earth we fade ult in. Not sure it's worth, but I love it. Okay, the 2 rounds that they've won are getting a judge close on A.
I love it. These rounds are so, you just never can really know.
Dude, buy the judge again, man. Let's see it.
What's going on.
Oh, we had, was it Bucky earlier? No, it was
But
Judge.
you don't know what the end result of it is going to be. It's not as clean as clear cut as you think it would be once you see all the pieces in place, but you don't know which direction it's going to go.
Dude, he just ran at them. That's so funny.
Players kind of go, and after you clear the corner out, they sneak back in.
Yeah, they're so tricky. You've got to be so on your toes, dealing with them in
No
those
judge.
situations.
Well,
But it's
they had a good go at
a
it.
stark reminder. This is 12 for crew. They just need one more. That's it. Billy needs to keep doing this. We do have the pit now for Yosemite. We've got the TP still with Flexin. 2 away for YZ, 3 away from K-Knight. Neff obviously invested theirs in the last round.
Showstopper now.
Yeah, Kesnet was working towards that for a minute there. That's now in hand. MTA's got theirs too. If they do get a plant, that could be a nice...
It's nice from crew, though. We got pressure. And here we go, Flexin. Me, Flexin in a good spot. He's just about to refresh this one way. It's going to have Omen Flash.
What do you want to do to go through this? The
Go on the refresh timing.
Yeah, they've slipped a player up. It's going to be MTA, but clearing behind it. Flexin
Yeah, that was nice. With the stun, gets the confidence to swing this. Yeah, and again, next hit, he still has the Omen Flash to make sure they can't get out.
They have the showstopper. He can pop it if they realize he's
isolated.
close.
There's a smoke behind him. There's no way out.
Yeah,
Now
Omen
Flexin's
Flash
gotta be
hold
careful how
or
he
save
does
the
this.
Omen Flash.
And he
Damn,
dips
we're
away,
out here
but it
saving the
shines
Omen
into
Flash.
your blood.
That is
F goes
devastating first kill, though.
Flexin's going to be seething surely after all that pressure on him. He's going, how are you dying on B?
The rotation back to C, an open sight, but that retake wall.
Oh
very
no,
different
not
than
the
what we
open
normally
sight,
see.
man. It's done.
He's going to force the crew players into the site.
Oh.
They're going to hear all of this as well.
Good. Okay, hold up. We've got a Viper alive, and they have the Viper retake wall.
So they can at least get a quick rotation through.
Viper's pit.
And there it is. Surely MTA going to pop this.
Deep.
Yeah,
And they saved the smoke for afterplant again.
A counter pit on top.
Okay. Well, we're going for the pure madness.
Do they have much more to clear with? I'm seeing at least a Haunt with heat, but not much more.
Whoa.
First dives in, trying to be outrageous in approach, out of birds and out of chances. Yosemite takes down heat.
How's he alive for so long?
The pit has gone. Billy with a couple of steps, but his crew keeping numbers, dropping bodies.
All right.
Falls. It's crew.
Yeah, only 2 on defense. No Sentinel info comp. Reckon him a little bit there. Only runs ahead were with the judge. Yeah, I mean, shout out to crew. Crew did and played everything perfect against the no info. They didn't need to luck too much. They just used the fact that they had to gamble all the time, no info, and they knew that they had to retake, and they just used Viper smoke to secure most of the afterplants. Shawanati, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you so much, dude. Evanson as well. Evanson RDS with the Prime. Thank you for the 10 months also, man. Let me get this VOD up. I actually remembered to stop recording this time. Slimetry, what's up? Why are you hitting me with just my name? What's going on? What's the question? Are you just saying hi? Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? I thought you were gonna hit me with some hard-hitting question, man. Okay. What am I? Uploading VOD, that's what I'm doing. Distracted me. Kate is cloudy with a Prime. Thank you so much. Thanks for the 8 months. Right. Usual stuff, chat. Ads are coming in. Lotus is up next. Oh, that's wrong. Icebox is up next, yeah. Yeah, dude, I was uploading the VOD and I looked at Lotus on my VOD thing and I was like, hold up. Did I do that thing where I look at a word and then say the word? Yes, I did. Alright, Icebox is next. I'll be back in a bit.
It's a great start for KRU in this elimination match. I'm now joined by their head coach, Adam. Now, it seems like a theme. You guys have great starts so far in this tournament, but looking ahead at the rest of the maps, Icebox was a map that you guys didn't want to play against DRX. What was the reason for you to leave it open this time around, and is that a risk at all, you think?
No, we think that Bind was their best chance, like to having an advantage over us. So we decided to ban that map for this series, to keep playing Icebox as we was, and I don't know, just face it and try to close this series 2-0.
You are prepared for this?
Yes, I think we're really prepared for this.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much and best of luck on Icebox.
And KRU managed to pick up a big win against BLG at the start of this one on Lotus. And don't get it wrong, all right? Don't get it twisted. It was a tough one at times. BLG certainly made these guys work for each and every round that they got, Mimi.
Yeah, I think the game started pretty close. BLG had a lot of opportunities with some cool plays with especially their neon stuff on the attacking side. But second half, as it was in their game against Fnatic, it was all about the team play being off. And this entire half was just BLG in solo positions and KRU contacting around the map as a group and having man-up fights that they won.
Yeah, I mean, it was just painful to watch, really, as well, just pointing it out like this, because you watch a few VODs of KRU, you know how they play, which is this contacting style. They group up as 3 to 5. It's optional in terms of the amount of bodies that you decide to put onto it if you're KRU.
Depends if you want to be involved or not.
Yep, depends if you want to be involved. And they just contact in and make sure that they peak together and take fights together. If you're just going to offer them constantly these solo engagements, like, don't get me wrong, Heat, Kesnet, saving a day in multiple moments. You have to be hitting for this playstyle to work, but that's the thing about KRU. They got firepower in spades. Most of the players are going to be hitting on an average day, and I think it's showcased in that second half where they just absolutely stole the spotlight.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing BLG needs is to just slow things down on their defensive sides. Take that time to group back up and play a little bit more structured.
They were a little too far ahead sometimes.
Absolutely.
Sticking way too long around, like, you know, especially in like some of those earlier fights.
And don't get me wrong, BLG has good individuals. We saw that with players like YZ, but I still think they got gapped, not only by the strong individuals from KRU, players like Shy having an incredible map there, but overall it was just a complete team play diff, I think, for KRU to go up a series. A map in the series here.
Yeah, you know, if it works for them, right? The contacting around the map, looking to take those fights here and there, right?
It's very strong against teams that lie like fully in individualism, I think. Like just trying to swing for a smoke, trying to take a fight. Don't get me wrong, like as well, YZ, there was elements of him trying to be set up by somebody util because they're running that initiator comp on that first map. Yeah. You know, you saw some fault lines and he's peeking, he's gliding, whatever, just trying to get the picks. But I think KRU's playstyle will rip apart teams that opt into fights all the time if they're not ready to really just back it up with even more utility, with even more bodies, which we didn't really see evidence of.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Well, let's go ahead and take a look. You mentioned YZ. Well, let's talk about him a little bit more in our Verizon high-speed moment. YZ picked up a 3K in round 5. And, you know, this is the guy that you're going to, you know, be looking toward to be the X factor for this team. And when he does have those moments, which is what we saw, you know, like a few times, especially on Lotus against Fnatic last time they played, right? YZ was
even in this round, look where he is compared to the rest of his team. He has ran all the way around the site before anyone else is even touching the plant zone.
He does take the right pauses to wait for like a fault line, to wait for a seize before he peaks. Like that's the reason he's got a 3-piece.
Yeah,
it's because he's waiting for the key piece of util to set him up for success in those fights. Got to see more of that, I think, moving into the second map, 100%, because it was a little bit more of the ladder, which was just, again, individualism, hero plays to try and salvage them out of a really poor situation.
And when you think back to their big upset last year against NRG, I think it did have to rely a lot on the individualism to step that up. But I think we did see more rounds like that one we watched where it did rely a little bit more on having util to set up. I think Billy in both series now has been better on their attacking sides. I think their protocols are a lot cleaner there. I really think map 2 is all about cleaning up their defense if they want to come back.
Yeah, well, let's talk about map 2 briefly because we have Icebox coming up here. You heard Coach Adam mention that they felt like Bind was their best shot at winning, and they wanted to take that shot away from them. But KRU's Icebox isn't something to be too enthusiastic about.
It's not too hot. It's really not too hot, but I do
you can say it's ice.
Okay, you're pushing it like that, GP. He's pushing his leg on the desk. He's getting a little bit too silly. His camps are going to be serious. You're getting too silly. No, but I do like his reasoning where he was just getting rid of Bind, because I completely agree. It's the strongest map for Billy and Wisey as well with his playstyle. I think that the fact that they can just go into these big exits, they don't have to rely on their macro as much,
Sure.
really lends itself to the strengths of Billy as a team. You saw that. They contested with Fnatic and pushed them in a lot of degrees as well, a lot of those rounds. So they removed the biggest strength away. I don't hate it. You basically bank on the fact that one of your maps that you're poorest at, you're still going to be better at your opponents, even though they want to play into it.
Yeah. Well, we'll shelve that talk about Icebox for a second and hear from the coach over at Billy, because I want to know what's going on over there as they get ready for map 2.
I've got Coach Bio here from BLG with me and Jen to do some translations ahead of map 2. Now, there were some chaotic moments for you guys on map 1. I wanted to ask you, is there anything you want to see differently from your players going on to map 2?
1세트에는 약간 혼란스러운 그런 경기가 펼쳐지기도 했었잖아요. 2세트 앞두고 좀 선수들이 어떤 점을 보완하면 좋을까요?
사실 혼란스러운 거를 조금 많이 유도를 일부러 했고요. 저희가 약간 이제 흔히 말하는 이제 개싸움 그런 거를 조금 자신 있어 해서 그거를 좀 많이 중점적으로 연습을 했었는데, 어쨌든 세세한 콜에서 조금 스킬 타이밍이 좀 안 맞는 게 좀 있었다라든가 아니면 이제 샷미스가 조금 많이 나오다 보니까 로터스를 좀 주게 됐는데, 2세트는 아무래도 저희가 고른 아이스박스니까 저희끼리 준비한 것만 사실 잘하면 문제는 없을 것 같아요. 선수들이 뭐 긴장하거나 뭐 그런 건 딱히 없어서 컨디션이 가장 중요할 것 같습니다.
Well, we actually wanted it to be chaotic. That's how we wanted the Lotus to go. Kind of, the so-called dogfights that we wanted to take. But I think there was slight miscommunication and mistakes when it comes to a little bit of timing and util usage and stuff. But Icebox is our map pick, and we're very well prepped. I don't think the players are feeling nervous at all. So if we play a clean game and our best game as we prepped, then I think we're good.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you, Coach Bio, as well.
I love we like to play a little muddy, but also we're going to play a clean game on Icebox. I happen to appreciate that.
And I mean, this guy would know a thing about that. Coach Bio, not Chinese, he's Korean, and he's a legend in the Korean esports scene. One of those original members in CS back in the day.
He used to play the
Korean esports there. Now
Reina, I'm pretty sure.
That same success for Billy here in Korea. We see their comp, it's pretty much similar to what people were playing as the standard last year, but with a solo KO instead of Sova, which really giving up that drone, I feel like, is a big loss.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I think you kind
of it's one of these. It's one of those comps that, I mean,
in terms of jump peaks.
And against Kesnet,
you can flash dash. I find the Sova stuff.
And he's going to be leaning into the off as well as part of the defensive protocols.
I don't know. I feel like the Sova drone for taking A is just so important.
I think Billy might get eviscerated. It depends. I mean, if Crew can get the ball rolling with a pistol round win, get the economy flowing, maybe that's a big factor to look forward to.
I think that is the biggest danger. If
Billy hate info.
Come off of following up this KO, trying to find some cleaner pop flash plays.
Does look a little bit like that. At least we got a info sentinel this time though.
Billy's year.
Billy is looking down the barrel of elimination. Can they manage to force their way back into a map 3, back into this series? Let's send it back over to your casters now, Pansy and Steel.
Thank you, GB in the desk, and I think they kind of highlighted a couple of the points that we wanted to kind of lean into as well. Coming into this,
this guy's out here munching.
A good opportunity for Billy to do some work, but there are some things that
dude, this cameraman can't help himself.
That could mean a problem.
He's gonna slow zoom in on the banana.
Pretty much.
Kesnet, Billy need to basically win pistol and get the rounds going
okay, we got Crew on defense, we got Billy on attack.
Once Kesnet gets that off,
we get Wizzy on a raid boss. Buys armor, gets dropped to Frenzy. Got knife late over towards yellow. Melzers needs to run.
Melzer just backs off, knows he can't really deal with this.
Instantly calling in the cavalry, but they're going to have the site, at least to the extent where they can secure a plant here for Billy. So wall's going to go up deep.
Deep wall.
Yeah, that's nice.
Whoa.
And why is he actually going to try and contest the kitchen too? Why not take the space
okay.
been given here? The knife
I like this.
noting Melzer earlier on. Ooh, careful. Yeah, almost got caught there. I was worried if someone was peeking on that wall, dropping, but no. All safe, all sound for now.
Whoa, what is that timing?
This flank.
The timing though, Wisey's position's fantastic, but it is going to be counted in a way. Kesnet, back-to-back impact. YZ needs to kind of almost mirror that as well.
Yeah, but he at least gets good info.
But there's so much pressure. They've already got
Dude, the Sheriff's hit some absolute shots. Okay, nicely done. I still think the plan from Billy, like the pistol was pretty nice. I just think Crew handled it very well. Shout out to Kesnet. He was the big person that made this doable. Pretty sure he body shot this guy twice as well.
They got into that site. They got it for free. They got exactly what they wanted. Sage wall up. Jets dash into the tube, into like on the bridge. They've got that space. Why not kind of reinforce that area, get players under the Jet, make it really tricky for Crew to find their way back in. Yes, Kesnet has a good flank. Yes, Shy's got that Sheriff on that long range, but I mean, that first kill still went in the way of YZ. Like, that should be a round that Billy gets. And if they're not able to convert these post plants on a round that's gifted to them like this, I feel like Crew, they're just going to walk away with this map as well.
We'll see. We'll see if there's fight in them yet. Just a ghost for Yosemite in the Restaurant Classics. Looking at Kez.
Hey, what though? The classic is nice.
Hoping to maybe take that through. He's already going to find YZ.
Whoa. Why has he got the NRG classic? What's going on here?
Much to write home about in this sort of round. Oh, easy enough. Easy enough. And if Kez starts feeling confident, that scares me. You're going to get the knives up early. You're going to start feeling out the game a bit. The confidence starting to build, because he is part of the win con, right? You want to see him with that operator quite early on, you could imagine, to maybe apply further pressure here. Neff, outgunned on this one, and very secure.
Hey, I mean, the person that goes down is the person that was allowed to go down.
Billy just look at
one armor rebuy.
It really does feel like Billy doesn't have any options outside of trying to get these executes off, namely towards A, because it's very hard to clear out that back yellow area on B. If they keep going towards A, though, and Kesnet's sitting there, I mean, he's got that outlaw right now.
What puts him off the...
What takes him off
the line?
The flash, maybe, but you really have to capitalize on that timing. The only other option, really, is using something around middle, but right now, I mean, Kesnet's trying to get that info down tube right now.
I'm looking at any light shots, no, so they're going to have noted that outlaw before. It can still do a lot of damage, don't get me wrong. And it's a proactive start from Crew. There was a supporting act towards
one person.
Some sort of pressure down towards Tube. He did have the
Stinger.
I think Heat was not too far away.
Stinger committed over towards site. I'm a little bit worried. There's like a small window where this guy's gonna get wrecked. Knife goes in, cancels drone. 3 people here though, and they only know about 2 of them.
On this, 3 players committed towards that maze side swing. Wall's gonna go up though, and YZ.
That is a flash dash with the flash going above this guy. Yeah, he went for the Yampy headbutt that we saw in 2021.
Pressure on the site for K9.
Don't recommend it.
Away for a second, get himself healed up, go for the high plant towards Nest. That is going to go in. No spam.
Yeah, they at least get a good plant though.
They can start shifting back into the post plant. K9 going to take a body with him though. That Shy gone down. Big impact, and it's tricky to make these guns work. You have Guardians here, Stingers, 1 upgrade for MTA, and Kesnet does have the Vandal as well. So they've got a little bit of
Wingman
something.
goes out.
No smokes for 8 seconds.
There's the pressure
Wingman's running the gauntlet, gets on it, can tank this molly, so that's half. Oh, the molly missed.
Stop for Crew now, nothing's stopping them.
Wait, okay, well it's done. Yeah, the molly just fully missed.
Billy gonna be kicking themselves for that.
Yeah, that's tough. Because Billy, they got in. Yeah, YZ goes down early. I think that flash from the KO is supposed to deal with that player there, but perfectly positioned. Perfectly positioned, I think, under the rafter.
The rafters.
The flash might have popped a little bit too high.
Maybe we
and
catch
then.
That.
Oh wait, dude, it went behind their wall.
Just over the wall. Otherwise, full blind opening for Billy.
Wait,
and it's these
did it hit Wingman?
Convert that well. Crew doing a really good job again here on the retake, though.
Wait, chat, hit Wingman, right?
Yeah.
Did he headbutt it?
No contest.
Wait, what's it hit off?
And YZ, there's no stopping this, but it's individual, it's disconnected, and it finds him nothing.
Hey, chat, someone clip that replay. I'll do it in slow-mo. I'm pretty sure he's headbutted that.
This sort of scenario happens. Still with the Outlaw coming in.
You reckon it bounced off the Viper? Let's slow-mo it. Someone clip it.
Yosemite. Billy, rinse, repeat. Back towards this site, a different plant here, safer, securer. They do at least have, actually, speaking about it.
Yeah, we get a good plant down. This is what we used to call the G2 plant. They're the ones who used to do this all the time.
They're also down a man. Looking to get that opening.
Dizzy going through, doesn't find what they wanted, but Heat's going to kind of backfill the space. You thought that was his every day. Apparently not. K-Knight lives.
That's probably the most important person to take down, though.
Post plant, drawing out the utility as they go. And Shy already clearing out Yosemite. Another tap on the spike should draw another player forward. It's going to be Neff this time to challenge, and good trades. KRU keeping this
Wait, nice reset, bro. What the hell is that?
Time on this one. KRU dealing
Out,
with
you're gonna get flashbanged. Watch out. 3, 2, 1, flashbang. Oh no, you guys aren't gonna get flashbang. So good.
They're getting the site, they're getting the plant, but beyond that, they're not able to hold it.
I'm not trying to be cringe. It just comes naturally. But KRU's really bringing the heat right now here.
Oh, wait.
Another opening kill for him. And yeah, I mean, a timeout would be nice, but I don't know how much of it will
Look
solve.
at this body block, by the way. We're gonna do replay. Look at this body block.
That hasn't been the issue.
Can we have time, please? We've got time for this. Yeah, we got time, I believe. Wingman goes up.
Really that much issue.
Oh, dude, I should have.
Look
at this. Sorry if we miss a kill. Bro, look at that headbutt. That's crazy. Melzer, right?
On round 3, and then here it's just. They gotta get
That was sick. That was actually sick.
Just kill.
But now we have the added issue.
It wasn't even Wingman. No, dude, Melzer just fully saved him.
That in hand.
Big jump. Messi. Oh yeah, it's actually Messi, bro. That's incredible. The Messi buff.
The lower side of rafters. A similar plant going to be coming in, I can imagine. No spam on this. And it's Shy. Finds flexing, and already the backline going to be pressured this time by Kesnet on a long flank. Billy can't sit deep anymore.
They can't really res this one either.
You're looking at Melzer maybe to swing on it. He does. Yosemite gets caught. He goes down. And player by player, they're falling. And the pressure, the issues compounding. K-Knight's gone. This is simplistic work.
Bro.
They make it look so
we got one person armory by as well.
The slow strangle. Billy from all angles. A flawless team ace as well. It's just, you don't really have that many options.
Low fast smiling. Dude, this was like the best body block I've ever seen. Like the momentum of him jumping was at the perfect time that it went miles.
It's so easy for KRU right now, and they haven't even been offing. What's going to happen now when the op comes out? Are you going to switch it up and try to go B instead? What options do you have? Again, once that knife lands at yellow, you have nothing else to clear out. Is there someone else? Is there a bait setup? And then again, once you get that plant with that wall down, what is the next action? But they have the res. Maybe they can go somewhere else.
Maybe I was kind of I say maybe hoping to get a lurk on top of this, but it's still going to be like there
NRG had a 5-0 start against Billy, so it's not over yet. Okay, I like that.
You still need to find out where Kesnet is early on, right? You still need to go through that protocol list that gets added in. Maybe you can activate a lurk to pressure on that on the post plant. Maybe deal with a little bit of something, but it's still not easy. You're banking on them maybe not having utility in the right place. There's still so much for them to work through to deal with KRU here.
And they've tried that lurk, actually. They tried inserting up tube early. He put them down in that tube early. Thrash is up now for the defense as well. I do want to see Billy utilize this res sometime early on. Right now, KRU's letting them into the site. Hey, nothing's going to happen. But maybe Billy starts somewhere, goes for that early fight on that long range, picks up the player with the res, and then once they've diagnosed the setup, they make a plan and go somewhere else. I want to see them use middle a little bit more.
They're not even like, they would have to orb plant to get an ult as well.
But it looks like here
not even like they're in a good position to just fight all of these ults.
This was the worry. This was the threat. The operator in hand. Right place, right time. How does it fare? Kesnet getting curious.
Deep Molly at elbow. Giving that opening for Kesnet to post on Garage.
Careful.
No drone to clear him.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got no drone. So is this just not the best thing ever?
There's the first shot in the flash.
Do they have to use a flash?
They can start taking steps. The knife going to be
oh, that was nice.
Though, so
oh, wait, well they got all of our flashes, dude. The Jet ate it though. Still nice though.
That's exceptional work from him. High Dizzy going to come out.
Yeah, this worked out pretty well. Fish ult though, 4v5, fish ult.
There's only one player to really work with this, that being Melzer, and they can't get any value for it.
Yeah, they get literally nothing for that one. I would say this was an incredibly early fish ult, to be honest. We only had one person that could maybe capitalize. I guess they're trying to catch the guy like planting, but
be a real nuisance, and he is. Great from him to find two. Crew not expecting that level of pressure. And now Shine, Heat, this is tough. So many players that can just swing, catch it,
Yeah,
invest a little
no one to
util,
body
but
block
for
it this
me,
time.
Neff was the MVP in this round from start to finish. The knife, the flash is Shy, putting up some work here.
Shots,
oh,
bro.
Shy? Stop it. Stop it,
Whoa.
flexing. Thank
My
you
God,
for
bro,
that,
I actually thought he did it.
Billy. Gonna keep it on track at least here. Costly as hell.
Pretty sure he wouldn't have
but
time
we
either way.
doubted the validity.
Nice round though, but it's one of those where they only won it with one person alive, so the damage that Shy did here is actually everything. Because if they win the next round, it's a full eco, like
But I love this play from
Ghosts
YZ,
Classics
getting
kind of
through that
eco.
wall, on that retake, knowing that the players are going to be close. Luckily, he got that line up. It could have been really bad, but they need to do something different than just backing off and letting Crew get back onto the site. So I do respect that, and it is going to be something that they need to keep doing. A lot of pressure and weight's going to be on YZ's shoulders to keep repeating this.
Yeah, and dude, I'm so fine with Crew just opping over towards B every single time.
I like what they're doing, though.
Because
You
the
see where
jet
they're
is just
positioned?
so
They're
hard to
positioned
push
so
off
that
of
they
this
can get
angle.
rezzed if they do go down early.
Like it's all about the
YZ
KO util.
sees nothing, realizes
As
maybe
he
it's an
sets up
open
for a
fight, but also
flash, I
realizes
think. We
maybe
used
the
flash knife
jet off
already.
is towards B this round.
Yeah, there's the knife. There was a flash earlier, I'm pretty sure.
At least of where Kesnet resides. And all this
Yeah, so they're confident with the info that they've pushed them back over towards B. They got the smoke up, which means they don't have vision anymore. And with that, they took space over towards A, thinking that they showed enough, especially after the last round, where they just insta-hit sight.
A lot of security here.
This is good. This
Yeah,
is good
I mean, this is
positioning.
very
If he
good.
doesn't get cleared, he could be good for them, but I don't want to jinx it. He's got those blade storms out.
It's just like, does the
really,
drone...
Well, speaking of misses, already Kesnet doing the dance and he comes out on top of
No.
that. 10 from the judges.
What's his backup
As
gun?
YZ has
Ghost?
to
Okay,
back
he's got
away
one
here.
knife
Viper
left.
pit on top makes this difficult. They've secured the back line as well. They've got a lot here. That's the
We do
lockdown
have a
here.
KO nade to break this.
Gonna force the hand
KO
touch,
nade went
doesn't
out.
get dealt with.
It's close. Okay, yeah, it's all good.
Just about at the end, so
Just,
they get
yeah.
to keep their positions, make it harder for Crew to try and clear house. How do they get them out of this Viper's pit so far? With a
All
kill
about
on K9.
getting it in the center, pretty much.
Considering getting closer, they gotta go now.
Oh, that was the one
But
knife.
there's gonna be the defuse starting. And
Dude, he got a
YZ
reset.
taking away YZ, still doing damage. Just 70 falls, and
Oh,
bro, it's done the job.
bro, I thought he had done enough here, but
Retake there. That was so damn close.
So close, but not good enough for Billy. Crew is so good on these retakes.
Wingman, he's stacking up the diffusers, man. Billy's money's in the bin.
There's no way, but Crew pull it off, and they're consistently pulling this off. Lots of ultimates up now for Billy. It's just, it comes down to these late rounds, and there's no utility left for Billy to really just do
Dude,
anything.
he
And again,
MTA
it's the
did
second time
everything.
Wingman's come
Bro,
in
that
clutch
was
on
nuts
this
from him.
defuse.
That little guy, what a champion of the people.
Oh, it's so sad for Billy right now because they use their timeout already.
Yeah.
They have 3 really big ultimates, but they don't have the economy to follow it up.
Yeah, they got nothing, man. They actually do okay. It's a little bit better than I thought. We got the 2 classics. We got 1 ghost. Got double
It's
hero.
gonna be 4 versus 5 here.
Guardian.
The KO maybe gets them into the site, but is that it?
Oh boy.
Oh, man. And again,
Oh,
you look
no,
at the disconnect
man.
between the next player forward, it's individual now. Billy's starting to falter here. And Crew just keeping this in hand, keeping security, keeping safety. It's all on Yosemite. He's got 2. He'd need all 5. And the spike left where it is doesn't make it any easier. 33 HP and 3 players sitting in a very tough position. Hello. Did see him. No, spike is there.
They not know about the spike?
Freeze on the free cams, look at him.
I think they do. Yeah.
Catching the spike, proud of you. And this pause for thought isn't going to go too far.
left.
Again, Yosemite would have to get that spike back, and they're still so
It might be here for a while.
cognizant of where it's dropped. And that's position noted now. No one's taking that fight. You may, well, I say that, Kesnet does. Okay, fair play. You're kind of ringing the dinner bell at that point, really, just praying to be put out of your misery. 7-1 here. This was the map you
Everyone
kinda
just had it.
hoped right in both
Everyone had like that
rounds.
extra 30 seconds to just write out the at.
You're going into round 9.
That's
You're
outrageous.
Down 7-1. You have 3 really big ultimates. You've been getting into the site. You've been getting the spike planted. You've been losing on the post plants, namely because you're all falling back. And Crew's doing a really good job. Sometimes they include a flank. Sometimes it's just straight up, okay, we'll go in heavy from spawn. We get the wingman on the spike, force them to peek us. But what can we do to make this a little bit different? Because this is our map pick.
Yes, this is our choice. Statistically, one of our better chances.
And we're starting attack.
Which is meant to be...
It's meant to be our stronger side. So if we're going into defense and we're at a round deficit worse than like maybe 4, it's just going to be so hard. So not only do they have to come back, they have to come back at 7-5 almost if they want to have a chance into the second half. So here, second timeout burned, and they need to have
no more help after this round.
Still has that up. He's been shifting around.
Dude, a day of stomps.
Once he did a mid walk with an outlaw, but we haven't really seen Billy do anything.
Looking like it.
5-man A or 5-man B. Occasionally they did send one player towards middle to kind of sniff it out, see what they could get, but to no avail.
We would do some stomps. It's true.
Oh, so impactful. But my worry is that if
they should at least get this round.
I mean, Nev's only got 1 kill, but again, it's what he was doing in the meantime to try and set them up here.
I just feel like the crew plan though is incredible. Like the crew plan is perfect.
Comes down to this. Knife goes in. That should at least catch towards Melza.
Oh my god.
Damage?
Yeah, he gave him a couple of dinks here.
It's caught both. Kesnet doesn't care. He's sticking around enough for a shot. There's going to be the ult coming out. We spoke about these ults. But there's no respect being shown from Crew. You got to force it. You got to make them respect you.
Man.
That's why they don't. Kesnet's great for it. Melza on the follow-up. They're locking this down. Now does it swing though? Billy's starting to clear out.
Whoa, wait, shots. Dude, they hit some shots, man. That second kill from Heat is impressive, bro.
These hopes are falling to
Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much for doing that, Anon, whoever you are. Appreciate that. Instinct_FPS with the Prime also.
After deliberating for 30 seconds. This is like, okay, we go B. Yeah, he's got off there. It's okay. He gets one early. We res. It's okay.
Oh my god, it's snappy.
We go in there, lock down
yeah, he's ready for the extra swing on top of that.
It's not easy peasy. They can't even get past that yellow.
Stan_XYZ with the Prime also, man. Thanks for the support, bro. Welcome into Slug Club. Thank you for doing that.
You gotta use it right here.
Right. Give me some of these ults, man. They can't go B. B is on lock. At least A, you've been getting the plant down.
Maybe yes, they'd win their map, and then the third could be the close affair. But as it stands, we're not going to Sunset. The brutality of Champs is so crystal clear here. Crew elevating, Crew looking ready, and Billy not quite having what it takes this time. It feels like, but it's 8-1. It's not over yet. Still a purchase. Still a couple of those ults. And another attempt towards the A site. And Crew going to get more and more confident here.
Flexin, he's moving up towards B, off the back of all this noise, off the lockdown. Maybe trying to listen for a rotation here. But is it just going to be a long game? Just a long
Yeah, it's going to add a luck into this one. All right, so what do we got? We still have the wall, Molly, but one of the Mollies from the Viper is miles away. Nice, tanks it. Okay, he stays alive and has res. I mean, he's had the res for a while now, though. Late wall go in. That's just going to get spammed insta. Yeah, it doesn't do too much.
Forward, flexing like an assassin in the back lines. Now gets a challenge in the form of Melza, but the site's now getting contested. They're under scrutiny.
Dude, MTA in these retakes is just incredible.
Flexing though, trying to be the hero they need.
Look at him go. Oh my god, it's going to be close.
And he's going to at least get this to half. He has to get off this though. Another 1v1 for pretty much all the marbles here. Flexin, is that work? All of what you did worth it?
It's close, man. It's so close. Whoa! 16 HP as well.
Saving Billy.
Dude, this was just like a raid boss off, man. MTA did insane. Flexin did insane as well. Both to winning all of their duels out.
And it paid off. It killed the Gecko. That means no wingman on the...
Apocalypse_now as well with the Prime. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for doing that also. Welcome into Slug Club. Thanks for the Prime.
Like, they had to do everything. They used everything. Everyone died just to get that one more round on the board.
It was the race to the ace between these two.
Yeah, they were just doing insane though. Please use the Sage Res. They've had it for so long.
Their second round
so long.
Kesnet He's feeling out the game a bit, starting to get a bit of a read in this, but flexing. He's around that corner and he's
Hey, that's one way. Yeah, they haven't been having the best success over towards front B. Now they get the early kills.
Getting frustrated and a little curious. Now they're going to leave it, I think it's YZ, over on a mission towards A. But all of the pressure is on this side of the map.
Is he going to call them back?
I don't know. Oh, a glimpse caught for Heat there. He was thinking about it. There's 3 players on this. The timing from YZ is... Oh,
whoa.
Get you got out! What was happening? YZ strikes. And do they find him in time? They don't. Wow, they caught a glimpse, but it doesn't seem to matter. YZ cutting through him like a hot knife through butter. MTA almost ace before.
Okay, much better round from them with the front jewels.
The smallest
it's Alpacalypse now.
Is it too little, too late?
Okay.
Because right now
Dude, it didn't even process in my head.
Even if they
Alpaca. Dude, I can't even say it. I said the first time. We'll just leave it at that. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate it. Dude, that's hard to say, I think. My brain's melting.
And they are kind of using positions where
Alpacalypse now.
Early death. But again, I mean, we're going to see
Thank you for the branded.
Billy, they need to go for 4 right here.
You want a chance. You want to hide and stay alive. This round could be
Go back to the op of what was working, and they're going for this fast one. Not again. Not again. Backup judge though.
Who makes the most of it? It looks like Melza for now going to take down YZ.
It's 19 HP. It was kind of close.
Still standing, surrounded by the enemy. Oh, they're trying to wrap on him, but you can't shut him down.
Dude, I'm telling you, he is popping people, man.
And keep the scoreline looking lethal. 9-3.
Yeah, the jet knives aren't hitting. The jet knives are not hitting.
Chances here, Josh. It is down to the wire going forward. It's now
9-3. The I'm not gonna lie, it's an attack-sided map, so not great.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's some shot, dude. The jumps are wrecking him. That's the issue. The jumps are just owning him on that. The comp is not so bad on defense. Yeah, that's true. The problem is that I imagine crew are just gonna go heavy over towards A, like default. Like they can just play it pretty slow, like map control, insert one, wait for some kind of reclear, and the reclear is probably from like bodies. Yeah, I do feel like Sova is Sova just makes your life easy on this map. The easiest way to say it. What are the chances of Lev getting grouped? Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff is possible with this event. Gotta see how Talon Vitality look, right? I worry a little bit for Lev, game plan wise for sure.
Came prepared, Josh. They had everything they needed. And the question then becomes, is 3 rounds enough? And I think a lot of us have a feeling of what the answer is to that. But theory craft with me, what makes the difference?
Sova, Sova Gecko, Sova KO, they both have like little things. I would probably run the KO, but I think the Gecko is so strong in retakes.
Did they get enough? 3 going into it?
Yeah, I would maybe let it down to the team of what they prefer. I think both decent.
That we've never seen before on this map, perhaps. It's going to be such a difficult crawl back into even just tying the game up. And I don't know.
Okay, a bit of redemption from Wizzy for some of these rounds that we saw. He gets a raid boss.
9-3 as said. Crew now on the attacking side. Billy on the defense. And they have to be near on faultless, if not flawless, and they're going for a mid walk. A brave play, a bold play, and perhaps one they have to go towards. Now the turret's going to know at least one.
They didn't even break it?
The turret though, so they don't have to worry about their flank. Crew, they're going to go in Once that Viper wall goes down,
it's go time. Dizzy gonna lead
Why does
away
no one
with
want to
Crew
break
on site. They now know that no
turrets
one's at
today?
least in the standard positions. First spot made, and the first frag found is going to be empty. What are they up to? Billy just walking in, hoping and praying that it works out in their side, and right now the prayers barely being answered. You've got a 1v2. Oh, it's not happening. That just fell to pieces.
Oh my god, this is not great.
Why? YZ. That is the airport code for Toronto.
Bro, kill the turret. If you got 3 of you there, one of you swung out, you've seen the turret, you're giving it a little classic shot. You gotta be killing that turret at the very least. But what's the push of what's the point of the push instead?
Yes, I don't mind that, but then
I mean, yeah, they did do it together, but
they just flew in.
Not entirely sure. They have that Sage Wall. They should be comfortable letting the round develop.
also,
finding their
Crew are
openings, going in for that
just
together.
saving their like. It seems like a similar story to what they were doing on Lotus as well, where they just save their smoke for the retake.
Doing such a good job on these types of rounds, finding out where that stack is, avoiding it, hitting that lane of least resistance. Shy.
Oh, he sees 3 more. Easy
Yeah,
call.
but you can lose that player. You're allowed to lose that player. Beyond that, that's when weapons start dropping.
We saw this on Lotus. As soon as Billy
I would
showed
send a dart
themselves,
in here,
maybe. Even
maybe.
got a kill, they
Send a
instantly
dart in,
tried to
hit
get
B,
ahead of the
if you're gonna hit B.
rotation and go to the other side. Crew, understanding this, learning from what happened in this last map, they're waiting, letting the round simmer a little bit. Now they're going to go back towards B. They know it's probably
Okay,
empty.
yeah, I mean, this
maybe
is.
one person
I mean,
knows
that's a nice
right
knife,
coming,
and the fact they
getting
shoot it.
broken.
What do you do now?
But it's going to be a free sight.
They're really expecting Billy, like at least one person to have taken the space.
Still got a sheriff.
Yeah, like Yosemite is just waiting for a long time for that one extra person.
Yeah, how are you meant to break that against an outlaw, a guardian, and a vandal?
Yeah, I like this from Crew. No one,
around from the man on the screen, pretty much.
no one overreacted. Just super chill with it.
On raise, I might give him it, but this one, man, it is a tall task. You're kind of hoping someone plays him in. You got a flash there for yellow, but that's about it. He and Kesnick can probably turn that. Here we go. Can he even cross that far? Gonna spot out Melzer on the way, but now the flash gonna fade, and Crew digs their heels in. 12 is calling. And Crew's survival looks more and more likely.
If you had one shot, one opportunity. Billy, they need to convert this round. It is the bonus round for Crew. Outlaw still in play. A couple of light shields on the Billy players, so that could be dangerous if Kesnet finds that opening. And again, it's going to be so
Every
hard
time.
for Billy to actually get any sort of information into this round. They don't have that dart or drone from the Sova, which is, you know, a really common pick. At least for
Just been singing the whole series, yeah. Just no comms, just singing the whole way through.
Aggression here.
Just praying they don't make it to 12, that they don't get the bonus.
Oh boy.
He went all in on it, but
The only person with the armor.
a spot, it was a mile wide. And that's an early pick. Melzer gonna at least show presence elsewhere. No free rotations now, no quick flanks to be had. Crew can pause for thought. They're still above a minute.
It's so
Yeah, and they can just chill out. They can just wait for a reaction. Again, this comp, because you've got no Sova, not the best at clearing question marks. You've either just got to go with bodies, or you got to use the KO knife.
Flexen, and it might actually pay out in their favor. He's got.
So if there was an instant rotation that Crew were expecting over towards A, they were hoping that the pressure and just waiting long enough means that they've gone back into something more default, and there's only like 2 people here.
Sage wall goes down. Now the hit is possible. Knifed. It's going to slow it down a few more seconds.
There's a definite chance. Like flexing on the flank here. We got turret looking the wrong way. We got alarm bot. Like flexing is on for it.
They just need to live on the site.
Yeah, can they survive? Oh,
Oh, the fish missed the guy top site. Oh, are they all going to be dead? Here we go. This is the flank.
To save them again. We asked him for 4 before, and he's going to have to pretty much do it.
Shot from Shy. Oh my god, they are hitting shots though.
And now it's been answered. It's 12 for Crew now.
Yeah, it's been
hopes and dreams right on
been one of those days, man.
And there's not much more to
9
be said
chances.
here. They got a good map against Crew. This should have been where they could have pressured, but it's fallen to pieces, Josh. This is what it comes down to now. No armor on half of these rifles they're trying to buy.
9 rounds in a row. They have to win just to get to overtime for their basically tournament life. And just the way that.
What's the story here? Do you want the story of the day or the story for just this? The story of the day is the Chinese comps have kind of let them down a little bit. That's for sure. Story for just this one is just crew game plan and aim is just better right now.
They're going to be stuck on here, but another chance.
Respect though. They're still playing fearlessly. They're showing they're not afraid. They're on the ropes of going down, but they still open up aggressively. Didn't find what they wanted. Reset. Look for it somewhere else.
It looks like that mid-walk is their cure, their answer. And they only find Shy. Plenty of players spotted. That's 2 more players noted. YZ and Yosemite both going to be considered here, but he's still going for more. He's still trying. Fearless, as you said, but to a fault. There's still 3 players up against them. K-Knight, Flexen, and Yosemite. Kesnit, Mel's are in heat.
This positioning, though, from Yosemite, he needs that Viper. Flexen needs to be able to bait for him this Gecko Flash.
But he still at least has the alarm bot there. And now that gets dealt with. Does he swing on it? He does. Oh no, but the shot doesn't land how he wants it. But Flexing trying to save him. And now all down a heat with 14 HP. He's got a zoo worth of animals to go through to try and help him out, but still surely not. No.
Oh boy, even that wasn't like super convincing. All right, they're alive for a little bit. 8 chances.
But it is a long road to walk this game back.
8 chances. That's Billy.
What's wrong with this comp? I mean, this has been, out of all of the comps today, this is the comp that probably is the best from the Chinese teams. This, then like the bind comp, then the other 2.
It's so hard to get into these situations.
Yeah, all the comps have just been, all the comps at least have, gotta pick that up real fast. All the comps have just some kind of underlying weakness that the teams are just wrecking.
Worrying thing is Kesnit might just have a round. He spotted out 2 there. He knows where YZ is. He knows where K-Knight was.
If there's a chance against Paper X, yeah, you might even say they're favorites map-wise. I mean, definitely if you're looking at map-wise, Fid are the favorites, but
They've got 1 minute 20. They're in no hurry.
Pause and make them sweat.
The good news for
it's their signature move, and it works really well because I mean, when you sweat, you're on your tournament.
Good news for Paper X is they might get an okay. Well, they should have Sunset, and that's pretty big for Paper X.
Don't need to overdo it just yet. Still 2 knives to play with, but he'll need to
Sage Wall
punish. A nice late Sage Wall there.
It's going to expire. 13 seconds left in the round. The only way through it is over it for now. So the rotation comes back into middle. Reinforce that B, but Crew probably just comfortable waiting it out and going at the last second if they need to.
Yeah, Crew don't mind running it late here. They're not the ones really with the pressure. They've got 12 rounds.
Damn, what is this? Solo fake with the Sova, recon over towards B. And we know this is a...
accordingly. Already there are issues here. Heat's doing a lot of work already.
He gets a kill, man.
He's got support from Kesnit up top.
It's all done. It's just a hard retake anyway. That's a great start.
Going to keep hope alive. Bring it back to a 4v4, but you look at the deeper post plants, you're looking at the flank potentially for Flexen as well, who's becoming a heavy hitter for this team. But how many times can he do this? Neff gonna have the knife in 4, but maybe it's just the gun he needs. A 3rd claimed in the round, and now a 1v2.
Wait, fish short, and there's one behind where they wasted the fish short.
Can he keep this? Can he be the one to secure it? Oh
Shot,
my
man.
God! On a heat of this round,
This time. Yeah, he's done it.
Standing but Flexing again. Time
He's
is
done it.
Wait, I don't know if
I saw the circle.
I'm not sure.
I don't think he has it.
I think it's too late. It is!
I saw the circle.
Making it through at the very end there.
Yeah, double stomps today. Double
You
stomps.
thought with the map, or you thought with everything, they might have had enough to come through this, to have a close game. But Icebox, they were blown out of the water.
It wasn't even close in that second round, in that second map. But Crew looking really solid on their attack side. Kesnit being able to get.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it's close in the first map, really, considering like if they'd started on the defense, it would have been a
And again, I think this just highlights that brutality of champions, how teams have to be able to rise to the occasion when it matters. Billy are always dangerous. We've learned that the hard way. We've seen how well they can play. We've seen their
not their time for the upsets this time. Bianca's the guy.
The time where it counted, when it mattered most, KRU rose to the top. They found their footing. They played it right, Josh. I think from map 1, that's what we were saying. They were playing it right.
I think if we see them do this again in their next match, we could see a KRU that does go through. But right now, just getting to that next level, that next stage, that is something that they needed to do, obviously. And they've shown really good things in terms of the teamwork is there. They know the protocols, the macros. I like their attack side, the pacing, making the other team sweat. So really good job.
Waiting for that one map to upload and then we're all good.
And obviously a team effort. So many flawless rounds too in the series.
Yeah, we're seeing them look good. A scary team to come across, especially when you're trying to just stay alive. But again, the quality of teams here is just getting better and better. It feels like every single head-to-head, every single time we see it, you know, down to the vetoes, a couple of win cons here and there. And I think the main part is kind of calling back to map 1. The fact
okay, so we
that
get KRU, Fnatic.
Scoreline in that first half. The big question being, was it ever going to be enough? Was that enough rounds? The answer very quickly
we get Sentinels Genji.
It wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. And had that first map gone a little
what
bit
a
different,
speed run today?
was
Yeah, absolute speed run.
Even if it was like a 13
like someone said it in chat though. We were long overdue this. We actually were getting spoiled, man. We were getting spoiled with bangers. We needed a day that was just a write-off.
And that's the big question going forward. Is that identity enough to play against the big boys?
Gonna be a speed run tomorrow too.
Struggle the first time to try and stay alive. They made it past
I don't think so. Symmetry, which teams do you think are speed running that?
But something you want to hear, and
I think they're close games either way.
Interview.
I'm trying to work out who you think's gonna speed run it.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Verizon
Those games aren't tomorrow though.
That's
why.
Here with Shy after his win, and of course with Dan to help.
It's the Vitality Talon. And what's the other game tomorrow? It's the EDG game, right? Or is it for paper X? That's it, yeah. Vitality should speedrun? I don't know about that.
Congratulations, Shy. You look so animated. I've never seen you that excited. We had some heavy hitters.
Bro was just singing the whole time.
You know, there was aim battles happening as well, but KRU Visa won. You guys live to see another day. So thoughts on today's matchup?
Hoy te veías muy animado, te veías celebrando. Eran dos equipos que tenían muy buenos jugadores, mucho aim, peleas de ambos lados. Pero ¿cómo es que te sientes ya que puedes vivir otro día y de este enfrentamiento?
Siento que esta victoria era lo que necesitábamos. Necesitábamos como agarrar ese momento en el stage y siento que ahora, gracias a esta victoria, vamos a poder ir con más confianza, sobre todo como en el hecho de confiar en cada uno de nosotros, de que de verdad podemos ganar y pasar de grupo. Así que nada, feliz con la victoria y eso.
I think this is the win that we needed, the win on stage and the win to think that we can believe that we can actually make it out of the groups. So it feels good to get this win and start this momentum.
확실히 오늘의 승리가 정말 KRU 비자가 필요했는데 아무래도 이렇게 승리를 거두게 되면서 정말 그룹 스테이지를 통과할 수 있겠구나 하는 자신감을 얻어가는 그런 뜻깊은 승리였다고 얘기를 합니다. 말씀해주신 대로 이제 다음 경기가 푸나틱인데 이기면 조별에서 플레이오프로 진출할 수 있게 되거든요. 마지막으로 샤이 선수가 개인적으로 푸나틱을 만났던 건 코펜하겐 때인데 그때도 레비아탄 선수이기도 했거든요. 푸나틱이 그때 샤이 선수를 탈락시켰는데 이번에 좀 어떤 각오로 푸나틱을 만나고 싶은지도 여쭤보도록 할게요. Now, speaking of making out of groups, you guys are facing Fnatic next. You personally, the last time you faced Fnatic was when you were on Leviathan, and that was back in Copenhagen. Fnatic eliminated you guys, so, ready for revenge? What's your mindset heading into Fnatic matchup?
Hablando de salir de los grupos, la siguiente partida va a ser en contra de Fnatic y la última vez que tú te enfrentaste a Fnatic estabas en Leviatán y fue la partida de eliminación en Copenhague, así que estás listo para la venganza.
Sí, o sea, siempre lo dije desde que clasificamos a Champions que los dos equipos
Japanese region? There could be a Japanese super team. because May is just incredible. But yeah, I mean, the game's so popular out there that the region should just get better and better.
Llevar a mis límites y sobre todo quiero esa revancha que me quedo como esa espinilla desde Copenhague y nada, estamos listos y si de verdad quieren ganar tienen que demostrarlo.
Yeah, since the beginning and since we made it to Champions, I said that the two teams that I wanted to play against was DRX and Fnatic, and it's really funny because we ended up playing them in the same group. So now it feels really good to play against them, and this is a matchup that I've been looking forward to, and a revenge that, you know, since Copenhagen I've been having that kind of left that now I'm able to complete.
먼저 크루비자가 챔피언스 진출을 확정 지었을 때 딱 샤이 선수가 DRX랑 푸나틱을 만나고 싶다라고 얘기를 했었는데 딱 어떻게 조가 이렇게 나와서 좀 경기의 이른 시작부터
Who else?
이렇게
I'd always
진출을
put Trigger
만나게
Zero in that
됐는데
man. Trigger Zero is incredible.
상대로는 코펜하겐 때 뭔가 그 복수를 해주고 싶은 마음이 계속해서 남아 있었기 때문에 다음 경기 무척이나 기대가 된다고 하고요. 마지막으로 또 크루비자 하면 미라클런의 대표 팀이잖아요. 미라클런의 시작일까요? Lastly, is Crew going on a run?
Última pregunta, ¿van a ir en un run, Crew?
¿Cómo?
Como si van a... Este es el inicio del run.
Sí, por supuesto. Siento que va a ser el comienzo para mí de algo histórico, así que vamos.
Yeah, of course. This is going to be the beginning of something historical, so of course.
역사적인 크루의 미라클런의 시작이 바로 오늘이 아닐까라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 샤이 선수 만나봤습니다. Vamos, 샤이!
Vamos.
Okay, lovely. Lovely. Raid Lofa? Yeah, we can raid Lofa. Lofa raided us yesterday. It's only fair.
Vamos, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Vamos.
He has HS at the end, right? Okay.
Indeed.
Fast day today. Chat, we will be back tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow. Same thing. Same games. Elimination games again. Okay, let's go say hi to Lofa. Thank you so much everyone for watching, as always. Short one today, but yeah, we were long overdue some stomps.
It's been like 700 days since the last time this team picked
Okay, I appreciate everyone here. Thank you so much for being here, and have a good rest of your day, sleep, etc, etc. Whatever you're up to, enjoy it. Yep, I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks so much everyone. Peace.
Wow, well, okay. Well, congratulations, Crew. They pick up a massive win, and, well, of course.
YouTube chat as well. Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you soon.
It's Kung Pao.